I have been reincarnated as a sword. Through hundreds of endless years, the blade has passed through the hands of countless owners. The cold, bloodthirsty steel of bygone eras. It was wielded by knights, and I turned them into heroes whose names are etched in history. But out of all those who ever held that hilt, there was one who stood above the rest. I found my true comrade. Together, sword and master roamed the entire world. The blade radiated a brilliant blue aura. They faced a colossal monster, their combined strength shattering both white bone and tempered steel. They scaled an icy mountain range, where freezing winds ripped through the sky and challenged the white dragon. With just one earth-shattering slash, the dragon's head was severed, its massive body crashing down. As the knights stood there in victorious glory, together, we traveled across the world, and achieved feats that no one could ever match. Time flowed like a river, and my comrade became the king of a kingdom. A golden age born from the blade in me, along with the legend of the dragon slayer. Gruhan, the sword, was now a holy relic, resting in majestic silence within the palace, its golden hilt and blue gem gleaming under a solitary light. Please look after my descendants. That was my comrade's final wish as the sword was passed down to his bloodline. However, the stillness of the relic room was shattered by rough, heavy gasps for air. Why is it so noisy? The ancient soul within the sword awakened from its long slumber. Ugh, what a pain. What insolent fool is shaking this body? A fat, sweaty hand gripped the hilt tightly. The sword's vision cleared to reveal a grotesque sight, a grossly obese young man with blonde hair, his face twisted in greed and arrogance. From now on, I am the master of this sword, the fat guy bellowed, spitting everywhere. Someone stepped forward, trembling. Prince, that is an artifact no one but the king is permitted to touch. Please put it back where it belongs. The sword's consciousness recoiled in horror. What? A prince? This pig? It immediately scanned the status window that materialized in its mind. Adrian Leon Burke screamed, "Shut up! There is nothing in this country that I cannot touch." He swung the legendary sword clumsily. The knights flinched. The sword lamented internally, "No way, looking at this name, is he really a descendant of my comrade? Still, how can a descendant of the sword saint have this kind of potential?" Adrian Leon Burke, male, 16 years old. Talent, none. Personality, arrogant, pathologically obese, clumsy, lecherous, lazy, easily bullied, emotionally unstable. Drenched in sweat, Adrian held the sword high, his eyes rolling back in a delusion of power. With this, the king and the nobles won't be able to ignore me anymore. The sword had seen enough and thought, what a ridiculous bastard, doing whatever he pleases. Adrian roared, his voice cracking, "Oh, great dragon slayer, lend me your strength." The sword's soul roared back, its voice echoing like thunder in the spiritual realm, "Are you insane? Why should I lend my strength to someone like you?" Adrian slashed frantically, causing the knights to try and hold him back. "Prince, please put the sword down, you shouldn't be doing this in the palace." The words only made him angrier. "Shut up! You dare command me? Do you want to die? If only I had Gruhan's power." Suddenly, Adrian tripped, his obese body crashing heavily to the ground. Because of that, the sword in his hand aimed straight at him. Slash! Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the silver-haired knight looked anxious. The maid behind him screamed in terror. Prince Adrian collapsed onto the floor, blood pooling beneath him. "Call the royal physician immediately." But as Adrian's vision blurred, the sword thought to itself, "Well, the one stabbed by the sword is this bastard. My vision is expanding. At this rate, I'm going to pass out for the first time in my life as a sword." If Prince Adrian succeeds the throne, there is no future for the kingdom. He didn't inherit a single shred of royal talent, yet he ranks first in arrogance. He has no ability, but his greed is unmatched in the kingdom. He is a stupid, lazy, and cruel pig. That is the first prince, Adrian Leon Burke, like a dark cloud overshadowing the future of the kingdom. After such a prince was stabbed and hovered on the brink of death before waking up, a strange rumor began to spread. Maids whispered in the hallways regarding Prince Adrian Leon Burke, "Hasn't he changed a bit lately?" Another voice replied, "True, he doesn't flip tables like before, and he hasn't gathered his gang of thugs either, right?" They giggled maliciously. Even the notorious first prince must feel ashamed. Isn't he just lying low because he's scared? Just wait a while, and he'll go right back to his old ways. However, Prince Adrian Leon Burke didn't care about such rumors at all. The soul inside was different. "To think I killed my comrade's descendant and took over his body." Suddenly, the door burst open, and a maid rushed in, bowing repeatedly. "Prince, the king has arrived." Please fix your attire quickly to prepare to receive His Majesty. The prince, now the soul of the sword, remained seated on the chair, thinking incredulously, no, that man didn't even visit when I was dying, why is he suddenly here now? The maid replied, the knights are nearby, please watch your words. A tall figure walked into the room, a bearded man with silver-gray hair, a stern face, and a red cloak, radiating authority. I heard you returned from the dead, but it seems your disposition remains exactly the same. All of you may leave. His Majesty expects nothing anyway. He just sat there, confused, thinking, who is this? He realized the man's identity. Is he this fat guy's teacher? The protagonist spoke in a calm voice, my memories are a mess. I feel like I might remember who you are, but then again, it feels like I don't. The old man's eyes widened slightly in shock. Well, don't tell me, the maid loudly announced, the king has arrived for nothing. Seeing this, the protagonist thought, the king? Then he must be this bastard's father. Oh, he's better than I thought. I thought time had diluted the lion's blood into dog's blood, but looking at this king, perhaps that's not the case. The king said with disappointment, seeing that you don't even greet your own father, it seems surviving death doesn't change a person. The attendant stepped forward anxiously, Your Majesty, we have just heard that the prince's memory is no longer normal. Another voice panicked, good heavens, what a disaster. Why didn't the royal physician report such a serious matter to Your Majesty? Summon the royal physician immediately to examine the prince. Afterward, the royal physician examined him. He reported, I cannot find any abnormality in the prince's body. However, it could be a temporary condition due to the psychological shock of amnesia. He looked at his son, who was sitting on the bed with a dejected expression. The king thought suspiciously, how convenient. If you say you don't remember anything now, does that mean everything you've done up until now never happened? When people make the wrong choices, they can commit acts condemned by everyone. If a person later realizes this and never repeats that mistake again, it can be called a learning process. But you have forgotten all of it. Since everything has become as if it never happened, you haven't taken a single step forward from your past mistakes, and you won't be able to move forward in the future. The old knight whispered, Your Majesty, please calm down. The protagonist sat there blankly, thinking, he's really chewing me out. As the king left, he looked back at himself. Damn it, I've stepped in shit. Forget being treated like a prince, it seems I'm not even being treated like a human being. What on earth did this kid do anyway? Suddenly, a beautiful woman wearing a crown rushed in, her eyes welling with tears. She hugged him tightly. I've heard everything. You must be so confused. Your memory will return soon. No, what does that trivial past matter if you don't remember it? To think your beautiful face has grown so gaunt, my poor son. He choked in her embrace, thinking, where exactly has it grown gaunt? The queen smiled warmly, even so, I am so happy that you have opened your eyes like this. You must never touch such dangerous objects again. If something happened and you didn't wake up, I don't even want to imagine it. Those words made him think, I'm sorry, but your son is already dead. This is truly a burden. Night fell over the magnificent castle, bathing it in moonlight. The queen left, waving, I will visit you again, get some good rest. As soon as the door slammed shut, his demeanor shifted instantly. My comrade begged me to look after his descendant, yet I ended up killing one. It wasn't intentional, but I am the one who ended his life. Since things have turned out this way, what can I do? I must live well for the sake of the dead guy too. Reincarnated as a sword, I spent my whole life cleaning up after others. This is a fat body with zero talent, but that's fine. I just need to rebuild my strength once again. Do you have any idea how many kids I've raised? First, I need to train my magic. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Blue energy began to swirl around him. Mana erupted, enveloping his body in a blue aura. It intensified, lighting up the dark room. But suddenly, the energy flickered violently. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Ugh, the blue flame vanished into thin air. He looked shocked. The mana has dispersed, this body cannot accept it. He refused to give up. Once again, he gathered the energy one more time. His face turned red from the exertion, veins popping. Again, blue flames erupted from his hands, but they were unstable. The energy exploded outward, and he fell to his hands and knees, panting heavily. He stared down at the floor, horrified and exhausted. What the hell is this? What kind of body is this anyway? Adrian thought to himself, if only I had my original body, with a physical condition like this, I could easily fix it by forcefully injecting mana. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock on the door interrupted his internal fury. Someone in a maid uniform entered the room, bowing respectfully but with a hint of trepidation. "Prince, please forgive my intrusion. This is a tonic sent personally by the Queen. It tastes a bit bitter, but it will be very good for your body. Please keep the Queen's intentions in mind." The maid flinched, sweat breaking out on her forehead, bracing herself for a violent reaction. Hopefully, he won't throw the bowl like last time. She recalled a vivid memory of the prince throwing a tantrum, screaming, "I told you I'm not taking any medicine." But this time was different. Adrian's eyes widened as he stared at the bowl. That thing, he recognized the energy radiating from the liquid. It contained mana. Without a second thought, he snatched the bowl, brought it to his lips, and began to gulp it down greedily. The maid stood watching in silence, her eyes wide with disbelief as the prince, notorious for being difficult, drained the medicine bowl completely in just a few seconds. "Are you satisfied? Now leave," she stammered as she prepared to exit. "Yes, Prince." When left alone, he thought to himself, "Good, now one more time." Luckily, it's working. The amount of mana accumulated is still too minuscule. It's so small that it could completely dissipate after just one short day. However, unexpectedly, he opened the door and stepped outside, pointing at the maid. "Do you have any more of that?" A few days later, the room was filled with a mystical blue light, the body enveloped in a swirling vortex of magical energy. "Finally! I can finally create a mana core. I've done this countless times before. I could create something like a mana core even with my eyes closed." Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. "It hurts." He clutched his heart, his face contorting in agony. "It feels like I'm burning up inside, like my chest is about to explode." Right, creating a mana core has always been this painful. I must not lose consciousness. If I pass out now, I'll suffer a mana backlash. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately tried to regain his composure. Must focus, seize the massive mana that's about to run wild. No need to rush. Follow the path flowing from the heart to the right, very slowly. Let this new heart absorb it. A drop of pure blue mana fell into the lake of his soul. Ripples spread, the chaotic energy subsided, and it condensed into a stable sphere. Adrian opened his eyes, now glowing with a vibrant blue hue. "It's done. This time, it's not a mana core made for someone else, but my very own mana core. I did it. It's complete. I have created a mana core." A golden projection window suddenly materialized in front of him. Mana core has been created. He reached out and touched it in confusion. Is this a status window? It looks exactly like the status messages I used to send my owners when I was a sword. Why is it appearing to me now? System is processing data. Restoring connection to the origin. Connection restored. Connection status poor, connection extremely unstable. Warning messages flooded his vision. Most powers were unavailable, with only a few accessible. Authority of judgment is now available for limited use. You can now verify the potential of opponents who are at a lower or equal level to yourself. What the hell, he muttered as more notifications popped up. Authority of Heavenly Eye is now available for extremely limited use. You can see better. Authority of Heavenly Ear is now available for extremely limited use. You can hear better. He whipped his head toward the window. Powers? His vision magnified, piercing through the foliage and looking down at the garden below. He could see every single leaf on the distant cedar tree with astonishing clarity. I can definitely see clearer than before. Suddenly, voices drifted into his ears from outside. The sound wasn't clear at first. He focused. The whispers of the maids out in the hallway became clear as day. Don't you know his personality? He should have caused a huge uproar by now. He realized the scope of this power. I can even hear sounds outside the door, but the strain was too great. A headache felt like it was splitting his skull in two. The golden windows warned, internal mana has been completely depleted. Forcefully terminating the use of authorities. He clutched his head as the system shut down. I see. So this is what extremely limited means, sensing everything from all directions without a single blind spot. The absolute senses I possessed when I was a sword are gone. For now, by squeezing out a tiny amount of magical energy, I can only eavesdrop on sounds outside the door or see a bit clearer. That will change once I expand my mana pool. His stomach let out a loud roar. So hungry, food must be brought up immediately. First, I need to focus on adapting to this human body. Later, the magnificent castle stood tall under the brilliant sun. Inside, the queen, with a warm smile, opened her arms wide. How commendable! You drank every single drop of the medicine your mother sent. You finally learned how to cherish your body. Ah, right, do you recognize who this is? Adrian looked at the man coldly. Don't remember. The queen turned to the scarred man. It seems he really has lost his memory. So you must help this child. The queen's older brother observed silently and thought, I wondered who it was. Turns out he's the queen's older brother. The queen then flashed a smile and said to him, after all, isn't he your only nephew? He chuckled dryly, you speak as if I've lost something important. Besides, his past wasn't exactly stellar. Then he thought to himself, at a glance, it doesn't look like he likes me. He continued, let me make one thing clear, all I can do for him is help get rid of that excess fat. I cannot provide anything beyond that. So, give up on any useless expectations. Don't forget that notion. The scene shifted to the training ground. In an instant, Adrian was beaten black and blue, rolling on the ground. The man stared down at him with murderous intent. From now on, eating, drinking, or breathing requires my permission. If you expect to be treated like a prince, give up now. Just give it your best. Who knows, I might change my mind and teach you a bit of our family's esoteric swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, feeling immensely insulted by that attitude. How ridiculous. Demanding to teach me? Teaching someone who used to be an instructor for invincible knights, the master of the founding king who built this country. Teaching me? He continued, seeing your fat shaking, you must be quite resentful. Adrian stood up, Uncle, let's make a bet. Within half a year, I will make you acknowledge me. He told himself, I need to shatter that arrogance in his eyes. He smirked confidently, if I fail, I'll do whatever you say. However, if I succeed, you must grant me one request. He smiled like a predator looking at its prey, interesting. Fine, very well. I should have at least one thing to keep me entertained. Suddenly he gasped, his body feeling a bit different. I talked big, but, his eyes widened in panic. This damn body has to use mana. A green aura erupted around Adrian. First, I'll focus on burning this full body fat. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, his heavy body moving at an unnatural speed. His eyes widened in genuine shock. That kid, don't tell me he. That kid, don't tell me he. His hand grabbed Adrian. Who? You, did you really manage to create a mana core? Adrian stood up straight, feigning innocence. Oh, this thing? He raised a hand enveloped in a blue flame. Yeah, I successfully made it not too long ago. What's wrong? Do you regret making that bet, Uncle? His expression shifted from shock to fury. What were you thinking, trying to create a mana core? No, forget that. Where the hell did you learn that method of training a mana core? Looking at you, it seems you don't even know what you did wrong. A mana core is a crude technique that only low-level mercenaries learn. The words caught Adrian off guard, making him blurt out loudly, what? His face remained a mask of pure shock, his eyes blank and lifeless, sweat pouring down his neck. He couldn't process this information. What do you mean by that? He answered coldly, it'll be faster if you see it for yourself. With a fluid movement, the Count raised his hand, and emerald energy swirled around his iron hand in a perfect, glowing circle. Look closely. Adrian analyzed the sight in his mind. The mana chain took the form of a circle, and suddenly, a massive blade of green energy shot out from the Count's hand, slashing through the air with terrifying power. The wind pressure alone almost knocked Adrian off his feet. He explained the modern era, times have truly changed. A difference in quality, have you ever heard that phrase? Ernest possesses the trait to shatter the sword she released from a mana core. Furthermore, training Ernest is much easier and more stable than maintaining a mana core. Those who stubbornly clung to the mana core technique until they completely collapsed 100 years ago. That's exactly why no one cares about using a mana core in this era anymore. The scene shifted to a while later, with Adrian intently reading a basic theory book on Ernest. Times really have changed. Mages use circles, while knights weave chains to gather mana. A knight's rank is divided by the number of chains they weave. Single chain, double chain, triple chain, quadruple chain, and quintuple chain. He lowered his hand and thought to himself, I suppose it isn't completely meaningless garbage. Altrinjan. Yeah, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. His eyes widened. A memory from centuries ago flashed by, a rugged man in a dark cloak standing in a blizzard, holding a glowing blade. A long time ago, a voice from the past echoed, are you that famous sword saint? My name is MS Altrinjan. I've come to see who is truly more worthy of the title of sword saint. He realized the connection. There was once a guy who sought me out using strange techniques, not swordsmanship, but not magic either. Han, why does that name sound so familiar? So what exactly happened to that guy? The scene shifted to the next day, and just as Adrian was preparing to practice, the Count's voice rang out. You read that book all night last night, didn't you? You've realized it by now, right? Just how foolish that choice was. Adrian spoke up immediately. Well, I don't feel like I've made the slightest mistake. He sighed. You either don't understand the situation or you just don't want to admit it. Adrian clenched his fist, the blue flame growing wilder. You see, uncle, not all mana cores are the same. A difference in quality. Have you ever heard of that phrase either? The Count looked down at him, utterly unimpressed. I wonder what kind of nonsense you're babbling about. I don't know. There are occasionally guys like you among the mercenaries, delusional fools who think they're some kind of hero from centuries past. Do you know what happened to all of them? They all fizzled out, unable to break past even 2 chain rings. If you think you're different from them, then try defeating a double chain knight. If you do, I will become your guardian, just as your mother wished. Adrian smirked in response, his confidence completely unshaken. Would having you as a guardian even be good for me? I'm not so sure. The wind swept across the training ground, and the atmosphere grew tense. Did you just question my qualifications to be your guardian? I am a Count of the Kingdom and the commander of the Northern Army, the master of the Black Spear Order, and one of the 5 silver lions serving the king, a man who has woven 4 chain rings, a quadruple chain knight, Baal Valhard. That is the name of the man who will stand behind you to protect you. Are those qualifications enough? Without a single warning, the green energy trailed behind him like a comet. Adrian gritted his teeth, his face contorting from the strain. Instantly, the guards standing there drew their swords to protect their master. Fall back! Count Baal Valhard unleashed his power, sending shockwaves through the swirling dust. The Count looked down at his struggling nephew, his gaze a mix of amusement and warning. Don't break your promise later. A while later, Adrian collapsed onto the cold stone floor of his room, his body completely spent. He lay spread-eagled, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. I almost died out there. A voice interrupted his recovery. That's enough for today. His words echoed in Adrian's head. The Count smiled, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. To think you dared to challenge me, believing you'd win my recognition with just that kind of guts? A double chain? You'd be lucky to even defeat a single chain knight. Inside the palace, an exhausted Adrian muttered to himself, that absolute demon of a bastard. He opened the door only to find a man wearing round-rimmed glasses. Prince, I have been waiting for you for a long time. His eyes widened. The royal physician, why are you here? He thought in a panic. The physician bowed deeply and humbly. It is an honor that you remember someone as lowly as me. The queen has ordered that magic be used to heal you. Now, Prince, right this way. Adrian shouted, his face turning pale with horror. He shoved the bewildered doctor toward the door. Oh, no. I don't need it. Get out of here right now. Slam. He forced the doctor out and leaned his back against the heavy door. Panting heavily, he muttered, Are you trying to make all the hell I went through today completely meaningless? Afterward, the setting shifted to a luxurious dining room. The doors opened. Is your older brother here? Adrian paused mid-motion. Standing at the threshold was a handsome guy with wavy brown hair. Adrian looked at him and thought, Who the hell is this? The knight leaning in announced, That is the third prince, your highness. Adrian wondered in his mind, the third prince, that guy? The third prince walked in. I heard you had an accident, but you look healthier than I expected. What a shame. Adrian ignored the sarcasm and kept shoveling food into his mouth. So what's your point? Did you just come here to look for a fight? A prince must have nothing better to do, huh? The third prince's face instantly darkened, his eyes burning with suppressed malice. You idiot, can you really say that after stabbing yourself with a sword? He regained his composure, his gaze remaining locked on Adrian. There's talk about you fighting a double chain knight. On that note, how about you let me be your opponent? A quiet tension filled the dining room as the third prince, Jillian, left, leaving behind an arrogant, smug look. Adrian remained seated at the long table, staring blankly into the space where his younger brother had just stood, his brows furrowed in genuine confusion. What was up with that guy just now? Why are the descendants of the Leon Burke house all like this? The knight standing nearby explained with the reverence reserved for a genius. Prince, the third prince, Jillian, has been famous for his talent in swordsmanship since he was a child. Adrian kept an unimpressed, almost bored expression. What, that kid? The knight added, at just 14 years old, he has already woven 2 chain rings. That kind of speed is truly remarkable. Suddenly, the heavy silence was broken by an anxious stammer. Prince, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there are a lot of letters addressed to you. Adrian blinked at the mountain of paperwork. Letters? He picked one up, his mind racing. Why are these people, who never cared about this body before? Suddenly, he tore open the envelope, his eyes quickly scanning the contents, and his expression shifted from confusion to cold realization. The letter read, I apologize for the incident last time. Prince, I humbly request a duel. If you are still having trouble finding a sparring partner, please give me the first opportunity. The implication behind it was crystal clear, and a dark realization filled Adrian's mind. They were vultures circling a corpse. He realized the truth. In short, this was an opportunity for them to legally beat up this bastard. Adrian lowered the letter, a vein throbbing on his temple, but then a twisted, sly smile spread across his face. It seems I've become an easy target. The maid whispered softly, Yes, Your Highness. Adrian issued the command, his eyes flashing with the light of a predator. Those people who just sent this pile of letters, write down every single one of their names for me. The scene shifted to the stone-paved training ground under the scorching sun. A crude wooden sword dropped at Adrian's feet. The Count stood imposingly before him. Pick up the sword. For the bet to be valid, you at least need to know a little bit of swordsmanship. I don't want to hear any excuses about you losing because you weren't taught the basics. Adrian grumbled internally, dropping to one knee to pick up the weapon. You could have just handed it to me. What an unpleasant personality. He gripped the hilt tightly and lifted it. A jolt of electricity ran through his entire body, his eyes widening so much that they were nearly all white. His pupils trembled. My muscles hurt so bad, his body froze in agony. The Count stared at him, stunned by the sudden reaction. Wait, did you not receive healing magic? Adrian's face remained stern. As a knight, you should know this well, shouldn't you? Healing magic only restores muscles to their original state. It doesn't help build them. The Count sighed. Alright, that's not what I was going to talk about anyway. I don't plan on showing this multiple times today, so look closely. This is the technique that the Knights of the Kingdom learned to build the foundation of royal training swordsmanship. The Count moved. In a fraction of a second, he vanished, leaving behind only the afterimage of a blade slashing through the air. Multiple strikes occurred simultaneously, creating an illusion of blue light. The wind pressure exploded outward. As the Count finished his footwork, he held a perfect posture. Adrian sat flat on the ground, looking up with his mouth agape, his eyes reflecting the residual energy. Did you just say that's the swordsmanship style knights learn to build their foundation? The Count sheathed his sword. Since it's a training swordsmanship, it might lack sharpness, but because it stays true to the basics, there is no better style for learning the sword. Considering your talent, it might be a bit too much for. Ha ha ha. A low chuckle escaped Adrian's lips. It grew louder. He stood there, holding his stomach, laughing heartily up at the sky. The Count stared at him as if he had finally lost his mind. But Adrian wasn't laughing at the absurdity of the situation, he was laughing at the irony of history. No matter how much time had passed, the great swordsmanship that once severed the head of the mad dragon was actually being treated as a mediocre training technique. The Count added, of course, this alone won't be enough to win the bet. After you master the basics, you can beg the Queen to hire another instructor, or. Adrian cut him off decisively, hoisting the heavy wooden sword onto his shoulder, a fierce spark of determination burning in his eyes. No need. I won't learn any other swordsmanship, because this much alone is enough. The Count looked back at him with skepticism. Suit yourself. Adrian gripped the hilt tightly and swung. The swing was slow, heavy, and pathetic. The sword wobbled mid-air. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. The truth was, the current dragon-slaying style was being treated as a mediocre training technique. I hate to admit it, but this was probably a natural phenomenon, because that dragon-slaying sword lacked the dragon-slaying will. Those who threw away the mana core and forgot how to infuse their will into the blade could never have the vision to recognize the true value of the dragon-slaying sword. Adrian's train of philosophy was cut short by the wooden sword as the Count blocked his swing. Strength doesn't just flow into the sword because you tense your arms. Did you already forget what I just showed you? Engage your core and your legs too. Adrian dropped to one knee. He panted heavily, his body screaming in protest. Right. Even though I'm currently just in a weak, clumsy body, even when trying to copy an imitation of the dragon-slaying style. He stabbed the wooden sword into the ground and pushed himself up. I will prove that the dragon-slaying style isn't some worn-out piece of junk like a tattered shoe. 1 day, 2 days, a week passed. The layers of fat on his body began to shift, tightening under the relentless strain. And a month later, in the darkness of his room, Adrian sat meditating, a brilliant sphere of blue mana glowing in his hands. His face was visibly slimmer. His jawline was starting to show. Successfully altered the physical condition after grueling training. The pathological obesity trait has changed to ordinary obesity. Metabolism has become more active due to the change in physical condition. The clumsy trait has disappeared. Training efficiency has increased significantly. Your physical condition has changed after continuously accumulating mana. The mana sensitivity disorder trait has disappeared, and the mana sensitivity trait has been formed. I swing the sword. It feels much more natural than it did a month ago. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a high-pitched whistle. The Count shouted from the sidelines, "Stop!" Adrian's eyes flashed with a strange blue surge of electricity. He didn't hear the command, moving more powerfully than yesterday, more perfectly than just a moment ago. The Count roared, "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" But Adrian had fallen into a trance. He raised the sword high, the wood groaning under the terrifying pressure of his grip and the mana flooding into it. Crack! The wooden sword shattered into pieces, and rain began to pour, turning the training ground into a slippery mud pit. The sky darkened, illuminated only by flashes of lightning. The Count stood watching, seeing blood drip from the prince's hands, mixing with the rainwater on the cold stone slabs. Adrian blinked, abruptly snapping out of it, his blue eyes widening with exhaustion. The thick wooden training post was split wide open, exploding outward as if struck by lightning. The delayed reaction from his final slash finally manifested. The Count rushed forward, grabbing Adrian by the shoulders. "You idiot, training on a day like this? If that had been a real sword, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed," the information system reported, completely awakened from an extreme state of focus. However, the body still remembers that state of extreme limitation. Adrian stared at his hands, numb to the pain. The hyperfocus trait has been newly formed. A faint, delirious chuckle rose from his throat. "Haha, if I focus like that one more time, I might actually get struck by lightning and die." Thud! His legs gave out, and he passed out completely. The knights cried out in a panic, "Prince!" But the Count caught him. He looked down at his nephew's now peaceful face. Despite the harsh training, the contempt that used to fill the Count's eyes had vanished, replaced by a complex blend of concern. "This stubborn brat." Adrian slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He sat up, thinking to himself, "Did I pass out?" He rubbed his head, reflecting, "I must have underestimated the limits of this body. When I was a sword, I achieved every possible feat an unsung war hero, a sword saint, a mercenary king, a founding monarch guiding wars to glory, elevating both body and soul. I guided the heroes of Gruhan." Yet that memory was tinged with a hollow realization, a ring of light highlighting the sheer solitude of his previous existence. A wise advisor and an excellent teacher, but an existence that would forever just be a third party. He looked down at his own human hand, rough, scarred, and trembling from exhaustion. "That's why I kept swinging the sword until I reached that realm. Reveling in the feeling of making every drop of sweat, effort, and fruit of my labor entirely my own. At this rate, this weak body will collapse soon. I need to strike a balance between my mind and my body." Time passed in the stillness of meditation and focus. It has been over a month since I formed my mana core. I've gathered quite a bit of mana since then, so I should be able to move on to the next stage soon. A notification window popped up. Through persistent effort, you have successfully accumulated mana to a certain level. Your body can now withstand a bit more mana. Your mana core has been expanded. Your body is now able to withstand a bit more mana. Your physical condition has changed due to the expansion of your heart magic. Adrian's eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense green light. "It's done, so let's see what we've got." With a deep breath, he swung his sword. A notification popped up. "You have reached the level of swordsmanship. You can now use the most basic level of aura. With this, I can handle the basics." Days later, the castle courtyard was bustling with knights and whispers. The Count looked at Adrian and said, "Rumors are spreading throughout the kingdom." He immediately asked back, "Rumors?" Count Baal Valhard looked completely exhausted and annoyed. "About your bet." "Geez, thanks to that, even I'd become very uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be better to just quickly find a dueling opponent?" Adrian looked up, completely unbothered. "About that. As for the opponent, I've already decided who it will be." An image of his younger brother appeared. More importantly, uncle, it will be very difficult for me to face a double chain right away. So how about I fight a few single chains first? The count followed up, that's up to you. Then he turned to a knight. Carl, how is the matter I asked you about coming along? Carl bowed, presenting a stack of documents. Yes, Prince, I have arranged everything as you requested. This is the list of people who have submitted requests to duel you. However, Prince, do you really intend to spar with them? Adrian shot back immediately. So what if I do? Carl's expression darkened. Most of these people hold a grudge against you. They might try to harm you under the guise of a sparring match. Adrian smiled, his gaze relaxed in understanding. I know that, which is why you have to act as the referee for me, uncle. The count silently looked at him. Adrian rested a wooden training sword on his shoulder, grinning. I'm not asking for anything grand, just stop anyone from dying in the match. You can grant me a favor of that scale, right? A few days later, the day of the first match arrived. Bright sunlight beat down on the palace as a brown-haired young man walked toward the gates, sweat pouring down his face as he muttered, This is the first prince's palace, where that bastard lives. He tightly clutched a piece of paper, his face showing a clear mixture of anger and anxiety. An introductory status window appeared above him. Taylor Talheim, the second son of an ordinary baronial family. A few years ago, the scene shifted to a luxurious banquet hall bathed in golden light. A younger, chubbier Adrian was roaring with laughter while drunk, pointing a greasy finger at a shabbily dressed noble family. Look at that mess, from their clothes to their attitude, he reeks of a peasant. Look at him, absolutely thrilled just because he got to attend a royal banquet. He thought to himself, my father and older brother suffered an indelible insult from that miserable prince. Our family's honor fell to the ground, and my father and brother have been the laughingstock of the nobility to this very day. Adrian Leon Burke, today I will make you pay dearly for that day. He stepped into the arena where Adrian was waiting. Beside him stood the imposing figure of Count Bale Valhard. Taylor gave a stiff bow. I offer my greetings to the prince, first Prince Adrian Leon Burke. He drew his sword with a sharp metallic shriek. I am Taylor, the second son of the Talheim family. I am a single-chain apprentice knight and a practitioner of the Talheim family's swordsmanship. Adrian looked at him with a bored, expressionless face and pointed a finger. Good grief, why so formal for a sparring match? It's not even an official duel, by the way. Is he really a knight? He looks terribly weak. Taylor's face twitched with rage. Just as the rumors said, he was rude and arrogant, not knowing his place and completely ignorant. Enough! The deep voice of Count Bale Valhard cut through the tension. He stepped forward, his authority absolute. I understand how you feel, but the match hasn't even begun yet. Restrain your intent. Taylor flinched, his face looking like someone who just realized they had crossed the line. Count Bale Valhard, it is an honor to meet you. Then the count looked over at him. You should have behaved better in the past. Adrian looked away in annoyance. Geez, always bringing up the past every single time. The count raised a hand. Both of you, take your positions. Let the match begin. Taylor enveloped his body in a thin blue aura. He moved at a breakneck speed, leaving streaks of light as he dashed around the arena. Instantly, they clashed, their blades locking together as metal ground against metal. Taylor glared at Adrian, his eyes filled with tension. Adrian's expression remained calm, almost indifferent, blocking the strike with a simple and efficient motion. He then commented, too many wasted movements. Taylor's eyes widened in shock. What? He saw Adrian still standing firm with ease. This is heart magic. Suddenly he was blasted backward, blurting out, there's no way heart magic can block a mana chain. Adrian casually replied, is it because you only have one ring that my hand only feels a little numb? Suddenly, a low vibration emitted from Taylor's weapon. The knights watching from the sidelines took a sharp breath, a sword cry. Could that be? Count Bale Valhard's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, a sword resonance? Taylor lunged, charging forward again, screaming in desperation, impossible. He swung his sword down with all his might, and Adrian blocked it again, sparks flying everywhere. After a period of intense struggle, neither of them seemed ready to be taken down. Adrian, feeling a bit fatigued, thought to himself, they say one ring is incompatible with heart magic, and that saying is indeed accurate. I feel like the magic could backlash at any moment. However, he looked up at Taylor, who was panting heavily with rage, his face twisted into a mask of pure malice. You said you're the second son of Baron Talheim, right? Adrian raised his sword, his attitude shifting. You need to cool your head a little bit. The scene shifted to Adrian's inner world, darkness surrounding him as he breathed, focusing on his senses. Awaken. Whether it's a magic sword, a holy sword, or any of its countless names, a part of my soul. The heart magic has accepted a massive will. A color-coded the colorless heart magic, and the sleeping dragon slaying will awaken. The memory of the sword from its most recent activity, and the essence of a heart forged to kill dragons. Back in the arena, the blue aura surrounding Adrian turned into a bloodthirsty, fiery red. The dragon-slaying heart magic was activated, forged to kill dragons. This is the true power of the dragon-slaying sword. The energy exploded upward, forming a terrifying column of red fire. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Adrian, its jaws wide open in a silent roar that made his opponent tremble with fear. Count Bael Valhard's face turned pale, his composure completely shattered. Stop, but it was too late. Adrian rushed forward, his eyes glowing like a demon's, his sword tracing a massive arc of red destruction. Before the match, a memory flashed through his mind. Uncle, I have a favor to ask before we spar. If it looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, at that moment, you must stop me. Right now, a blinding burst of blue lightning erupted as the Count blocked the attack. The violent resistance from his intervention generated shockwaves that shook the stone floor. Adrian was thrown backward. The surrounding knights, who had been watching in stunned silence, hurriedly rushed forward with their swords drawn, surrounding the Count in a panic. One knight shouted, his voice trembling, "Count Bael Valhard, what have you done? Depending on the circumstances, you could be charged with attempted murder of royalty." Adrian struggled to push himself up, his vision blurry and his head spinning. He commanded, "Step back." I asked him to do that. The knights gasped, "Prince." Adrian's inner thoughts were a chaotic mess of confusion and pain as he looked at his trembling hand. I did ask him, but I didn't tell him to knock me unconscious. Thump! His eyes rolled back and he collapsed face first onto the floor. Darkness enveloped him. The knight's voice echoed, "Prince." Time passed in a void of deep blue energy inside Adrian's body. The heart magic beat in a strained rhythm to suppress the surge of power that had just nearly torn it apart. Adrian woke up with a gasp, sitting up abruptly in bed, sweat drenching his nightclothes. He clutched his chest, feeling the steady rhythm inside. I thought my heart magic was about to shatter. His power is definitely on a completely different level from those nameless single-chain extras, and I took a direct hit from it. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any lasting side effects, but still, well, everything turned out fine in the end. I won that match anyway. The door opened, casting a long shadow into the room. What are you smiling about? The Count stood there, his figure imposing under the hallway light. Adrian added, "What brings you all the way here?" Adrian asked casually, though he could sense the tension. The Count stood towering by the bed, his expression a mix of anger and bewilderment. "What on earth did you just do? What was that unholy sword style?" "I never taught you such a swordsmanship style." Adrian looked straight into his uncle's eyes without flinching. His blue eyes were serene. "I was merely being loyal to the essence of the sword." The Count stared at him, stunned into silence. He thought to himself, talking about the essence of the sword when the kid hasn't even experienced a real battle. The room seemed to darken as the Count uttered his next words. "So the essence of the sword as you conceive it is pure killing intent. Crude and unpleasant as it may be, that is also a truth." Adrian looked at him in surprise. "What a surprise. I thought you'd lecture me about how the path of the sword is the perfection of oneself or something like that and ramble on forever." The Count smirked, a rare expression of pragmatism from a soldier. "I am a soldier, not a knight. I am one who walks the path of victory rather than the path of righteousness. However, your sword went too far. If your killing intent is excessive, you won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe." Adrian sat listening in silence as the Count accurately analyzed his intentions. "And that's why you caused all this ruckus, right? To fix it." The Count crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with a stern promise. "I will be watching you. I will see whether you get swallowed by the demon within." After the 3 days of sparring ended, Taylor Talheim was exhausted and defeated. Adrian held a training sword without a single scratch on his body. "You said your name is Taylor Talheim, right? Good job." For the past 3 days, he had to block a sword with uncontrollable killing intent throughout 3 long days, so he really went through a lot. Adrian observed and said, "But it's a pity, isn't it? You would feel better if you could beat me at least once, but you couldn't do it." Taylor stammered, unable to argue with that fact. Adrian turned to a maid standing nearby. "Bring that over here." The maid stepped forward, struggling under the weight of a large wooden chest. Seeing this, he asked, "Prince, what is this? Adrian, with an unusually serious expression, I heard I did some terrible things to you in the past. I don't know if this makes up for it, but take this back to Baron Tailheim. Taylor held the chest, dumbfounded. Adrian scratched his cheek awkwardly. It's not much, just some gold and a letter. Now go, have a safe trip. As Taylor walked toward the gates, his silhouette blurred in the brilliant sunset. Taylor shouted loudly, "Thank you, Prince." He thought to himself, I'm under no obligation to clean up the mess that bastard made, but still, if you make someone work, you've got to pay them what they're worth. A few days later, the kingdom was flooded with rumors. The majestic white castle stood tall under the blue sky, but the whispers in the gardens were full of malice. The sparring match of that wretched prince has become a hot topic in the kingdom. His arrogance has dug his own grave. The first prince will surely pay a heavy price for his past misdeeds. I wonder how much humiliation he will have to endure. However, confusion soon arose as days passed, but the news everyone expected was nowhere to be found. Even after waiting for many days, the news people anticipated did not arrive. Instead, positive rumors began to spread. Oh, you're asking how the match went? A knight in golden armor said, well, it seems there was some misunderstanding. The first prince isn't as bad as the rumors say. The blue-haired guy added, both sides did their best in the match, and that was it. The blonde guy laughed and said, threats? I've only just realized the prince's sincerity. Those who were looking forward to malice were horrified. What is this? The royal family must have silenced them. Slam! Adrian slammed his hand hard onto a wooden barrel. Silenced my ass. He's only staying quiet because he feels embarrassed about losing to me. Don't these nobles really have anything better to do? They should do something useful with that time instead. The count smirked. Are you one to talk? Adrian caught sight of Carl passing by and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, when you go out, make sure to spread the results of the match too. Got it? Carl, in sheer terror, nodded frantically. I will do so. Adrian watched him run off, satisfied. The rumors should die down now, right? A maid looked at him anxiously. There are rumors that the prince threatened him to fabricate the match results. Adrian stared into space, his face darkening with frustration. Forget it all, let's just practice, alright? He swung his sword, a massive arc of blue mana cutting through the air. He moved at a breakneck speed, blue flames trailing behind him as he spun and attacked continuously. The air vibrated before the power of the heart magic. He was like a moving blur, drenched in sweat, highly focused, venting all his frustration through the blade. Afterward, under the clear blue sky, Carl approached him, holding a file in his hand. Adrian asked, how many dueling opponents are left? Carl looked at the list, his expression grim. The one coming today is the last one. Adrian caught his breath. Apprentice knights are no longer enough for me. The knight continued, after all, the final one is a knight who has truly mastered swordsmanship. Someone who isn't content with just polishing the family's swordsmanship, but a talent who joined a knight order to train. Seeing this, he said cheerfully, an apprentice knight of the Iron Lion Knight Order? The name echoed with considerable weight, Arwen Kurgan. The heavy wooden doors of the training ground opened, the sound of armored footsteps echoing on the stone floor. A figure entered, bathed in the light from the entrance. An observer watched the approaching figure. It's her, right? Seeing the emblem on the armor, another replied, it definitely is. The cliff flower, the thorny rose, the one who broke every man's heart. The knights whispering on the sidelines blushed behind their helmets. She is definitely a great beauty. To think that even a woman like her would come here herself. In a way, the prince has some talent, doesn't he? Anyway, wouldn't it be ridiculous if the prince were humiliated by that woman? She stopped, and a woman of striking beauty revealed herself, her expression cold, disciplined, and completely unapproachable. The Iron Lion Knight Order was famous as one of the top legions in the kingdom in terms of both reputation and skill. The apprentice knight of this legion, Arwen Kurgan, was a promising talent whose official membership had already been confirmed. The scene shifted back to reality where Adrian stood there with a panicked expression. Why would a genius like that come to duel me? The silver-haired knight, with a skeptical look, delivered the harsh truth. The thing is, there was a bit of a misunderstanding between the prince and Lady Arwen in the past. He immediately shot back, misunderstanding my ass. Look at me, I definitely provoked her unilaterally. Tell me, what the hell did I do back then? The maid hesitated, her eyes darting around anxiously. The thing is, Prince, you harassed Lady Arwen. Adrian's face went completely blank with horror, his eyes losing focus as reality set in. Ah, this crazy bastard. A flashback returned, the arrogant, obese version of Adrian looking at a young Arwen with lustful eyes. He grabbed her shoulder. You said your name is Arwen, right? You really are quite beautiful, just like the rumors say. What do you think? If you want, you can become my personal maid. A sound rang out, sharp and decisive. Arwen slapped his hand away. Prince, a knight is not your personal property. The fat prince's face twisted with humiliation and rage, blue veins bulging all over his forehead. You ugly thing. Returning to the present, Adrian listened to the story with a lifeless expression, his soul dying a little inside. That's what I heard, the servant said. It really sounds like the twisted flirting of a rotten bastard. Right, this is my karma, because there's no way anyone could look at her and call her ugly. She bowed with perfect military precision, her hand placed over her chest. Long time no see, Prince. You haven't changed, have you? He became awkward and replied, I wouldn't say that. You know, I've changed a lot. He thought to himself, to the point where the person inside is completely different. Yes, this is all because of my karma. Heavy footsteps entered as a maid announced, Count Bael Valhard has arrived. He stepped forward and asked her, You are? She immediately replied respectfully, Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Knight Order, Arwen Kurgan. Greetings, Count Bael Valhard. The Count leaned in slightly. Be careful, the prince's sword is quite insidious. Adrian overheard this betrayal, his face twisting. Hey, where did you sell out the neutrality of an observer? The Count ignored him, closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk before opening them to control the arena. Now, both of you take your positions. From this moment on, let the match begin. Adrian watched her approach, his smile growing wider. Let me take a good look at the skills of the Iron Lion Sprout. Arwen was the one to make the first move. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward, lowering her center of gravity and drawing her sword. His eyes tracked her movements effortlessly. The movement is indeed quite good. Boom! Arwen unleashed a barrage of attacks. Her sword became shrouded in blinding blue lightning. Adrian parried the blow, but the sheer speed and intensity of her fierce assault forced him backward. He let out a low growl, feeling the strain on his unconditioned body. The magic is starting to backlash. Arwen pressed her advantage, her purple eyes locked onto him with fierce determination. She attacked again. Adrian was pushed back, his feet sliding across the stone. I'm completely getting dragged into her rhythm. This isn't good. A crimson energy began to swirl around Adrian's chest. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and a terrifying red aura erupted from him. The dragon-slaying heart magic was activated. Arwen froze, her eyes widening in genuine shock. She saw the chaotic, violent energy and hesitated for a fraction of a second against that sword. Noticing her slight exhaustion, Adrian spoke up. I guess not all single chains are the same. You're definitely on a completely different level from the rest of that trash. As they fought, a golden interface flashed in his vision. The power of judgment is now available for limited use. A status board appeared next to Arwen Kurgan. Female, 19 years old, apprentice knight, swordsmanship aptitude A, archery B, traits, swordsmanship genius, highly competitive, peerless beauty, hard on the outside but soft on the inside, pure. Adrian smirked, his red eyes glowing in the darkness of his own power. The fact that I can see this with limited power means she is either weaker than or equal in strength to me. He slammed his foot hard against the ground. The real fight starts now. Adrian lunged forward, swinging his sword in a powerful overhead strike. They were swept up in a dance of destruction, red and blue energy crashing violently against the castle walls. The sky gradually darkened, both of them panting heavily as sweat dripped down Adrian's chin. Arwen also showed clear signs of exhaustion, her chest heaving. The sun had begun to set, dyeing the entire arena in a deep amber hue. Suddenly, a steel blade intervened between them as Count Bael Valhard stepped into the middle. A good sword doesn't need to stay out of its scabbard. Stop. That's enough for today. We will continue the match tomorrow. Adrian wiped his mouth, a look of disappointment on his face. TSK, I was just about to finish it. Arwen, not to be outdone, panted back. What a coincidence, I was just about to do the same thing. Sparks flew between their eyes once more. Adrian challenged, Oh yeah? Want to keep going? Arwen narrowed her eyes, purple energy radiating from her. If the prince wants to, as much as you like. The Count roared, silencing them both. Enough, it's already too late. Both of you go get treated immediately. The mage stepped forward. Prince, I will treat you real quick. Oh dear, there's another bruise here too. Nearby, Arwen was also being treated, but she turned her head away, refusing to make eye contact. Her expression was highly conflicted, exhausted yet full of stubbornness. They exchanged a silent look before going their separate ways. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself, walking with determination, I absolutely will not lose. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself, walking with determination, I absolutely will not lose. A few days later, with a winner still not found, the observing knights were chatting in disbelief. Is this the third day already? The knight replied, to be honest, I'm pretty surprised. He continued, I've heard a lot about Lady Arwen's skills, but the first prince's skills are just as impressive. Hopefully we'll get a result today. On the arena, the two stood opposite each other, swords lowered but always at the ready. Adrian spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Before we start another round, I have something to say. Arwen looked at him coldly. Don't tell me you're planning to apologize now. I won't accept an apology. Adrian's expression shifted. I see. She intended to reclaim her wounded pride with her own strength. That was an admirable thought. But well, it's not about that. Since we're fighting this fiercely, shouldn't there be a reward? Arwen tilted her head in confusion. Adrian declared loudly for all to hear. How about the loser grants a wish for the winner? If told to kneel, they must kneel. If told to bow and apologize, they must do it. A knight from the sidelines shouted in panic. Prince! As a member of the royal family, you must not say such things. Please retract your statement. But Adrian waved his hand without looking back. Outsiders stay out of this. What do you think? Arwen closed her eyes for a moment, then stepped forward, her hand resting on her sword. Though I am merely an apprentice knight, I am also a member of the Knight Order loyal to the royal Leon Burke family. I wouldn't dare commit such disrespect toward the prince. However, if that is what the prince allows, I guess I have the right to accept the prize of this wager. Adrian laughed out loud, his body bursting into red flames once more. Good thinking. You better not back out of your words later. They clashed instantly. This time Adrian didn't hold back at all. Red mana roared as he accelerated. Arwen blocked the blow, but her eyes widened. So fast? He wasn't this fast yesterday. Has he been hiding his true strength? Adrian's eyes glowed a demonic red as he smirked, a massive dragon phantom roaring behind him, dragon-slaying heart magic. He swung powerful, continuous blows. Arwen raised her sword to block, the attack sending dust flying. He delivered a slash that grazed her cheek, fresh drops of blood gradually appearing on her beautiful face. Adrian didn't pause for a second, launching a second, faster strike. Adrian's sword cut through all of her defenses. His face was a mask of pure focus and power. The impact created a massive cloud of dust that obscured all vision. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the victor emerged. The setting sun cast long shadows. Arwen was on her knees. Her sword was broken in half. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Count Bael Valhard's eyes widened. Arwen stared down at the ground, her breathing rapid. Her pupils trembled. This can't be. I lost the wager. The reality of defeat weighed heavily on her. Adrian looked down at Arwen Kurgan. I want you. The position of royal guard to the first prince, a man notoriously known as a decadent bastard of the kingdom. Contrary to his worries, this job wasn't all that difficult. The scene shifted to the first meeting between this guard and his master. Karl bowed respectfully, his face maintaining a standard professional demeanor as he introduced himself. Are you the new royal guard? The guard replied dutifully, yes, I look forward to serving you, Prince. However, the prince sitting before him was obese, disheveled, and radiating arrogance, simply propping his chin on his hand, looking thoroughly bored. All right, I'm counting on you. But he didn't throw violent tantrums arbitrarily like the rumors suggested. Under the bright sun in the castle courtyard, Karl stood watching the chubby prince sprint past him, panting heavily, sweat flying everywhere in a desperate attempt to change his physical condition. Karl quietly observed the determined yet thoughtful expression. Unrealistic, contrary to the rumors. Heavy rain whipped against the gray stone of the training ground, blurring the world with streaks of cold water. Despite the pouring rain, a solitary figure still stood before a wooden training dummy. Adrian, who was soaked to the bone, swung the wooden sword with relentless determination. Karl stood watching from the sidelines as someone muttered, "The rain is too heavy." While others are worrying extra, shouldn't we stop the prince right now? Suddenly, a crack of thunder tore through the air, the wooden dummy shattering under the prince's striking force. Karl's eyes widened in alarm as he saw him stagger dangerously. "Prince, careful." But as the lightning illuminated the scene, it revealed Adrian's exhausted, yet blissful smile amidst the shattered wooden pieces. Karl was struck by a profound realization. I have a feeling that the prince will become a great man. That's what I thought back then. Right now, the duel had concluded. Adrian stood tall, casting a long shadow over the defeated female knight. He looked down at her and made his demand with shocking bluntness. I want you. The reaction was instantaneous and chaotic. On the sidelines, the knights gasped in horror, their faces flushing red. "Huh," one blurted out, while another covered their mouth and whispered, "What a scandal." Carl, who was watching with a solemn gaze, also swallowed hard, doubt creeping into his mind. Did I misjudge him? Arwen, in her humiliation and trembling, looked up, her purple eyes wide with disbelief and anger as the prince's shadow blanketed her. Is that really what the prince desires? Adrian stood firmly, looking down at the kneeling woman not with lust, but with a cold, evaluating gaze. Of course, with who you are right now, you are merely an ordinary apprentice knight who couldn't even defeat a wretched prince. Therefore, what I want is the potential and the future of the knight named Arwen Kurgain. So, Arwen Kurgain, become my knight. I need a knight to follow me, not a knight who protects me through a royal decree, but a knight who belongs to me alone. Adrian activated his vision, looking at the golden status board hovering next to her. Aptitude, swordsmanship A traits, swordsmanship genius, highly competitive spirit, pure. He smiled, and from what I see, you have quite a talent for swordsmanship. Arwen stared in disbelief, her face smudged by a cut on her cheek. She was taking in the proposal. Memories rushed back into her mind. She was standing in a training hall, surrounded by men, yet completely alone. I became the knight I always dreamed of. But the whispers of others echoed in her memory. That child? It really is just like the rumors say. She has an incredibly striking appearance. She recalled the struggles, the clashing steel, the sweat, the desperate effort to prove herself. No one treated me like a knight, so I worked twice as hard as everyone else. She saw herself standing over a defeated male opponent, being declared the winner, yet she still didn't look happy at all. Even when she defeated every apprentice knight of her generation with terrifying speed and skill, the whispers never stopped. Men looked at her not as a warrior, but as a display piece. Isn't Lady Arwen our walking vase? Being able to protect a beautiful woman like Arwen is a knight's honor. That realization crushed her. I can't become a real knight. But back in the present, Arwen looked up at Adrian, tears welling in her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly, not from romance, but from a surge of emotion at finally being truly acknowledged by someone. She looked at the prince standing bathed in the sunlight, his expression serious and resolute. He wanted her potential and future as a knight. Was he being sincere? She stood up and faced him. Please promise me one thing. Please treat me not as a woman, but as a knight. If you do that, I will do as the prince wishes. Adrian answered without a moment's hesitation. Fine, I promise. Arwen immediately dropped to one knee, bowing her head. To swear loyalty under the golden light. I, Arwen, the eldest daughter of the Kurgain family, pledge my loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg, and vow to dedicate my sword and the rest of my life to your highness. Count Bael Valhard quietly observed with a complex expression. Adrian drew a gleaming steel blade as he performed the improvised ceremony. As the rightful successor of Leonberg, in the name of Adrian Leonberg, I dub you a knight. Be brave, be courteous, and be loyal. However, the nobility could not understand that purity. In the days that followed, rumors spread like a plague through the castle corridors. Pledging loyalty to that bastard? Does that make any sense? And a vow made based on a wager, no less? We must invalidate it somehow. The blonde knight whispered to him, but I heard she rejected our help. The whispers grew darker and more vulgar. Geez, from what I've heard, doesn't something smell fishy? The female knights whispered in the shadows, covering their mouths as they laughed. Is there some sort of relationship with the prince? Perhaps he couldn't publicly take her as a mistress due to his reputation, so he used a knight's vow as a cover. It was strange from the very beginning. Why would she go to a suspicious duel organized by that bastard anyway? In his private room, Adrian was clutching his head, pulling his hair. This is driving me crazy. What kind of villain am I? Am I just the worst scum on earth? Carl stood quietly nearby. Prince, about what you said that day. He looked confused. Huh, when? He continued, a few days ago on the day of the final match. Do you recall the words you said too? About that? Does that bother you? Is that true? If a royal decree came right now and told you to go elsewhere, wouldn't you go? If you want, you can also make a vow later. Carl hesitated, sweat breaking out on his forehead. If I said I would make a vow, would you accept it? Adrian answered immediately, his face cold, no. Carl was stunned. Adrian turned away to look out the window. I don't want you. There's no joy in raising you. Carl asked back, is that true, my lord? He thought to himself, I'm not joking, I'm dead serious. Later, he read the letter he had just received. To the first prince of the royal Leonberg family, Adrian Leonberg is hereby released from house arrest and ordered to attend the upcoming banquet hosted by the royal family. Adrian stared at it, bewildered. Did I do something? To think they lifted the house arrest a month and a half early, after acting as though they would lock him up in the first prince's palace and never see him again. I don't know what that man is thinking anymore. As he walked down the corridor with Karl, he asked, "Is the prince not happy that the house arrest has ended?" Adrian replied casually, "I don't really care. Even if I leave the palace, I have nowhere to go and no one to meet since I don't know anyone." The maid stopped her steps, blocking him. "Prince, I just saw an invitation letter delivered for you." Adrian blinked. An invitation? He took the letter, which bore a silver emblem. "Yes, it's this one." He opened it and read, "A social club for exceptional young masters." The maid nodded awkwardly. "It's a social gathering where the prince used to be a member." Adrian pointed at himself. Major shock? Me? He looked at the maid's uncomfortable face. "Is it a strange place?" The maid avoided his gaze. "Yes, to a woman like me, the refined tastes of the young masters are truly incomprehensible." He shuddered as the truth hit him. "So it's a gathering for drinking and chasing women." He crumpled the paper. "Forget it, I'm busy enough with training. Why should I go to such a useless gathering?" But then his eyes caught the signature at the bottom. "To Prince Adrian, wise, brave, and profound, from your eternal friend, Bernardo of the Leon family." Adrian paused, bringing the paper closer, his eyes narrowing. "Bernardo? That's a name I remember. According to my uncle, they were the family that clung to heart magic until the very end and finally fell into ruin 100 years ago." Then he spoke up. "I guess I should attend after all." The maid bowed. "Understood, I will prepare your things." As Adrian looked down at the letter, gripping it tightly in his hand, his inner thoughts revealed his true motivation. "I hope that family hasn't completely lost its pride." Time flew by, and the scene opened in a dressing room flooded with warm sunlight. A tailor, his eyes gleaming with professional pride, clasped his hands respectfully as he admired his work. "Prince, does the outfit meet your satisfaction? I didn't miss a single one of your instructions." Predominantly black, minimal patterns, and an extremely simple design. Standing before the mirror was now a completely transformed physique. The obesity that once defined the prince had vanished, revealing a handsome, sharp young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The tailor spared no praise. "Even so, your majesty's authority is as grand as ever." "Prince," Adrian checked his reflection, "I really have lost a lot of weight." The tailor nodded frantically. "Your measurements have decreased by more than half. I will also handle the attire for the palace banquet. I will start working on it immediately." But Adrian raised a hand to stop him, a confident smile playing on his lips. "No, wait a little longer. By then, my measurements will change once again." A few days after the house arrest was lifted, the scene shifted to the bustling streets of the capital. "I'm on my way to that damn social club for exceptional young masters." Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned back against the luxurious red velvet seat and let out a long yawn. Being a prince was truly an exhausting position. The clothes, the carriage, the guards, everything was uncomfortably restricting. He looked at the maid opposite him and spoke up to ask, "What's that scar from?" The maid flinched, stammering in fear. That is due to my own incompetence, Prince. It's because of what you were right to reprimand me for." A violent flashback cut through the present, the past tyrannical, obese version of Adrian screaming once again. Mutated images of the fat prince appeared, shouting meaningless insults. "This sword is mine now. Ah, you peasant, you're pretty cute too. Why is it that the deeper I dig into this body's past, the more horror stories like this I find? Come to think of it, I've seen this servant for months now, yet I don't even know her name." He decided to correct this immediately. "What's your name?" She startled, her eyes wide with fear. "I am Adelia Byron, Prince." Adrian froze, the name striking him like a bolt of lightning. "Byron." His expression turned serious. He touched his hand to his chin, thinking, that's a family that barely has a name left on the noble registry. I didn't expect to hear that name in a place like this. In the distant past, when even cities didn't exist, let alone kingdoms among the different races on the continent, that was an era when weak humans were naturally plundered and killed. There were those who put an end to the history of that wretched creature. At the end of the Great War, for the saviors who finally allowed humanity to rise as the dominant race of the continent, the world bestowed upon them the title of the Five Peaks. The words of one of those five heroes, Ruin, she said to the sword in her hand, "Have you ever thought about that?" The scene expanded to a bloody battlefield, a massive army and monsters rushing toward her. She stood there unflinchingly, holding a gold-hilted sword. What you and I will do after this war is over. She looked out at the remaining monsters, her eyes blazing with a terrifying golden light. Scumbags like these crawling in like maggots, thinking they're going to get something to eat? You bastards only think of filthy things. With bodies like piles of dung, you're only good for being court jesters. Her fury was boundless, and the holy sword in her hand trembled violently at the crude words. Back in the quiet carriage, Adrian covered his ears with a grimace. Just thinking about it dirties my ears. Anyway, that's a descendant of Byron? What on earth happened to make them end up like this? The carriage stopped. Your Highness, we have arrived. Prince Adrian stepped out, his boots hitting the pavement. Right on time. He pointed at the maid inside. Adelia, let's talk later. Adelia crossed her arms over her chest, looking confused. Outside, standing in the courtyard of a large building, was a man with long gray hair and a loosened tie, smiling brightly. Your Highness, have you been well all this time? Welcome, Prince Adrian Leon Burke. I am Eli of the Lee family. I cannot express how happy I am to see you safe and sound. Adrian scrutinized him sharply. This guy was a descendant of the Lee family, and he looked nothing more than a pampered rich kid. Eli leaned in close, feigning concern. You must have suffered a lot to have become this thin. Adrian smirked. Huh? Eli blinked. Your Highness, is something wrong? Are you still not feeling well? Adrian walked past him. No, it's nothing. I just thought coming here was the right decision. Thanks to you, today is going to be very interesting. Eli stared after him, completely bewildered. Inside the social club, the atmosphere was thick with decadence, the warm golden light of the chandeliers illuminating an excessively extravagant scene. Ha! And then that girl hiked her dress up so high, as if she didn't know how to be shy at all. The woman giggled uncomfortably. Oh, stop teasing me, I hate that. Eli observed Adrian, the protagonist sitting quietly, swirling his drink, his expression detached from the surrounding chaos. Eli thought to himself, how strange, normally this bastard would be dead drunk and flirting with everyone by now. His aura felt completely different from before. A nobleman with slicked back brown hair and a flushed face flopped onto the sofa next to Adrian. He laughed lecherously. I've heard, Your Highness, that you've plucked the flower of the Iron Lion. The rumors are everywhere. Seeing her in armor is beautiful enough, but I wonder just how amazing that flesh underneath must be. A single word cut through the noise like a blade. Hey, do you have any siblings at home? The nobleman blinked in confusion at the irrelevant question. Have you forgotten, Your Highness? I have a younger brother. Adrian smiled. It was a terrifyingly cold smile. Then that's a relief. Whoosh! Without warning, Adrian's fist became a blur of motion. The protagonist's fist slammed straight into the nobleman's face. The impact was brutal, blood splattered into the air, and the nobleman's head snapped back violently. Crash! The nobleman was sent flying, and glass shattered everywhere. The women screamed in terror, and the music stopped. Eli stared in shock, sweat streaming down his face. Adrian adjusted his cuffs, looking down at the bloody mess on the floor with eyes glowing with a threatening blue light. What a relief that your family line won't go extinct. He slammed his boot heel down into the man's groin. The nobleman shrieked. Adrian looked down, his face hidden in shadow, exuding pure, unadulterated authority. He calmly delivered judgment on the man who was completely defeated. From now on, your younger brother will be the heir. Adrian grabbed the beaten nobleman by the collar and hoisted him up. His face was now a chaotic mess of blood and bruises. He stammered in confusion. Why are you doing this, Your Highness? He stared deep into the man with cold, hollow eyes, his gaze devoid of any mercy. Listen carefully. I can tolerate you thinking I'm a bastard, but I cannot tolerate you treating me like I actually am one. The nobleman and his cronies stood frozen, question marks seeming to hover over their heads as they tried to process the prince's logic. What the hell is he talking about? Adrian provided the answer with another brutal swing of his fist. It means you need to be beaten more. The blow landed with a sickening crunch. The nobleman collapsed, but Adrian had already shifted his attention elsewhere. Adrian called out sharply, Eli. The man who had been watching in shock immediately fell to his knees. Thump. Yes, Your Highness. He looked down at him with a twisted, blood-splattered smile. Didn't I tell you earlier? Today seems like it's going to be very interesting. When the nobleman saw his face, he thought to himself, why is this crazy bastard acting like this all of a sudden? Adrian issued a command that made everyone's blood in the room run cold. Go summon the royal knights immediately. Eli's eyes widened in shock, but the command was absolute. He scrambled to his feet, yelled, as you command, and bolted out of the room. The nobles huddled in the middle of the room. Adrian wiped the blood from his cheek and looked at the trembling crowd with contempt. You women, get out. He ordered them away. Another nobleman saw his chance and tried to blend in with the women leaving. He stepped away on tiptoes, sweat beading on his forehead, hoping to escape the prince's rage. But Adrian's voice cut through the air like a whip. "I believe I said women." The nobleman jerked in surprise as the prince turned his cold, blue gaze toward him. "If you want to leave, feel free, but if you do, you'll leave here as a woman." The threat was subtle and terrifying. "None of you performed the kneeling ritual before a prince, and you didn't show even a shred of respect. You mocked me, right to my face, and insulted my knights. In this case, what charges could be applied from the shadows?" The protagonist's knights appeared because they dared to despise the royal family. That constitutes an insult to the royalty and more, as they challenged royal authority. This is equivalent to treason. "Please give the order, Your Highness. Who should we force to kneel?" Adrian stood there surrounded by the knights, his expression sharp and uncompromising, a cold smile on the lips of every one of them. Adrian stood there surrounded by the knights, his expression sharp and uncompromising, a cold smile on the lips of every one of them. The consequences were swift and severe. In the royal palace, the king sat on his throne, his face twisted with anger. 14 children of noble families have been arrested, insulting the royalty, treason. You've labeled them with every grand reason you could find. Do you know what you've done? After speaking, he thought, since he acted in the name of royal authority, they must be punished severely. But with 14 families involved, we can't simply ignore the resistance. Adrian finally spoke up, a confident smile cutting through the tension. "Are you worried about resistance? They are just people who are already discarded by their own families. They are unsalvageable trash, only staining their family name if kept around. Send a letter." The king looked up, confused. "A letter to whom?" He waved a hand indifferently. "You keep asking when you already know the answer. Aren't there people who can handle the internal noise of each family better than anyone else? It is the siblings of those bastards who were arrested." "Did I say something wrong?" The king leaned back into his throne. "Leave." Adrian bowed happily. "Understood, father." Then he thought to himself, "See? Nothing left to say, right?" Then the atmosphere shifted from the magnificent palace to a quiet room, flooded with sunlight. Adrian smiled gently, his demeanor completely different from the tyrant at the club. "Now, you don't need to be so worried, I won't hurt you." The maid was trembling before him, tears welling up. "Your Highness, exactly what did this lowly daughter do wrong?" Adrian looked at her, observing her fear. That bastard must have tormented her quite a bit. It was a family that barely had a name left on the noble registry, and even the direct descendants didn't know anything about the name Bayern. A glorious history had been wiped out, and their peerless techniques had been severed. Great prestige, noble pride, all gone without a trace. Yet, a status board appeared beside her. Traits: berserker, butcher, fragile heart, caretaker, slave. Adrian was startled, sweat streaming down his forehead. "Wait, hold on, what are these traits?" Butcher, goes crazy when seeing blood. Berserker, a mad woman obsessed with battle. Fragile heart, has a soft, weak soul. Caretaker, skilled at taking care of others. Adrian clutched his head. She possesses peerless talent, yet she has no traits to control her madness. He stared at the terrified girl. Would I really be okay unleashing such madness into the world? I have to give it a try. He looked at the status board again. Sword talent S. After all, it is an S-rank talent. His eyes locked onto a specific trait, slave mentality, a trait where the person feels great joy in having a master to serve wholeheartedly. There happens to be a trait I can exploit. So Adrian stepped forward, his voice full of authority. "Adelia Bayern, swear your loyalty to me." Adelia blinked, completely confused. "Huh? What do you mean, sir?" Adrian looked down at her. "I am telling you to become my knight. Swear it right here. Right now." Adelia backed away in fear. "Your Highness, that is not something a lowly daughter like me can handle." But Adrian cut her off. "You said your family has fallen, I will take responsibility for your family. In return, you must swear loyalty to me and serve me as your master." Adelia looked up, her eyes wide with shock and hope, repeating internally, "If you cannot control your own madness, I will hold the reins for you." She spoke. "Will you really take responsibility for my family?" Adrian stood there, his silhouette cast against the large window. "Yes. If you want, I will summon them to the capital so you can meet them anytime." Adelia's expression changed, her fear vanished, replaced by a shining hope. Desperate, I will do as you wish." Adelia, eldest daughter of the Bayern family, pledges her loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg. "I will serve you as my master and dedicate my entire life to you." He reached out and placed his hand on her head. "Good. From now on, you will obey my commands unconditionally." Adelia blushed slightly, her green eyes glowing with new purpose as she accepted his touch. As you command. Sweat beaded on his cheek as he looked at the girl who had just sworn to give her life for him, a flash of doubt crossing his face. Is this the right choice? Whispers echoed in the dark hallways like a poison. I heard the first prince, who has been quiet lately, has started acting like a bastard again. He not only forced a knight to take an oath of loyalty using cowardly tactics but also kidnapped noble children, beat them, and even threw them in jail. Now they say he is turning a maid, who has never even held a sword, into his personal knight. Clearly, he is trying to build a harem under the guise of a personal knight. Inside the sun-drenched but stifling palace, Adrian sat on a velvet chair, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes sharp with frustration. Since when did everyone care about me so much? I only took on one personal knight, yet since I woke up, everyone has something to say. Images of his critics flashed through his mind. The king, wearing his heavy golden crown with a look of disappointment, appeared before his eyes. I am struggling to clean up the mess you made. Yet here you are, indulging in women? Then came the scarred face of Count Bael Valhard. How pathetic, have you completely given up on the bet? Finally, the smug face of the third prince, Gillian, who was sneering mockingly. You appointed a maid as a knight? That really is just like you. Geez, why do rumors spread so fast? Suddenly, the door burst open without waiting for an answer, and a maid rushed in, announcing loudly, Your Highness, the Queen has arrived. Adrian threw his hands up in frustration, wobbling in his chair. Oh, come on. The Queen entered, her luxurious purple dress sweeping the floor. She looked down at her son, her gaze a mix of harsh judgment and strange relief. Just when I thought you had turned over a new leaf, it seems you intend to return to your old ways. Actually, this is also good. Once you choose a partner and settle down, you will surely stop wandering around like this. Believe me, this time I will definitely find you a suitable partner. She turned and walked out as fast as she arrived. Adrian was left alone in the quiet of the room, slumped in his chair, staring into the void. I don't even know anymore. Afterward, the room was bathed in soft light. Adelia sat nervously on a chair, looking up at Adrian with glowing green eyes full of hope. So, will I have mana now? Adrian stood looming over her with a gentle but serious look. Yes, a very special kind of mana. Green energy began to crackle around Adrian's hand as he raised it. Even though the world has completely forgotten the iron-blooded sword servant, I haven't forgotten a single thing. Golden flames formed the silhouettes of armored boots walking in the void. The footsteps she left behind, the sword that danced at her fingertips, and the glorious beating rhythm of her own heart. A surge of golden light erupted from Adelia's chest, feeling a warmth she had never known. A notification board popped up. Adelia Byron has sensed mana. You have successfully transmitted mana to Adelia Byron. Mana has successfully formed inside the body. A mana core has been created. She looked down at her hands, trembling as golden energy radiated from her very body. Is this mana? Adrian stepped back. What you just performed is the method for training a mana core. From now on, practice on your own whenever you have time. Suddenly, Adrian's vision blurred. He stumbled forward, collapsing onto the sofa, his strength completely spent. Adelia cried out, Your Highness, are you all right? Adrian clung to the sofa cushion, trembling, thinking bitterly, I didn't expect to be in such a state just from creating a tiny mana core. Then he spoke, I'm just a little tired. Adelia looked at him, her face full of worry and guilt. Why did you have to go this far for someone as lowly as me? Adrian turned his head away. It's fine, you may leave now. Adelia hesitated, bowing deeply. I swear I will serve you with loyalty for the rest of my life. A smirk returned to his face. Just don't forget that I am your master. Adelia looked up, her face radiant with intense, shocking joy. Yes, yes. She clasped her hands together, truly radiating devotion. Adrian turned his back to her, his smile fading into a look of genuine worry. As he walked away, a dark thought crossed his mind. I'm just afraid you'll forget that. Really? A few days later, the knight looked at him and said, Your Highness, regarding Bernardo Lee, I heard he is being held by the royal guards to serve as a witness for the recent commotion. It seems no one is allowed to see him until the trial begins. Adrian blinked in surprise. Trial? Don't tell me I have to attend this trial too. He shook his head. The royal family doesn't have to stand trial. Adrian beamed, pointing his finger upward. That's good news. But a trial? They are really blowing everything out of proportion. Adrian turned to the maid. Adelia, how are things going for you? Adelia was startled. Oh, what do you mean, sir? Adrian leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Your mana core, has it stabilized? Adelia nodded quickly. It has stabilized, Your Highness. Adrian stood up abruptly, shaking off his relaxed look. Good. From today on, you will train with me. Go change and meet me at the training grounds, and take off that maid uniform. You are a knight now. The scene shifted to the large stone training ground under a clear blue sky. Adrian was in a simple white shirt and dark pants, when a stern voice interrupted. What the hell are you planning? Adrian looked toward his uncle. Can't you see? I'm warming up. Count Bale Valhard frowned, his face darkening. Not you, I mean that girl. Adrian glanced at her indifferently. Haven't you heard the rumors? I'm making her a knight. The count's patience ran out, his face twisted with anger as he shouted, Is the title of knight that trivial to you? With the current situation, how can you be so reckless? Adrian clenched his fists, shouting back with equal intensity, Since when did you become so meddlesome? If you hate it so much, why do you keep coming here? Right then, Adelia's legs gave out. Your Highness, 10 laps completed. Watching the two bickering, she spoke up. Your Highness, I apologize. Because of me, Adrian cut her off. Forget it. Take this. Today I will teach you the most basic stance. He gripped his wooden sword, stepping into a perfect stance. Green energy hummed faintly around him. First, take a stance and swing like this. The air was torn apart by a sharp sound. He turned to Adelia. Give it a try. Adelia stood up nervously, holding the sword, mimicking his stance, her limbs trembling slightly. Like this? Suddenly her eyes changed, her pupils glowing a bizarre, brilliant green. Her hesitation vanished, and she swung her sword. It wasn't the swing of a beginner. The blade sliced through the air with terrifying speed and precision, creating a wind shockwave. Count Bale Valhard's eyes widened in genuine shock. Adrian froze, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. He thought in a daze, she copied that perfectly after seeing it just once? Adelia looked at him, her eyes returning to normal, innocent and uncertain. Was my stance correct, Your Highness? Adrian stared at her, fear creeping into his heart. Wait a second. If I let my guard down, she'll surpass me in the blink of an eye. I already felt uneasy because of the way that bastard prince tormented her in the past. If she surpasses me now. Count Bale Valhard stepped forward, stroking his chin, his gaze glued to Adelia with a newfound sense of respect. I never expected her to possess such talent. The count stepped between them, his expression grave. Adrian asked, What are you doing? Don't pay any attention to her. The count ignored him. You are just an amateur. You've only been holding a sword for a few months. You can't control her. The count declared, his voice low and dangerous. If you can't control her, then no one can, because you. The scene shifted to images of blood and slaughter. That sword had tasted the blood of the giant dragon Berserker King and countless other creatures. Grohan, a part of the soul manifesting according to the user's will. Adrian looked up, his eyes no longer human. They glowed a malicious, crimson red. She is mine. Don't look at her, and don't covet her. I thought I'd hate it if someone took what belonged to me. But just as those words were spoken, a sudden change occurred within him. His sense of reality was fading, unable to feel life or vitality, only filled with coldness and darkness. Is this a premonition? At this rate, this weak body will be consumed by Grohan's soul. That's enough. A brilliant blue light shattered the nightmare into pieces, and the red hands vanished into nothingness. Adrian snapped back to reality, standing in the middle of the training ground, his breath coming in short bursts. He looked down at his hands, the lingering sensation of the abyss fading away. The count spoke in a persuasive tone. A single ordinary knight can save the lives of 10 soldiers. A single excellent knight can save the lives of 100 soldiers. A single excellent knight can save the lives of 100 soldiers. Adrian thought to himself, is that belief? For the sake of the northern border commander's great cause. However, he replied casually, indifferent. The count was stunned. Even if she could save countless people? A new voice broke the stalemate. Adelia stepped forward. Count Bale Valhard. My body and heart already belong to His Highness. Adelia continued, her brownish gold eyes burning with absolute loyalty. I cannot follow your words, Count. The Count looked at her, dumbfounded. Adrian observed the scene with satisfaction. Truly worth the effort of pulling my soul back. The slave mentality must submit to a higher-ranking entity. Adrian smirked, crossing his arms, exactly as she said. And uncle, you have nothing left to teach me, do you? The goal from the start was just to help me lose weight, right? If you want to keep visiting my palace, from now on, stop interfering in my affairs. The Count looked at him for a long time, his face revealing no emotion, before closing his eyes in acceptance. I understand. Even after that day, he continued to visit the palace every single day to keep an eye on Adelia. Although he couldn't do anything because nagging and interfering had been forbidden, Adrian stood to one side, observing and chuckling to himself. It's so amusing to see my arrogant uncle so restless. Suddenly, something caught the Count's eye. Adelia stood amidst swirling golden embers, her wooden sword glowing with a brilliant, intense aura. Adrian realized the situation a step too late. Wait, she learned sword resonance already? Adrian clapped loudly. Good, well done. He broke out in a worried sweat, thinking, this fast? I might actually get surpassed. Adelia turned to him, beaming with an innocent, adoring smile. The Count's voice was low and dangerous. He loomed toward Adrian. Did you teach her the manhwa technique as well? Adrian looked away, feigning indifference. Yes, is there something wrong with that? The Count's patience shattered. Isn't it enough that you alone learned that cheap trick? He roared, his aura bursting forth. Adrian's expression instantly turned cold, the playfulness vanishing and being replaced by a steely gaze. He looked outward. The Count halted, stunned by the dismissal. There was once a much better path, a potential you couldn't even imagine, and you destroyed it all. He ignored him and added, someone, escort him out. The knights/guards hesitated between the two. Your Highness. The Count turned decisively, his cloak whipping around him. He marched out aggressively, his heavy boots thumping against the stone floor. Forget it, I'll leave on my own 2 feet. As the Count vanished into the sunset, Adelia asked, Your Highness, was what I learned just a trick? Adrian replied firmly, without a hint of hesitation. No, absolutely not. She asked, her voice trembling. Then why did the Count say that? Adrian looked out at the setting sun, his expression thoughtful. Because he doesn't know that people in this era have completely forgotten what a true manhwa is like. If they hadn't forgotten, they wouldn't have thrown it away like a worn-out pair of shoes. He will realize it soon enough. The next day, the stream of energy suddenly blocked, and green lightning surged from the ground near his feet. He slammed the wooden sword down as if challenging him. He replied immediately, Are you acting as if you'll never come back? The Count stared at him. Prove it, I will only use a single ring. If you can push me back even half a step, I will acknowledge you. Adrian tightened his grip on the wooden sword. What was that bet again? He swung the sword to the side. Grant a wish, huh? The Count drew his practice sword, faint sparks dancing along the blade. If you win, I will grant you one thing. No matter what it is, even if you ask me to pass down the family's esoteric technique, I will do it. Adrian smirked, blue flames erupting around him. That's not what I want. Well, fine, then let's fight now. The Count dodged the simple attack, aiming straight for the neck from the very start. Still a treacherous sword as always. He swung more attacks, but it was the same. The Count tilted gently to dodge. Seeing this, he picked up the pace, launching a flurry of attacks. He panted, sweat streaming down his face. The Count parried with his sword, mocking, Is that all you've got? He knocked him flying backward. Have you given up already? Adrian gritted his teeth, straining against the Count's overwhelming strength. Don't even think about it. Despite the struggle, Adrian's mind remained clear. He analyzed the situation with cold precision. He's detestable, but I have to admit what needs admitting. He really is strong. He's waiting for me to run out of mana, to let me taste an even more pathetic defeat. With a mana core at only this level, I'll certainly lose just as he intends. A smirk bloomed on his face. Isn't it strange? 400 years ago, countless mana core knights achieved incredible feats. Yet just because a slightly more useful technique appeared, all the great arts of those knights are now treated like trash. It seems that everyone thinks the technique called mana chain is a far more powerful mana control method than the mana core. The Count stood opposite, the wind blowing through the training ground. What exactly are you trying to say? Adrian raised his sword, holding it vertically before him. My thoughts are different. Just because it's a mana core doesn't mean they are all the same. Uncle, have you ever heard of the martial soul song? The Count frowned. This is a place for dueling, not for discussing things that sound pleasant. Adrian scoffed. I knew you'd say that, because you also call the mana core a crude technique that only low-class mercenaries learn. The Count interrupted. You're talking too much. Do you need more time to catch your breath? Adrian looked up, his eyes blazing with blue fire. No. He took a step forward, blue flames surging from his boots, scorching the earth. The path a knight has walked becomes an achievement. 100 victories are my pride. Achievements are etched into my heart and strength. The Count looked at him, blurting out. What? The system opened. Achievements etched become a martial soul song. A martial soul song has been created, residing within the knight's sword. A small, trivial achievement I've accomplished over the past half year. Martial soul song. Notification boards appeared continuously. Common grade martial soul song. Sparring poem has been created. The effect of the sparring poem has been activated. This is the true power of the mana core. A brilliant and illusory green aura erupted, wrapping around Adrian's body like a second skin made of soul fire. Despite that majestic display, the Count's voice cut through with cold, unwavering skepticism. No matter what you do, the result will be the same. As long as you possess a mana core, you will never defeat mana chains. Whoosh! Adrian spun around, eyes glowing blue from his aura, and thrust the wooden sword forward. The wooden sword collided with the Count's blade, which was covered in dense, fragile energy. Indeed, mana from the chains has the property of causing mana backlash through the mana core. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to maintain his footing. The blue flames around him flickered violently under the pressure from the Count's faint aura. The Count smiled, a smug expression on his lips. You're quite good at stubbornly enduring. The Count attacked again, faster this time. Adrian parried, but the force sent shockwaves running up his arm. While fighting, Adrian's internal monologue revealed the harsh price he paid to gain this power. To achieve this poem, I sparred over 100 times and withstood mana from the chains over 1,000 times. A power forged to deal with chain knights. While colliding hundreds of times, I endured thousands of waves. Suddenly, the green aura around Adrian concentrated into a giant, sharp column of light extending from his sword. This is the power of the martial soul song, sparring poem. Adrian held the wooden sword, now covered in a blade of thick, green mana. The Count looked at the glowing weapon, his expression shifting from mockery to a hint of curiosity. Now, that looks worth trying. He lunged forward, disappearing into a blur of speed. Their swords collided again, creating a shockwave that blew away the dust. Adrian exhaled coldly, countering every strike from the Count. The Count thought to himself, sweat finally appearing on his forehead as he parried a particularly heavy strike. I never expected the brat to hold out this long. Pop! He struck Adrian away again to create distance. Adrian slid across the stone floor, his boots carving deep grooves into the rock. He regained his footing, panting, the blue fire around him flickering but never extinguishing. He asked further, how? Adrian gasped, looking at his uncle with challenging eyes. Didn't I tell you? Not every mana core is the same. The Count looked back, his faint aura erupting menacingly around his shoulders. You are truly arrogant. The Count took a heavy step forward, the ground shaking beneath him. Whoosh! He swung his sword, releasing a wave of pressure that overwhelmed everything he had shown before. Adrian just managed to raise his sword to parry. The wooden sword groaned under the pressure, and he was thrown against the wall. The Count loomed, his figure terrifying against the vibrant sky. I'll stop playing around. Holding out until now is commendable. I will offer you my praise. Adrian thought to himself, as expected, a common-grade martial soul song is not enough. The protagonist gradually began to speak. 4 years ago, the knights made a serious mistake. They left no enemies for their descendants. At first, everything was certainly passed down intact, sword techniques, accurate heart training methods, and the radiant martial soul song. But time gnawed away at those brilliant achievements, and eventually caused them to be forgotten. Tales of dragons never seen and giant kings never heard of. They must have eventually become absurd legends. Of course, new martial soul songs would be created. However, at best, they were only victories against 10 knights, at best achievements in surpassing 100 soldiers, at best a poem built against humans. With ranks that couldn't become myths or heroes, it couldn't withstand the new wind. Mana chains, with such mediocre techniques, you cannot reach the transcendent realm. The Count frowned, slightly lowering his sword. Have you been drinking in the daytime? I can't understand what you've been saying all this time. Vale Valhard. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. The green light surrounding Adrian shifted to a violent and sickly red. He had lost something so great. A terrifying demonic shadow spewed from Adrian's back. It was a figure of pure malice with glowing white eyes. If you don't know, I will teach you. Adrian tightened his grip on the wooden sword, but the shadow behind him swung an illusory blade of darkness, something that no precious sword could cut, tearing through dragon scales, and drinking its hot blood. A system window appeared, true dragon-slaying poem. Current ability cannot withstand the rank of this poem. Adrian was in pain as the power tore through his unprepared body. A portion of the poem was omitted. A portion of the poem was omitted. A portion of the poem was omitted. Warnings rained down on the screen. The massive skill tree was blacked out, with only a small, single branchlet, singing only one single verse of the poem. Adrian stood in a pit of red energy, blood streaming, his eyes wild. He swung his sword, a blade of black and red lightning tearing through the air. The Count's sword gradually cracked. At this rate, I'll be consumed. The Count's eyes widened in genuine horror, seeing the incoming attack, carrying the weight of a dragon slayer. Thin lightning erupted as he poured everything he had into defense. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the training ground, dust and bricks shooting into the sky. The shockwave shattered the stone tiles for many meters around. Adrian was thrown backward by the recoil. He tumbled on the ground, his body smoking, and came to a stop. The dust settled to reveal the Count standing in the middle of the rubble. But around him, the air crackled with the remnants of 4 distinct, thin mana rings. Adrian let out a weak laugh. "Didn't you say you'd only use 1 ring?" The Count was dumbfounded. He looked down at his sword. He was covered in energy from his full strength. Yet after using all 4 of the chains he possessed, I failed to prevent my sword from being broken. Adrian thought to himself, mana from a mana core is inferior to that from mana chains. That is an undeniable fact. Adrian smiled, a blood-soaked smile. This is victory. Count Baal Valhard, you have lost. The darkness was thick and suffocating. A chaotic void filled with the roars of beasts and a heavy, pungent smell of blood. Spectral visions of shark teeth and swirling crimson energy invaded his mind. The memory of a sword-piercing dragon flesh repeated in an endless and terrifying loop. This damn martial soul song. No, stop, please stop right now. Adrian's eyes snapped open, his chest heaving as he woke from the nightmare, sweat soaking his hair and shirt, his pupils trembling as he clung to the bedsheets, trying to anchor himself back to reality. Remembering the moment he forcibly drew out the power of the ancient legend, the moment he unleashed the blow that broke dragon scales. This is the price for forcibly drawing out the power of the martial soul song. Because the true dragon-slaying poem is a mythical-grade martial soul song. My body has become shattered because of it, but it was worth the risk. The first martial soul song woven by my own hand. 100 victories are my pride and my strength. In 100 battles, I endured 1,000 waves. I will stand firm against waves even greater than that. A system window appeared in midair. Sparring poem has leveled up slightly. Adrian smiled, his confidence completely restored. This should be enough to fight that bastard third prince. Suddenly, the door burst open. Adelia rushed in, her face flushed and tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, you've finally woken up. What a chaos it was after you collapsed like that. I've never seen the Queen so angry before. Adrian sat on the edge of the bed, his expression more amused than worried. He deserved it. Ha ha. Adelia continued wiping her tears. Count Baal Valhard left a message, saying to inform him immediately once you woke up. Adrian flopped back down onto the bed. Don't report it just yet, I'm going to rest for a while. His internal monologue became grim. If I don't carefully recover my mental state, which was damaged from overusing the martial soul song, I will pay a heavy price. Reality and past memories will mix into a chaotic mess, and at some point, the boundaries of reality will completely collapse. Ultimately becoming a madman, I will forever act out my martial soul moments in an isolated world. I never thought I'd be trapped in the memories of the sword again after finally becoming human. Just thinking about it is enough to make me shudder. Adelia Bayern. She was a great swordswoman. Adrian took a bite of food, saying casually, since you are a descendant of the Bayern family, you should be capable of inheriting the martial soul song she left behind. Adelia bowed her head, humble and amazed. I never expected my ancestor to be such a great swordswoman. Adrian added, of course, you will need to mature much more than you are now to possess a level befitting that poem. So about that, what do you want to do when you learn swordsmanship? Adelia was startled, her eyes wide. That is, if I really could become a knight. She clenched her fists, her face flushing with sudden determination. If I become a knight, Adrian watched her, chewing his food and waiting for her resolve. If you haven't thought of it yet, tell me later. But Adelia stepped forward, her footsteps steady, and golden flames began to flare up around her boots. Your Highness, I swear to become your sword. Adrian stopped eating and stared at her in shock. Some martial spirits begin with the sound of a battle trumpet. Some martial spirits begin with the first step across a wasteland. There are those whose stories begin with a sincere vow. She closed her eyes and shouted her oath, to live for your Highness all my life. I offer everything I have to you. A massive burst of golden energy exploded from her body. A system window appeared. Adelia Bayern has offered the poem of submission. Adrian looked at the stream of light. Is this Adelia's martial spirit? And sometimes a martial spirit also affects others. A new martial spirit has been created. Common grade martial spirit, the poem of domination has been created. Adrian looked at the glowing orb in his hand, impressed. The poem of submission is a poem dedicated to one's master. Instead of a martial spirit, it's a vow of submission that binds souls together, even if she has slave-like psychological traits. Who would have thought a descendant of the Ironblood Sword Duke would weave a poem of submission? He clenched his fists, feeling the new power flowing through him. I've received unexpected help. He smiled, a look of confidence and calculation appearing in his eyes. As long as I remain the target of the poem of submission, Adelia's growth will also benefit me. He looked at Adelia, her face beaming with a pure smile. Thank you. Adelia was stunned, her face turning bright red. Your Highness. She looked at him with wide, wavering eyes, the golden light fading, leaving them alone in the quiet room. Adrian sat down, contemplating the future. Although I still don't know which direction that benefit will take. A few days later, the imperial palace stood tall and majestic under the deep blue sky. Inside, Adrian sat on a chair, looking solemn and staring into the distance. The Empress's voice echoed, Adrian, does your body feel any better? Adrian looked up to see his mother standing there. I'm fine, he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. He thought to himself, dealing with those who hate this body is easier, but someone who cherishes the original owner of this body like this is quite awkward to handle. The Empress looked at him with deep concern. Are you holding a grudge against your uncle? Your uncle really didn't mean to hurt you, so even if you have any bad feelings left, let them go now. Adrian replied immediately, his face expressionless, I don't have any bad feelings at all. The Empress was shocked, a humorous expression of disbelief appearing on her face. Why wouldn't you? He treated you harshly and nagged you all the time, so saying you have no bad feelings is definitely a lie. Adrian decisively scratched his cheek awkwardly, confused by her reaction. No, I really don't. His inner monologue revealed the cold truth. I dealt him a blow that day. Because all his pride and truths were denied. It must be hard for him to endure what I planted in him that day. The demonic magic heart. If he has the capacity, he will leap further. If he cannot overcome it, he will lose all that precious martial skill. Honestly, I don't care what happens after that. The Empress wiped her tears and smiled warmly. Your uncle has spent his whole life closer to the sword than to people, so he has an awkward and rough side. However, lately, he seems quite proud of you. He even went as far as to persuade His Majesty. Thanks to him, your grounding has been lifted earlier than planned. But trouble arose as soon as the grounding was lifted. He recalled the scene at the club, ordered the arrest of the nobles. Arrest them all. He thought to himself, my uncle's position must have been very difficult. Is that why he acted so disapprovingly? But why would that man do that for me? The scene unfolded in the prince's lavish study, where an elderly man with a long white beard in scholar's robes, Niccolo Marchiadel, stood with a stack of thick books in his hands, a patient but firm smile on his lips. Your Highness. Adrian faced him, standing there with an expression of utter disgust, his brows furrowed and a shadow covering his eyes as he delivered a blunt refusal. I absolutely refuse. Adrian sprawled on the floor, waving his limbs in a pout that was far from royal. Ugh, seriously, why do I have to study? Adrian shouted, kicking his feet wildly. The old scholar remained unfazed, calmly reading a philosophical aphorism. If a person refuses to learn, how are they any different from a beast? Adrian jumped up, his face twisted in mock indignation as if insulted to the bone. Are you calling me an animal? Niccolo chuckled, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. You have only just begun your studies, Your Highness, so I cannot call you an animal yet. Adrian retorted, I haven't even started, don't play word games with me. Despite my appearance, I already know everything I need to know. Let me tell you, there's no need to learn anything else. The old scholar's expression softened into a challenge, his gaze sharp and knowledgeable. If you insist, then let's do this. You shall discuss a few topics with me. If your skills are truly as you claim, I won't visit you again, Your Highness. A sharp and confident smile bloomed on Adrian's face. His blue eyes flashed with unexpected interest. Sounds good. A moment later, Adrian slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward aggressively. Yes, exactly that. That's why one must always watch their back. Human nature is to trample on you if you are too lenient. Niccolo stroked his beard, his eyes wide with surprise and admiration. You are absolutely correct. He pushed a specific book forward, The Theory of the Ironblood Monarch. You will find this book very interesting to read. Here it evaluates the relationship between the ruler and the subjects as a type of contract or transaction. The ruler receives military and economic support in exchange for protecting the subjects, and the subjects seek protection and political stability from the ruler in exchange for their loyalty. Adrian flipped through the pages, nodding as he absorbed the information. You make a point. Every relationship should be reciprocal. He pointed to a paragraph, fully immersed in the discussion. So this part is accurate. That's right, and also here, the conversation flowed naturally, two minds, one young and one old, found the rhythm of mutual intellectual respect. A moment later, Niccolo organized his books, preparing to leave. So, Your Highness, let's continue the rest of our discussion tomorrow. Adrian, now standing and holding the book, waved goodbye with a bright, sincere smile, completely different from his initial rage. Yeah, sure, I'll be waiting. As the door slammed shut, Adrian was left alone in the fading light, a giant question mark seemingly hanging over his head. He blinked, realizing what had just happened. Wait, did I end up attending a normal lesson after all? That old man is truly cunning. Outside the heavy double doors, Niccolo walked down the hallway, a contemplative expression on his aged face. The first prince. He is quite different from the rumors. Many days passed, the sky wearing a vibrant blue without a single cloud. In the prince's bedroom, the silence was heavy. Adrian lay on the bed, his head hanging off the edge, looking backward into the room, his eyes dead and soulless. Ugh, I'm so bored. He rolled around restlessly. Have I been living too diligently lately? Since I'm not training, there's nothing to do. My body is still recovering too. The maid's voice cut through his lethargy. Your Highness, Baal Valhard has come to see you. Adrian sat up, surprised. It's been a while since I had a guest. He looked at the maid, Adelia, who was standing anxiously at the door. What should I do? Adrian said cheerfully, put your feet down from the bed. Yeah, tell him to come in. He thought to himself, it's been a few days since the last duel, so it's about time he visited. The door opened and Adrian stood up to welcome his uncle with a confident posture. But the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Count Baal Valhard stepped in, his face dark and grave, his expression showing deep guilt. Adrian froze, sweat beading on his forehead as he read that mood. It seems he hasn't overcome the trauma I inflicted on him at all. The count stood in silence for a moment, unable to look his nephew in the eyes. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and heavy with remorse. I'm sorry. I broke my promise to myself and caused you great harm. For that, I have absolutely no excuse. Adrian thought, the reason I have to recuperate isn't because of his sword chi, but because I abused the true dragon-slaying poem. Adrian felt his conscience pricking as he saw his uncle's remorse. He told himself that his uncle's position must have been very difficult when he had to deal with another incident caused by him. The count looked up, his gaze sincere. So tell me what you desire. If you want this arm, I will give it. If you want these eyes, I will give them. Adrian backed away, waving his hands frantically in a panic. What would I do with that scrap metal? He looked away with a conflicted expression. Good grief, for someone who was supposed to be a master swordsman in the old era, to be trapped in this kind of trauma. He sighed, relenting. All right, I'll be generous. I'll state my wish first. Uncle, take me on a trip. The count blinked, the tension in the room vanishing instantly, a silence enveloping the room. Since your grounding has ended, can't you go out whenever you want? Adrian shook his finger with a mischievous smile. Not a day trip like that, somewhere far away, if possible outside the capital. The count stared at him, contemplating. The request will take some time to schedule with the upcoming banquet. Going too far will be impossible. Adrian shrugged, smiling brightly. That's fine. The count turned to leave, his attitude slightly relieved. Good, I'll contact you when the schedule is set. He watched the retreating back. All right. After the count left, Adrian saw Carl staring at him and asked, why? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Carl smiled, scratching his cheek shyly. I'm just a bit surprised. I thought you would make a much more unreasonable request. Your Highness, since the count broke his promise, this is a rare opportunity to profit in many ways. Adrian looked down, his expression unreadable for a moment. Seeing that stubborn old man acting like that makes me feel sorry for him. Carl's eyes widened in surprise and he burst into a loud laugh. Adrian grumpily noticed his guard's amusement. What? Why are you laughing? You seem a bit too comfortable lately. The maid then gently interrupted, holding a white envelope. Your Highness, the letter you were waiting for has arrived. The letter read, I have recently achieved a small accomplishment. It seems I will soon be able to visit you. Hope you stay healthy until that day. From Arwen Kurgayan. Adrian smiled contentedly. Good news at the right time. About 5 days later, the count sent the good news, and 2 days after that, the departure date arrived. Sunlight flooded the stone bridge as a carriage procession departed. Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned out the window, looking at his uncle riding on horseback beside him. Uncle, so what is the name of the territory we are visiting? Count Baal Valhard sighed, looking straight ahead. Can you really not sit still? I will explain, so get back inside. It's the Count's territory. It is the Imperial family's largest weapons production site. There are iron mines in the territory that provide high-quality iron and a guild of artisans to refine it. Adrian sat back against the carriage seat, looking thoughtful. Initially, I planned to just take a decent sword from the royal armory to use. But the king's decree echoed to Carl, "Know that you will be severely punished if you let that brat touch another sword blade." Carl could only reply to him, "Please forgive me, Your Highness, because it is a royal decree, we cannot provide any weapons to you." Adrian suddenly realized, considering this guy's record, that's only natural. But anyway, that means if I want a real weapon, I have to find it outside the Imperial Palace. He is unexpectedly thoughtful despite his appearance. The Count grumbled without looking, "So distracting. So close the window." Adrian retorted childishly, "What, no way." The carriage moved along the dirt road with lush rows of trees, the leaves dancing in the wind. And so, the 20-day journey had just begun. The long, arduous journey, stretching across the map like a vein connecting distant lands. This expedition included a short stop at a territory 3 days from the capital, then visiting the Iron Lion Fortress 2 days after that, where the whole group would rest before returning to the capital. Inside the carriage, Adrian sat with his arms crossed, his face showing extreme boredom as he stared ahead, and right now, I'm stuck in a carriage for 3 long days without being able to move. The person sitting opposite me isn't interesting at all. Adelia only answered with yes or no. Adrian let out a long sigh, the sound escaping like a deflated balloon. Since I have time, I should check my demonic magic heart. It's a side effect of using the true dragon-slaying poem. My demonic magic heart is completely empty, but it's time to fill it up. The real world gradually faded away, the vibrations of the carriage, the slightly cold breeze slipping through the window gap. Adrian focused on gathering the fragments of mana hidden between the structural layers of reality, and the voices of the knights outside all became background noise. Adrian focused on gathering the mana fragments hidden between the layers of reality. Green energy burned around him, swirling like a nebulous storm. If I fill this empty demonic magic heart, suddenly, the energy core vibrated violently. The demonic magic heart surged in size and intensity, bathing in a deep cosmic blue. Adrian stood in the void of his mind, watching the phenomenon in amazement. When did my demonic magic heart get this big? The system appeared. You have attempted a feat beyond your capacity and have caught a glimpse of that massive will. Adrian's eyes snapped open, shock evident on his face. That is the effect of forced use of the true dragon-slaying poem. That effort has been reflected in your body, your demonic magic heart has been expanded. Due to the expanded demonic magic heart, your physique has changed significantly. Your body can now withstand more mana. You have reached the level of a chain knight. Connection to the origin has been improved somewhat. Some restrictions on your restored powers have been removed. The heavenly eye power has been significantly improved. Adrian exhaled, feeling the new power flowing in him. The maid was worried, "Your Highness, I've taken another step forward." The carriage finally stopped under the radiant blue sky of the territory. A gorgeous white mansion with classical architecture stood tall before them, bathing in the sunlight. "I don't know how to express the honor of meeting Your Highness like this." 2 men stood at the entrance to welcome them. "Prince Edgar of the Allen family sends his greetings to you." The man in the gray robe continued, "Torrance, eldest son of the Allen family, greetings to Your Highness." Adrian nodded in response, "Thank you for your hospitality." Edgar smiled warmly, "The long journey must have exhausted you. I will lead you to your room first." As they walked through the large corridors, Adrian looked around. They said this is a weapon production site, and indeed, the mansion was full of all kinds of weapons. However, they were just low-grade items, only having a flashy appearance and useless in actual combat. Looking like this, it seems hard to find the item I'm looking for here. The group continued down the corridor. Adrian scanned the display cases with a critical eye. "Did you say the Smiths Guild is located in this territory?" Edgar turned back, surprised. "That is correct." But Adrian stopped, his eyes bright with determination. "I want to go look around there for a bit." They stepped outside. Edgar added, "The blacksmiths, by nature, are rough and stubborn. When work is in full swing, they often ignore even the Lord's visits, and the words they utter are as cold and rough as the iron blocks they are handling. So, even if Your Highness is offended by them, please consider it their artisan spirit and let it slide." Adrian listened, but his attention was drawn by something else, a fiery light emanating from nearby. The heat from the furnace was intense, distorting the air. "The heat from the furnace is strong. If you feel uncomfortable, please let me know." Inside the forge, chaos reigned, dozens of smiths were hammering, sparks flying everywhere. Adrian stood amidst the noise and heat, the fire dancing in his eyes. Edgar approached Adrian anxiously. "Your Highness." They moved with frenzied energy, completely ignoring the royal entourage entering their territory. But Adrian ignored him, stepping deeper into the forge, the crackling flames flickering. An old man with white hair and beard, muscles glistening with sweat, struck a massive hammer down on the red-hot steel block. Adrian watched him intently. Among them, there was one particularly clear sound. Adrian stood dumbfounded by that rhythm. "Ah, this is," Adrian whispered, staring at the red-hot sword on the anvil. "This is it. The first memory I remember." Adrian stared motionless, sweat pouring down his face from the heat and the intensity of that memory. A piece of cloth gently touched his cheek. He blinked, snapping out of his delirium. Adelia had unexpectedly wiped the sweat from his face, whispering, looking at him anxiously, "Your Highness, you're sweating a lot." Adrian exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He glanced back at the forge, his gaze resting on the unfinished work. The noise of the forge returned to the center stage. The workers finally seemed to notice the guests, but the atmosphere was tense. A man wearing a blue hat and a mustache walked over. "These humble ones send their greetings to your Highness." Edgar introduced him. "This man is Jackson. He is the person in charge of this smith's guild." Adrian nodded curtly. "I understand." Jackson saw the silver-haired old man still focused on smithing and exploded in anger. "What are you doing? Stop immediately and bow to your Highness." Before he could finish his nagging, a hand clamped over his mouth. Jackson's eyes bulged in terror as he saw Adrian gripping his face, his eyes glowing with a threatening golden light, whispering coldly, "You talk too much." Jackson trembled and fell silent immediately. Adrian released him and looked around the workshop. The other smiths looked exhausted, their faces gaunt and eyes filled with fear and fatigue. Clearly, they had been dragged here against their will while working, doing a job that I hadn't even ordered. He turned back to the workers, his voice full of authority. "The iron will cool down. Unless you intend to let the furnace fire go out too, otherwise just stay still like that." The smiths then shouted, "What are you doing? Pick up the tools." Another continued, "Step on the bellows." The forge burst back into life. But amidst the chaos, Adrian stood still, arms crossed, observing the flames. The old man was immersed in his craft, ignoring all the noise. Adrian stepped closer to the anvil, his heart beating in sync with the heavy thuds of the hammer. The fire roared high, bathing him in radiant orange light. "It's just," Adrian mumbled, sweat dripping from his chin, his eyes wide and trembling. Before a mix of emotions between astonishment and realization of familiarity, the old man's hands were still nimble. "What the hell is this feeling?" The amber sunset covered the white buildings of the territory, creating a warm but melancholic scene as Adrian walked with Edgar. For some reason, over the past 6 months, he had been repeating the process of forging the sword and then melting it down. Adrian listened intently, his gaze still fixed forward as he asked a valid question, "Are they failed products?" Edgar shook his head slowly, seemingly unable to understand the artisan's standards. "It's hard to say. Every sword he creates is considered a masterpiece, which is why he is called a master swordsmith. Even the swords he has made so far seem to me to be completely without a single flaw. It's such a mystery why he melts them all down. Furthermore, for the past month, he has barely slept and just clung to his work. He's not young anymore. Our concern is not unfounded." Time passed, and a few days had gone by since then. Inside the sweltering heat of the forge, sparks flew like fireflies in the dark. The rhythmic sound of hammers striking steel echoed throughout the large room. The prince visited the forge early every morning and left late at night like a silent soldier witnessing the birth of a weapon. Contrary to the tension caused by the rumors of the first prince's arrival, surprisingly, there were no incidents at all. The old man simply continued his work, and the prince simply stood and watched. No incidents occurred. And finally, the day the prince had to depart arrived. The moon hung high in the night sky as the final hammer beats rang out. Inside the forge, Adrian stood looking down at the anvil with a heavy heart. He sighed softly. "I had hoped to see it finished before leaving." Edgar looked at the prince, sensing the sincere disappointment in his voice. "He really feels regret." Adrian gave a gentle order, accepting the scheduled plan. "Let's go." Carl nodded. "I am aware there is a farewell party tonight and we have to depart early tomorrow morning." Perhaps that was why Edgar also hoped the prince could see the sword completed by the master smith, even if just for a moment. Right as Adrian placed his hand on the carriage door to leave, "Your Highness." Adrian paused and looked back. Edgar was running toward him, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He shouted with excitement, It seems the master smith has finished the sword. Adrian's eyes widened, and he turned to look toward the balcony, gazing out at the estate. There, bathed in the gorgeous colors of the sunset, was the master smith. Shirtless, he held a long silver blade that caught the fading light, causing it to emit a surreal, brilliant halo. The old man was panting heavily, his chest heaving, but his hands remained steady as he wiped the blade with a piece of cloth. The sword was magnificent. It radiated a pure, cold light, a testament to a lifetime of skill. The master smith knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully. He offered the sword with both hands, dedicating his life's work to the young man standing before him. I humbly offer this sword to your highness. Adrian stepped forward, his eyes glued to the weapon. He reached out, his fingers touching the cold steel of the hilt guard. Heat it like the rising sun on the horizon, and cool it until its shade matches the king's red cloak. If you do so, a sword like the sun and a king will be born. Adrian smiled and asked, "Does it have a name?" The old man replied, "Let's call it Twilight." Adrian looked at the shimmering blade and then back at the old man. "Is it the twilight of the dawn or the twilight of the darkness?" The master smith chuckled softly. "To me, it is the darkness, but to your highness, it must surely be the dawn." Adrian laughed, a clear and sincere sound. "You speak unexpectedly eloquently for a blacksmith." The old man's smile suddenly faded, and his gaze began to lose focus. "Heh, that is." The master smith collapsed forward. Adrian moved immediately, catching the old man before he hit the ground. Adrian held the frail body, and Carl stammered, "Your highness." Adrian issued an order, his tone allowing no room for argument. "Tell my uncle that I think I will stay here tonight." As the night deepened, the moon cast a pale light over the estate. Inside, the only light was the moonlight filtering through the window. Adrian sat on a wooden chair next to the bed where the old man lay. The master smith lay on the bed, his breathing labored. "The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword took shape as if by fate. The sword itself decided the day it would be born." He replied, "Is that what you think?" "The truth is." He leaned in close, speaking words that made the old man's eyes widen as he realized something. He stared at the young prince, seeing something that transcended the flesh. "Good lord, then you are..." Adrian calmly met his gaze. "Right. I see. Now I understand." How could I not understand the heart of this comrade? He closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his last bit of strength. "Your highness, please give that sword to me for a moment." Adrian stood up and took the sword. "Here it is." He placed the hilt into the old man's trembling hands. The master smith grasped it one last time, feeling the familiar coldness of the creation he had made himself. "Please, I pray this sword." The old man looked at Adrian with eyes full of hope and premonition. "Will become as great as you are." Adrian placed his hand over the blacksmith's, his expression gentle but firm. "It surely will." The master smith smiled contentedly and let go. His grip loosened. His hand fell away from the sword. Adrian watched him. The chest that had once heaved to the rhythm of the forge was now still. He was gone. Adrian sat alone in the silent room. The moonlight illuminated the serene face of the artisan who had given everything to his final masterpiece. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Birds chirped in the trees. Outside the estate, Edgar stood there with a radiant smile, offering a long, gorgeously decorated box to Adrian. Inside was a sword adorned with gemstones and intricately carved golden patterns. "Certainly, although one cannot simply discuss the value of a sword made with one's whole soul, I believe it would be inconvenient for your highness to use it. I happen to obtain this magic sword to offer to your highness, so please accept this instead." Adrian held the master smith's sword, simple, undecorated, but incredibly dangerous. He drew it slightly, inspecting the blade. "It is very good." He thought to himself, "Even if it's not high-end, it is a good intermediate sword." Edgar added, "Your highness, then that sword..." Adrian sheathed the sword with a satisfying click, smiling at Edgar. "Just a sword made by a renowned master smith pouring his whole soul into it is already a huge gift, yet you even thought of offering an additional magic sword. Indeed, the Allen family's loyalty to the royal family is truly special." Edgar's tears streamed down in desperation. "I intended to use the flashy magic sword as bait to get back the master smith's sword, but now I've just handed over an extremely good sword myself and got nothing in return." They departed in a hurry. A commander shouted, "The carriages and infantry will follow slowly, the cavalry will ride ahead at maximum speed. We are behind schedule, so hurry up, keep the formation." The knights roared, "Understood." Adrian stood next to a horse, looking at the count. "You seem busy, uncle. Come to think of it, I didn't see you at all during our time in this territory." The count sighed. "His Majesty assigned me a private mission." "Come to think of it, I didn't see you at all during our time in this territory." The Count sighed. His Majesty assigned me a private mission. The Count continued, that's right. So prepare yourself. We plan to ride quickly to reach the Iron Lion Fortress tonight, so you will have to ride a horse. Adrian stood frozen. About that, I don't know how to ride a horse. The Count looked down in confusion. Adrian stared at the horse, sweat beading on his forehead as he uttered the closing statement of his own existence. I was a sword. How could I possibly know how to ride a horse? The journey to the Iron Lion Castle was a chaotic experience. Adrian vomited a rainbow from motion sickness. This was a series of insults for a prince unaccustomed to sitting on horseback. While Adelia looked on in panic, there were a few winding turns along the way. But even if it wasn't half a day as originally planned, we arrived after exactly 1 day. In front of them was a massive stone fortress. Towers reached into the blue sky. So this is the Iron Lion Castle. The sound of armored footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stone ground. Rows of knights stood solemnly. A brown-haired man stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest in a formal salute. York of the Wolratenga family greets the first prince. Behind him, all the soldiers roared in unison. The Iron Lion greets the noble blood of Leon Burke. Adrian wore a confident smile, despite the overwhelming aura surrounding him, thinking to himself, your spirits are overflowing more than necessary. And as for the reason, it's clear. Shall we stir things up a bit? Arwen stepped out of the ranks, her expression cold and calm. He called her name, Arwen. Arwen Kurgayan bowed deeply, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders as she spoke with reverence. Your Highness, I have counted every day waiting just to see you again. The reaction was immediate and volatile. Flames of jealousy and anger burned behind the male knights. Their faces twisted in indignation as they glared at the prince who had taken their idol. Adrian observed their anger with a satisfied look. Oh, that was a quick reaction. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, a terrifying purple aura erupted from the maid behind him, her eyes glowing with a threatening golden light, her face covered in pure rage. Adrian was startled, sweating as he realized the danger. There is hostility directed at me. He grabbed her shoulders. Adelia. Adelia snapped out of her trance, her eyes returning to their usual soft blue. Although she still looked confused. Blink. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian sighed inwardly, both relieved and cautious. It's a good thing I conditioned her slave mentality early on. Adrian turned back to the crowd, his smile sharp and defiant. He ordered his knight, and now, Arwen, follow me. We have a lot to understand again, don't we? He looked back with a mocking smirk. Their self-esteem will be even better if those guys behind you come along too. The scene shifted to the castle's training ground. Adrian stood alone in the middle, holding a wooden practice sword, surrounded by the Iron Lion knights. He looked around, his voice echoing, who will show me the sword of the Iron Lion? Adrian looked at them with boredom. If my status makes you feel burdened, I use the name Leon Burke to ensure that no one will be held responsible for the results of this sparring match. No one moved still. Adrian's smile turned into sarcasm. Still no one? He sighed, launching a heavy insult. The renowned Iron Lion Regiment is so cowardly, it seems the title of the kingdom's best is just an empty reputation. That touched their pride. A knight with wavy orange hair and arrogant eyes stepped forward, gripping his wooden sword tightly. I am Denant of the Dailai family. Although I am too lacking to represent the sword of the Iron Lion, if your highness permits, I dare to stand before you. Adrian took a relaxed stance, the wooden sword held nonchalantly. He waved his other hand. No need for permission, I am the one who requested it first. Denant lunged immediately, the ground cracking under his feet. Then please be careful. He swung his sword, vibrant blue mana exploding out. Adrian calmly observed the strike, his eyes narrowing. Blue lightning exploded as the two swords collided. But in that chaos, Denant blocked. But the protagonist's force was too strong, causing him to vomit blood before being knocked down by him. Denant was blown backward, rolling on the grass. Adrian stood amidst the dust, looking at the fallen knight without interest. Next, the spectators gasped. Another knight charged in. I am Pulrothium. Denant is only a first year, but I am already a third year. Pop! He was also sent flying by a single slash. More knights rushed toward him. I am Hallie, a fifth-year apprentice knight. Cough! Hallie was sent flying into the air. Judith, 8th year. Another knight fell. The Iron Lion's sword never loses. Soon, the training ground was filled with groaning knights. Adrian stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking completely unscathed, observing the defeated. He sighed, looking at the knights still hesitant on the sidelines. Good heavens, now I want to spar with a formal knight. You guys move too slowly. He turned to Arwen. Arwen. She stepped forward dutifully. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian smiled at her. When I return, you will come with me. Arwen paused, her expression momentarily puzzled before bowing. As you command, Your Highness. That sentence seemed to make the remaining knight angry enough to challenge him. A voice interrupted them. Your Highness. Adrian turned to see a tall knight with long silver blonde hair and an arrogant expression approaching. He wore heavy formal knight armor. Adrian smirked. Too easy. The knight stopped. I heard Your Highness likes to bet. How about a small bet to liven up the atmosphere? If I defeat Your Highness, Adrian interrupted and refused immediately. Arwen is not a tournament prize. He looked at the arrogant knight. Why not bet on something else? Someone, bring the swords. Adrian grabbed the hilt. He drew a portion of the blade to reveal the glowing blue gem embedded in the pommel. If you win, I will give you this sword right here. Arwen's eyes widened in shock. The arrogant knight narrowed his eyes as he recognized the weapon. Arwen grabbed Adrian's arm, panicked. Your Highness, I should be the one. He replied immediately. You are 100 times more valuable than this sword. He thought to himself, because the value of a swordmaster cannot be compared to a mere sword. She looked at him pleadingly but saw his determination. She let go of his arm. The silver-haired knight smiled contentedly. I understand, Your Highness. Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. I am a formal knight of the Iron Lion Regiment and am on the verge of reaching the third chain. Adrian looked at him with a bored face. So that means you are still just a second chain? Veins bulged on Dunham's forehead. He raised his weapon proudly. This sword is the 17th one created by the artisan known as the Master Swordsmith. If you win, this sword will belong to Your Highness. Adrian smiled with interest. Oh, what a coincidence. It's called Twilight. I also happen to receive a sword from that Master Swordsmith. This is the 100th work of the Master Swordsmith. Dunham looked skeptical, sweat beading on his forehead. I have never heard any rumors about the Master Swordsmith making up to the 100th blade. Adrian replied calmly, I guess not. This is his final work. Just completed a few days ago. Dunham's eyes narrowed, thin blue lightning bolts began to crackle around his blade. Alright, very well. Even though Your Highness is walking on a misguided path of swordsmanship, I can acknowledge the relentless effort hidden within that path. To show a little respect for that, I will give my all in this sparring match. Adrian stood relaxed, blue flames beginning to burn around his chest. A misguided path, you say? He closed his eyes, shaking his head. How small. This position was never yours to begin with. The respect for me just needs to come from my own people is enough. Adelia, watch closely. Adelia gasped. Yes. A massive blue mana explosion erupted from Adrian. It swirled violently, forming the towering spirit figure of a knight behind him. That aura was overwhelming, overshadowing even the castle towers behind them. This path is the path you must walk from now on. Adelia stared, mesmerized by the display of true power. Yes, golden energy swirled around her as she envisioned herself following that blue light. I will certainly do so. Your Highness. Elsewhere, bathed in the sun of the living room, the Count broke the silence with a contemplative question. So this is the how manyth time we have visited the Iron Lion Castle? Sitting opposite him on a luxurious blue velvet armchair, Count Wooladin held his teacup, his expression unreadable behind the steam as he replied definitively, this is the fourth. The third prince and fifth prince have visited while the first prince was grounded. No matter how poor his reputation is, it cannot be denied that the first prince is the legitimate successor to the kingdom. Since things have reached this point, you must certainly bear a large portion of the responsibility. If you, the commander of the Third Legion, had supported the first prince even a little, Your Highness would not have become so isolated. So why are you only acting as his protector now? The Count lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, I am not wrong. I certainly abandoned my nephew once. A person who was not only an incompetent monarch but also a tyrant. That is my nephew. One day, when I scolded him for being intoxicated by a strange type of poison, are you still sober? He had lunged at his own uncle with a sword. A hopeless bastard. When I returned to the north in utter disappointment, he sent me poison wine, brazenly calling it a gift along with a letter. But the Count still drank the poison, blue lightning crackling around his body as he purged the toxins. When I used mana to burn away that cheap poison, I don't know where he got it. I also burned away the little family affection I had left with it. However, that brat, the one I thought would never change, has now become different. He endured harsh training sessions and is getting stronger by the day. Count Wallen looked at him, bewildered by this protection. Wasn't it you who said the first prince could never become king? He thought to himself, the boy is now a completely different person than before. Then looked straight into Count Bale Valhard's eyes, pleading with a rare moment of vulnerability. Give him a chance. at least so he can stand on the same starting line as the other princes. I beg you. Count Wolodan looked at him, completely confused by the sight of the proud commander bowing. I truly cannot understand. I don't know if it's you or the first prince who has changed. First, raise your head, a person known as the Silver Lion. Suddenly the double doors burst open. A knight stood there, panicked, spreading his arms. Lord Count Wolodan. Both counts turned to face the messenger. The first prince is outside. Under the bright blue sky of the castle courtyard, Bale Valhard and York walked quickly along the stone path. Trying to reassure himself, no need to be too worried, Dunham knows his limits so nothing serious will happen. Even in a real sword fight, he surely won't beat the prince until he loses consciousness. Bale Valhard walked with a smirk, his hands behind his back. The person you should be worried about right now is not the prince, but your own knight. York looked at his friend as if he had lost his mind. You have truly become strange. You look pale and now you are saying nonsense. Suddenly, loud clashing sounds echoed from the courtyard, stunned to see a figure flying through the air. The knight slammed into the ground, sliding through the dirt. That is your knight. Gor gasped. Dunham, at the center of the training ground, surrounded by a crowd of cheering knights. Wow, your highness won again. Even Dunham was defeated. The soldiers shouted in amazement. York stared at the scene before him. What is this? Bale Valhard crossed his arms, satisfied. Didn't I tell you? Adrian wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with intense intensity. He is not the one you need to worry about. Adrian shouted, looking down at the remaining challengers. His body was enveloped in magical blue flames. Continue. A few minutes ago, Uncle always said, a true knight starts from 2 chains. Adrian panted, sweat dripping from his face as blue flames flickered around his chest. Those words were not an exaggeration. The current training poem is not enough. He realized, looking at his trembling hands, but I cannot bring out the true dragon-slaying poem to deal with an ordinary knight. In that case, Adrian's eyes narrowed. The hyper-focus trait has been activated. The world became silent, all sounds faded away. The knight charging toward him moved as if in slow-motion frames. He gripped the hilt. This body no longer felt like his own. His left eye burned with a piercing blue flame. It was the exact same feeling from that time. The knight swung his sword down. Adrian simultaneously launched a counterattack. Boom! Blue energy exploded outward upon impact. Adrian's strike was heavy and decisive. The knight was blown backward by the pure power of mana. A wild smile spread across his face as steam rose from his body. Continue. He roared again. The crowd of knights went wild, shouting in amazement at his strength. He stood up again. Adrian confronted him head-on. Their swords locked together in a rain of sparks atop the towering castle. Adrian spun around, trailing blue flames and launching an attack. He chuckled, enjoying the excitement of the battle. The knight defended desperately, and then more knights rushed in. Adrian was like a whirlwind of blue light, slashing left and right, the sword like an extension of his will. The sword was lowered to the ground, and the sun was currently setting, casting long, golden-orange shadows across the training yard. Adrian stood alone in the center, breathing heavily, surrounded by the knights who had just been defeated. He looked down at his sword, sweat dripping from his chin, drop by drop. The spectators shouted loudly, their faces glowing with excitement and respect. Pawn has been taken down. That was His Highness's 5th consecutive victory. Deep within Adrian's soul, a transformation took place. A figure of light stood amidst a storm of green energy, enduring 1,000 waves through 100 battles. I will stand firm even against a wave greater than this. Ding! A system window appeared. A new verse has been added to the training poem. Only now do I reach out to grasp the sword. The level of the training poem has reached the extraordinary level. The training poem has changed to match its level. The training poem has become the dual poem. Adrian whispered, his vision blurring. I did it. His legs buckled and he tipped forward, but a pair of sturdy hands caught him before he hit the ground. Are you all right, Your Highness? We wish to express our respect for the victory you have achieved. Around them, the other knights had human expressions of admiration under the sunset. Respect to the sword of the first prince. One man shouted loudly, respect to your fighting spirit. Another yelled, we wish to express our respect for your victory. Adrian blinked in confusion at this sudden adoration. What is this? Just a moment ago, they were eager to tear me apart. Watching the scene from the sidelines, the expression softened. They are simple men at heart. There is nothing that excites them more than the sword and victory. Looking at your face, you must have thought you would invite their resentment. The Count continued, an honorable defeat is worth more than a cowardly victory. When both sides have fought with all they had, does victory or defeat even matter anymore? Another knight chimed in, even so, Dunham is probably a little resentful. The red-haired knight swore, indeed, because he had to surrender the sword he boasted so much about to his highness. Another knight laughed loudly. How refreshing. He was too arrogant about that sword. Adrian sat on the ground, listening to their laughter, and gave a soft chuckle as he looked down. I thought everything I knew had been forgotten and discarded along with my inner demons. But it seems there is at least one thing that has not changed. Calm in the face of defeat and worshipping the strong, the spirit of knights. Bright sunlight cast long shadows over the stone courtyard of the Iron Lion Castle. As the horses neighed eagerly before departure, the carriage was ready while the knights were busy with their final preparations. Adrian stood before the gathering crowd, a light breeze brushing his coat as he offered a warm smile of farewell. Then, I shall see you all next time. Count George Wolodin bowed deeply with sincere respect. I pray for your good health until then. Adrian nodded. You take care as well, Count. That's right, Count Wolodin. Please keep what happened during my time here a secret. A question mark seemed to hover over Count George Wolodin's head as he blinked in confusion, unable to understand this humble request. Wouldn't it be beneficial for your highness to let everyone know about this? Adrian only offered a mischievous, cunning smile in response, curling his lip. There is someone I want to tease a little. The return journey was long. The caravan stopped in a clearing surrounded by dense forest. The knight announced, his voice echoing through the trees, we will camp here tonight. I will go scout the perimeter for a moment. Adrian nodded, go ahead. He turned to look at her and thought, well, Arwen will adapt soon enough, he muttered, observing the activities in the camp. Fatigue washed over him, and he stretched his arms wide. I should go in and get some rest too. Inside the tent, a brilliant glow of cleanliness and service welcomed him. Adelia stood there, having changed back into her maid uniform, radiating an unexplainable brightness. Your Highness, you have returned. Adrian stared at her in amazement, his mind reeling at the absurdity of the scene. The person I hired was supposed to be a sword genius with an S-rank aptitude, yet she is still doing work only a maid would do. Adelia noticed his hesitation and tilted her head, her expression anxious. Your Highness, is there perhaps something that displeases you? Adrian collapsed onto the bed, dismissing the thought with a wave of his hand. No, forget it, you may step out. Adelia curtsied and retreated with a worried, adorable pout. Yes. The prince was left alone in the silence of the tent. Adrian looked up at the ceiling, his mind drifting to the events at the castle. The Iron Lion Knight Order is quite different from what I thought. He recalled the status windows he saw floating above the knights during their training bouts. Swordsmanship B, Swordsmanship C. When I used the power of judgment, most of the official knights didn't possess swordsmanship talent exceeding B rank. In the past, these were people who could hardly reach the level of an intermediate swordmaster. Even after a lifetime of grueling training, ordinary people would vanish in vain. Yet, such people had reached a level equivalent to a swordmaster while only in their 20s or 30s. The quality that a hero possesses has declined to an incomparable degree, but the quality of ordinary people has increased significantly. That is because of the mana chains. He is a person who should have been aiming for transcendence in the past. That is why I am very unhappy that he threw away that potential. However, this era is an era where there isn't even a chance to build achievements that far exceed the extraordinary level. Ultimately, everything is due to the flow of time. I must admit that I do not understand this era well, so I will start learning from the beginning. Suddenly, applause interrupted his meditation, and a voice rang out. That is a good mindset. Adrian looked up, startled. Count Bael Valhard stood at the entrance of the tent, clapping with a rare look of approval. It is not too late yet. If you put in the effort from now on, you can achieve your dreams. Adrian blinked. What dream? The Count waved his arms wide, completely misunderstanding. Haven't you already captured the hearts of the Iron Lion Knights? If it were any other prince, they wouldn't be able to blend in with that bunch so naturally. That was a very wise judgment. Adrian stared at him, his face twisting in a mix of horror and confusion. What? What is wrong with this man? He shouted. Are you crazy? The Count looked puzzled. Don't you remember the conditions of the bet I made with you? He replied immediately. If it's the bet about defeating the third prince, that still stands. He interrupted him decisively. No, our bet was to defeat a two-chain knight. Adrian defeated Dunham with his wooden sword. He thought to himself, then I have actually won that bet already. He stepped forward, his voice echoing, I will do as I promised then. As a Count of the kingdom and commander of the Northern Army, I will officially support the first prince of the kingdom, Adrian Leonberg. Adrian looked blank, thinking, what is he saying? Officially support. Don't tell me. The Count gave a thumbs up toward the tiny tent below. Just trust me. Adrian was irritated in his thoughts. When did I say I wanted to be king? Then it faded into the scene of the gorgeous white royal capital under a brilliant blue sky. The Count's declaration became a real bombshell. Voices rang out from every corner. Congratulations, Your Highness. Inside the palace halls, knights and maids were smiling radiantly. We sincerely congratulate you. This is truly a joy for the kingdom. The royal knights and newly appointed soldiers created a stir, and the new attendants and servants sent from the palace were just as busy, and I suddenly found myself standing at the center of it all. He waved his hand. Good grief, this is so chaotic, send them all back immediately. The knight standing quietly beside him shook his head. They came by royal decree. Even if I ordered them to leave, they wouldn't listen. Adrian added, then at least clear them out of my sight. This is annoying me to death. After his hidden glance, the maid nodded in understanding, then hid in the high-ceilinged library. He sat on a soft velvet chair, sighing as the sunlight shone through the high windows. Finally, some peace and quiet. Much better. Bang! The double doors were kicked open rudely. Brother, are you in there? Adrian looked at him. Why are you here at this hour? Julian stood with his hands on his hips. You play the fool well. Secretly learning swordsmanship from Count Bael Valhard and even revealing such grand ambitions. Adrian looked at him with a blank face. Who learned what from whom? Julian clenched his fists. I really intended to at least save face for you. How could you do this? I planned to let him lose without too much embarrassment. He replied sarcastically, amazing. I'm moved to tears. He pointed an accusing finger at Adrian, his eyes burning with hostility. You have made a huge mistake. Because I intend to make you pay dearly for deceiving me. Adrian clutched his forehead, his face darkening with disappointment, thinking, this guy, that guy. I said I have no interest in the throne. I need to find the mastermind who caused this. The scene returned to the private quiet of the tent, continuing the conversation with the Count. So, uncle, I will play along for a while, so please withdraw at an appropriate time, because I have no interest in things like the throne. Why did you start everything without discussing it with me? He paused, then asked a sharp question. Are you worried about Ban H? H is the shield protecting the kingdom from the monsters of the northern mountain range. The Count smiled confidently. As long as the royal family and the nobility do not forget the harshness of winter, nothing bad will happen to the Ban H family. Adrian looked at him skeptically but also felt relieved. If that's the case, then that's a relief. The Count added, it's only a matter of time. It will definitely happen anyway. Do you really not know the fate of a firstborn who does not inherit the throne? The situation won't change just because you keep bowing your head. If you need time to accept the situation, I will give you as much as you want. However, keep this in mind. The legitimacy of the firstborn will not disappear unless you die. Left alone in the tent, Adrian sat in the dim light. I told you, no matter how much time you give me, I will not change. What I really need to find is the power and strength that touched my realm of transcendence. So there is no way I would ever want something as trivial as the right to inherit the throne. I definitely thought so. Transition to a later time, the large doors of the banquet hall were wide open. The room was filled with guests in lavish dresses and suits. The floor was decorated with intricate gold patterns. A herald announced, his voice resounding throughout the crowd, the legitimate bloodline of the Leon Burke kingdom, the firstborn of the royal Leon Burke family. His Highness, First Prince Adrian Leon Burke, is entering. Adrian entered the hall, wearing royal attire, a high-collared black coat with crimson accents and gold cord. The crowd parted to make way for him. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity, awe, and judgment, at least until the party started. Adrian strode forward with eyes that pierced through the murmuring crowd below. The nobles, resplendent in velvet and silk, could not take their eyes off the prince who had completely transformed. A woman gasped, it's unbelievable, this dignified appearance is exactly like the king in his youth. Adrian walked down the final steps with an expressionless face. He thought, are they making such a fuss just because I lost some weight? Are these the nobles of the kingdom? What a joke. The state revealed their true nature, the serpent's heart trait. Dark purple ghostly snakes wrapped around the nobles, their scales shimmering with malice. That is the mark of dark karma accumulated from those who specialize in robbing others and trampling on lives. To think that all of them carry such filth. The only person worth noticing is... Adrian recognized him immediately. Since you are here, you should come and greet me. He replied immediately, oh, Your Highness, I apologize, I must thank you for the invitation. He observed and thought, the only one who, despite lacking competence, is not corrupt. Yes, this is enough, like containers to hold the seeds that I will sow from now on. The crisp shout of the guards interrupted the whispering, drawing attention and silencing the entire hall. The massive double doors burst open. Officially recognized by the Emperor of the Bone Empire for his authority, Marquis Montpellier of Bourgogne. Adrian turned, and a short, obese man with a colorful hat and purple cloak strutted in. Followed by guards, Ambassador Kuan Bourgogne is entering. The name struck Adrian like a direct blow. What? He stopped in front of Adrian, a slick, triumphant smile blooming on his face. Long time no see, Prince. Adrian looked at the man, Bourgogne echoing in his mind, triggering a violently red flashback. The archenemy that I and my comrades had to fight against for a long time 4 years ago, bearing the name that left countless scars on this country. How dare he stand before me? Suddenly, red wine drew an arc through the air, drenching the protagonist's face in expensive formal wear. Adrian stood frozen. Marquis Bielefeld, an old nobleman with a grey beard, hurried over with a look of horror. Your Highness, are you all right? Because I was too rushed to greet the prince, I apologize, Your Highness. His expression sank. The whole banquet hall held its breath, waiting. Adrian jolted back to reality. I will have to go change my clothes. Bielefeld bowed deeply, sweating profusely. This old body did not listen, and I have committed a grave disrespect. The knight approached Adrian. Your Highness, I will escort you. Adrian looked at the old marquis who had stepped forward to take the blame. Who is he? The knight replied, that is Lord Marquis Bielefeld. Adrian observed the old man bowing respectfully. Bielefeld, I guess not all of them are rotten. Well, thanks to that, my head is cooled down a bit. A while later, Adrian was wiping his face. The Count opened the door and walked in. I heard there was an incident. Marquis Bielefeld said you look like you were about to cause some trouble. It seems he wasn't entirely talking nonsense. What the hell are you planning to do? Adrian replied, his voice firm. I am not that reckless, I just simply cannot understand. The cruel Bourgogne family flaunts their power in the heart of the kingdom, and the nobles give him a sincere respect that they don't even give the royal family. There is an atmosphere too tense to be called peace and a relationship too one-sided to be called an alliance. Adrian asked, clenching his fists, since when did the country fall into this situation? The Count looked away with a weary expression. It's not a special history. In the past, the kingdom stood firm against countless invasions by the empire. Outstanding knights stepped forward to push back the enemy. However, as time passed, the empire grew stronger and the gap widened. A panoramic view showed the enormous, sprawling capital of the empire compared to the smaller kingdom. Before an empire that had become a superpower, the kingdom ultimately had no choice but to kneel. Adrian's eyes widened as he realized something. Don't tell me, is it because of that? A map appeared showing the small territory of Leonberg completely overshadowed by the vast Bourgogne Empire. Although a small country located on the border, the kingdom still had something that allowed them to confront the powerful empire. From the very process of nation building, achievements had been accumulated without a flaw. There are ordinary things, there are extraordinary things, sometimes as heroic stories, sometimes as legends, and even mythology. Martial soul melody. We have lost all of those things. He looked up at the Count, his expression becoming hardened with determination. Uncle, I have changed my mind. He asked, what do you mean? He replied confidently and clearly, to be king, I will try it once and see. The Count's eyes widened in shock. Adrian thought to himself, I might regret this decision, but it is something I must do. After all, I myself helped build half of this country. The second day of the banquet, bright sunlight shone down on the white stone palace. A voice echoed, the first prince of the Leonberg royal family, Adrian Leonberg, is entering. Adrian walked into the hall, adjusting his coat, his face showing extreme confidence. Walking beside him was his uncle, Count Bael Valhard of the North, entering. Adrian looked to his side. The nobles bowed, but they all avoided his gaze. This is too sloppy a protocol, even worse than how people treat a foreign noble. His mind drifted to 400 years ago. In the past, when my comrade stood before the people, no one ever thought he would become king. Because he was nothing more than a country boy running from some remote village. Even among those who were deprived of everything and cast away, he was not particularly outstanding. Nevertheless, the boy still stepped before the people. Just like me right now, those who have eyes but do not see. Before a herd of sheep, I stand tall. The notification board appeared continuously. Sovereign song. I sing the sovereign song. Current ability cannot handle the level of the song. A part of the song was skipped. A part of the song was skipped. A part of the song was skipped. Only using one sentence of the song is equivalent to 1/4. Adrian gritted his teeth, feeling the tension. Compared to the true dragon slaying song, this was still not unbearable. There is no song more suitable for the current situation than this one. This is enough. However, the blue flame gathered above his head, forming a beautiful, ghostly mana crown. Adrian, with his blue mana cloak fluttering behind him, the crown shining on his head. The nobles stared, silenced in amazement. A wave of blue mana swept through them, even the corrupt nobles looked on with reverence. He turned to the crowd, a dignified smile on his face. "You may raise your heads." Suddenly, a stream of dark purple energy cut through the air. Adrian froze. This energy, a breath. The hood was lowered, and a voice echoed, "It is quite a surprise to think that there are still people who remember the songs." Adrian paled. "No, that woman is. Why is that woman here?" The world in the illusion appears with pure, brilliant sunlight, filtering through the lush green foliage of an ancient, vast forest. It is the most beautiful creation God ever molded, a gentle race that would never dream of harming even the smallest living creature. The gardeners of the green forest, with lifespans ranging from 300 to 1,000 years. That is all people usually think of when the word elf is mentioned. However, in reality, this is a brutal race. They are beings who always use their beauty as bait to destroy their opponents. The high elves, those born with heroic potential from the cradle, are the most dangerous of them all. Inside the vast, dim palace hall, Adrian is facing that danger directly. He stares at the silver-haired elf woman draped in a luxurious purple cloak, his mind racing with secret anxiety. To make matters worse, this isn't even an ordinary high elf. Having lived for nearly a millennium, she is a great high elf. Her name is Sigran, the magic sword dancer. She was a member of the expeditionary force that slaughtered the berserk dragon 400 years ago. A terrifying memory from 4 centuries ago suddenly floods Adrian's mind. She was there, crazed and covered in blood, reaching for the magnificent sword with a wild smile. That was Adrian's past life. She asked with a twisted obsession, "If your master dies, will you come with me? I will ensure you are never bored for the rest of your days. What does it matter if you are just a sword? I crave you more than anything. Precisely because you are a sword." Back in the present, Adrian looks at her, cold sweat beginning to bead on his face. And it was that very madwoman who tormented me so horribly. Surely she doesn't recognize me, right? Even though I just recited the king's poem, something she knows very well. Her face leans close to his, and she asks with curious eyes, "Have we met somewhere before? It's strange, why does your highness give me such a sense of familiarity?" Adrian tries to keep his posture rigid to hide his panic as he answers, "This is the first time I have seen an elf in person." She asks again, "Really?" Adrian replies without a moment's hesitation, "Really." Sigran taps a long, slender finger against her chin, her eyes narrowing. Adrian maintains a polite smile, but his lips are pressed tight. Inside, he is filled with extreme fear. He swallows hard, realizing the gravity of the situation, and thinks, "You liar." Even 400 years ago, Sigran was one of the strongest beings I ever encountered during my lifetime as a sword, so there is no telling what kind of monster she has become now. Sigran breaks the silence with a smooth, calculating voice. When a human sees one of us for the first time, they usually have one of 2 reactions. The vast majority of ordinary people are enchanted, but those who have reached high realms in martial arts feel uneasy. However, from what I can see, it seems your highness has not yet reached that level. Adrian reacts quickly but calmly, "My tastes are just a bit special, that's all." Sigran remains silent, her eyes locked onto his as if searching for a crack in that mask. After a tense standoff, Sigran pulls the hood of her purple cloak over her silver hair. She turns to leave, leaving behind a parting remark, "Though it was brief, it was a pleasure to meet you." She walks along the brightly lit hallway. Adrian watches her back, his face pale, cold sweat streaming down. He lets out a long sigh as if a 1,000-pound burden has just been lifted. "For now, I have survived." A moment later, the pathetic group of candidates the queen has gathered for him. The queen's voice rings out, "Too small." Another woman hides a frightened little girl behind her skirt. "This child doesn't even dare to look me in the eye." A sturdy, fierce-looking woman glares at him with burning eyes. The queen comments immediately, "Did she come here to fight?" A child sits blankly on the floor, again, too small, not good at all. He even sees a dog and a wooden doll on the list. The queen holds her head in desperation, irritably lecturing him, "This is an occasion to choose a princess for the prince. You cannot expect them to be like the women you usually associate with. A future princess must be wise, kind, healthy, and of a respectable lineage." Suddenly, another voice rings out. The elf delegation requests an audience. Sigran steps forward and bows gracefully, "I am Sigran of the Mistletoe family. I offer my greetings to the beautiful Queen Margarita. The queen smiles warmly, completely unaware of the danger. It has been a long time since the kingdom has had elves visit. I am quite surprised. Sigran stands straight to address the queen directly. I see that your majesty is looking for a woman to be a companion for the prince. Is that correct? The queen replies, you guessed right. Sigran says with a confident, clear smile, I am a high elf. In human terms, I am equivalent to a noble from a family with an illustrious lineage. Adrian glares at her, anger boiling beneath his cold sweat. He thinks, what on earth is she planning to pull? Sigran continues her perfect introduction, surrounded by a radiant aura, and coincidentally, my age is not much different from your highnesses. The miniature version of Adrian is going crazy, screaming internally, liar, we are nearly 1,000 years apart. How can she lie so brazenly without blinking? She adds, I have heard that an elf of eternal beauty is the ideal companion for a human. Ah, and there are those who are always by my side and follow me. In human terms, they are like a knight order. Actually, from the very first moment I saw your highness, I felt that our destinies were intertwined. Adrian's face loses all color, his pupils shrinking in absolute terror. He knows the terrifying truth about her race and thinks, elves never lie about destiny and connections. Does she mean that everything she just said is true? The main hall suddenly becomes bustling and noisy. The queen touches her cheek in surprise and whispers, oh my goodness. The nobles chatter excitedly, come to think of it, I've heard elves place great importance on destiny. So are we about to have a marriage alliance with the elves? Good heavens! Adrian realizes he must stop this madness immediately. He steps forward and forcefully grabs her wrist. He drags her out of the great hall, his face furrowed with anger. We need to talk. A noble shouts behind them, how rude. Adrian pulls Sigran into an empty room and slams the heavy wooden door shut. He lets her go and turns around, his cold blue eyes filled with suspicion. Sigran, tell me your true purpose. Sigran rubs her cheek, smiling with fake innocence. She replies, I only came to strengthen the friendship between my family and the kingdom. You know that. Adrian's face grows darker. He refuses to play her game. I'll ask again. The high elf elder Sigran. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise as he strips away her mask. He reveals an executioner, someone who has handled the dirty work for her family for hundreds of years. Sort of the mistletoe family. Are you here to investigate or to carry out a sentence? Sigran's innocent smile vanishes, replaced by a menacing smirk. She asks, interesting, how do you know about me? Adrian stands firm, silent and resolute. He analyzes the terrifying threat before him. Perhaps she is a monster whose current power is beyond his comprehension. The fact that she feels destiny from him means her standing is high enough to see through a part of the other past recorded in his soul. Sigran steps closer, shadows writhing around her like venomous snakes. She mocks him, you know I am an executioner, yet you still don't know how stupid it is to remain silent in front of an executioner? Adrian does not flinch, a confident smile cuts through the suffocating darkness. He retorts, I know very well. That prattling before an executioner is just as stupid. Cut the games, Sigran, do not interfere with my destiny. Adrian quickly outlines a survival strategy. He thinks that for now, she only has a mild curiosity toward him. If things stay as they are, the fate of a lowly human will be torn apart by this mad elf woman. Better to pique her interest further. I must become a delicacy that requires time to ripen and savor, something too precious to simply taste and discard. Sigran leans in, her eyes wide with genuine interest. She asks, who are you really? Adrian creates a cover and replies, for now, I am just a pathetic prince discarded by his own father. She presses him, what about your true self? He says, who knows? If you're curious, just wait and see. She stares at him. I knew there was something strange. I kept wondering why I was sent on such a trivial mission. There was no reason or meaning to it, but now I know why I was sent here. It's because of you, sir. Adrian looks at that crazed joy with utter revulsion. His face twists in disgust. Whether it's 400 years ago or now, she is still an absolutely terrifying woman. After reaching a dangerous agreement, both step out of the room. They walk side by side along the red carpet of the main hall. Adrian tightly grips Sigran's hand to perform a play in front of the stunned crowd. The nobles gasp as they pass by. Adrian stops in front of the queen's throne, his face wearing a charismatic, artificial smile. He declares, Mother, I have something to say, I will become engaged to Sigran. Sigran clings to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder with a happy smile, her cheeks flushing. Despite his confident appearance, Adrian is dying inside, thinking about having to call her name affectionately like this. He must not defy Sigran to get engaged, even if just to buy some time. He looks at the queen to deliver the decisive blow in his delay plan. He says, because this is such a major matter to decide in a hurry, I plan to spend some time getting to know her better. The queen touches her chin, looking relieved by this delay. You agree? Yes, that is for the best. Adrian analyzes the perspective of everyone involved. For the queen, this time will be used to calculate the value of the engagement. For Sigran, this time is for the delicacy that is me to ripen. As for me, I will use this time to build enough strength to escape this mad elf woman. In an opulent office, the atmosphere is thick with extreme anger. The third prince Julian slams his hand down on the wooden table, his face twisted with hatred and jealousy as he screams, "Damn you, you bastard, the only thing you have over me is being born first." He stands there, his chest heaving with rage as he recalls the recent string of humiliating events. The ghosts of thorns and roses entangle his mind. Not long ago, his uncle suddenly appeared and announced he would support him. Then, he went and picked the Iron Lion's flower. And now he dares to aim for an elf. I promised to duel that bastard soon. Killing him just makes things more complicated, so I will cut him down just enough so he can no longer call himself a man. I will crush you into the mud. The duel day arrives under a clear blue sky in the royal palace's courtyard. Knights gather in large numbers, forming an excited audience. The referee stands tall in silver armor and a red cloak, his voice echoing with absolute authority. This duel is under the official ratification of the Royal Knight Commander and the holder of the Noble Silver Lion title. I, Chamhill Stuttgart, bear witness and confirm this duel. Therefore, no one is allowed to oppose the result. Your Highnesses, raise your swords. Facing a determined Julian, the first prince simply covers his mouth and lets out a long, bored yawn. He looks completely unimpressed by this grandstanding, thinking, it's just one sword strike, why is there so much talk? Julian sneers with arrogant confidence, I've arranged a lot for my eldest brother. I even brought a crowd, do you like it? Adrian looks at him with blank eyes, his posture so relaxed it's insulting. Try not to disappoint the audience. I've been thinking about this for a while now. You talk too much. Provoked by the blatant disrespect, faint blue lightning begins to crackle fiercely around his body. I hope you can keep that tone after this duel ends. However, Adrian's blue eyes suddenly flare with a terrifying cold light. A massive blue aura erupts from his blade, turning the surrounding air into a vortex of mana. He swings his sword with devastating force. I intended to play around a bit, but I'm a bit busy now. Bang! A single strike sends the third prince flying backward like a broken doll. Julian hits the ground hard, coughing up blood. The entire courtyard falls into absolute, stunned silence. Even the referee's eyes widen in disbelief as he thinks, is that really the first prince I once knew? The referee steps forward, breaking the silence. The winner is His Highness the First Prince. I declare that His Highness the Third Prince cannot continue. The crowd erupts in panicked whispers, no way. Adrian throws a look of disdain over his shoulder at the murmuring nobles. These self-proclaimed nobles are gathering to watch a childish fight. Then rumors spread as the nobles gossip. Did Prince Julian actually lose? He is the promising two-chain knight of the kingdom. How could he lose to the first prince, who has only practiced for a few months? Meanwhile at the infirmary, Julian, heavily bandaged, awakens, going mad with screams of pain and extreme rage. You useless piece of trash, I will pay you back once and for all. A knight steps forward and speaks. As soon as the match ended, the first prince left the capital with Count Balarhard. A look of shock appears. Left? Gone where? The knight hesitates and answers. Yes, he said he was heading north to the Balarhard territory. Under a gloomy sky full of white snow, the royal carriage escorted by heavily armored knights crosses frozen fields. Adrian sits comfortably, wearing a smug smile. Count Balarhard observes him and remarks dryly, you certainly learned to ride a horse in a convincing manner. Adrian laughs radiantly, full of confidence. Once you understand it, it comes quickly, doesn't it? The count sighs, regretting his compliment. I shouldn't have said anything. You really need to learn some humility, but why are you in such a hurry? The party is over, wouldn't it be better to rest for a few days? Adrian's smile fades, there is no place for me in the capital. In a kingdom that cannot even recognize its own master and kowtows to the empire's dogs, I have no intention of begging pathetically for them to stand on my side. The count considers this, riding beside the carriage. Do you think you'll get along better with soldiers and knights than nobles? They aren't as sharp with numbers as nobles, but they are much more conservative, and do you think winning their hearts will be easy? Adrian envisioned shouting together with the mud-covered soldiers, returning with a confident smile. Just rolling in the mud together will build camaraderie. What's there to worry about? However, the Count still expresses concern. I still can't shake the feeling you're in too much of a hurry. Adrian's thoughts darken as the terrifying image of Sigran holding a tiny, helpless version of him appears. He thinks to himself, that's because if I hesitate, I will truly end up marrying that madwoman. Even in the past, everyone she laid eyes on met a ruinous end. I need to be stronger before then. In a peaceful capital, that's a distant dream, so I have to leave. I will accelerate my growth and hone my sword elsewhere, a place where humans are tested more than anywhere else. Where I belong is the battlefield. The expedition has reached the majestic, white, snow-covered peaks. The Count glances at the protagonist and speaks, those mountains are the Blade Mountains, the border that my family has guarded all our lives. Adrian shivers violently, wrapping his arms around himself. I'm about to freeze to death. The Count offers a simple solution. If you can't stand it, why not go back to the carriage? Adrian stubbornly refuses. That won't do. I have to get used to this cold. The elderly teacher comfortably peeks outside. I feel like I'm just in the way, actually. This old man is hogging a whole carriage. The protagonist continues, really? What did you come here for? He laughs heartily. If not now, then when would I have the opportunity to witness this harsh north for myself? Besides, the book I write this time will certainly help His Highness. Adrian turns away, grumbling under his breath, such a bothersome old man. He looks at the loyal knight riding beside him. Arwen, are you okay? The wind ahead will be bone-chilling. Arwen smiles radiantly. I am fine. The protagonist adds, if it's too difficult, we can always switch places. Her body shivers, but she speaks to the protagonist seriously. As a knight, how could I put my own comfort first? Adrian smiles, feeling relieved. At least one of them is full of enthusiasm. What a relief. Meanwhile, the others feel uncomfortable and complain, dragged along by royal orders. If Carl were here, he would keep them in line properly. A moment ago, the king said to the protagonist, the royal knights are not your private knight order. Don't you keep many knights directly under your command, too? Though I wonder if you ever truly consider them knights. Adrian scowls, cursing the king's rigidity. Damn narrow-minded old man. That is why Carl couldn't go north with us. Even though I acted like an executioner, he is still my man. The king's attitude felt a bit excessive. Clearly, something is going on behind the scenes. Suddenly, the weather becomes harsh. The snowflakes turn into a furious blizzard in an instant. The wind howls aggressively. Count Balarhard shouts orders that drown out the roaring storm. We need to speed up the process. We will be trapped by the blizzard and won't be able to move. The snowflakes turn into an intense blizzard. In the blink of an eye, a forced march so brutal that we will even lose the carriage later. The Count glances back and shouts, only take the horses and travel on foot. If we don't hurry, Adrian thinks to himself, a shout supported by mana? Cutting through the strong wind, he calls out loudly, Adelia. He reaches out with the intention of bringing her out. She reaches out with a flushed face, Your Highness, thank you. As the chaos increases, Arwen steps forward to check on him. Your Highness, are you okay? Adrian firmly replies, I am fine. The strong wind nearly blows the knight away. The knights shout to maintain order. Watch out, you'll crash. Wait, the wind is too strong. Seeing this, the protagonist steps forward, irritated. Arwen, take care of Adelia. Arwen responds immediately, understood, Your Highness. Seeing the soldiers struggling with their heavy gear, Adrian shouts in anger, You idiots, put down your shields. Of course you'll be knocked over holding giant shields like that. Draw your swords and throw away anything bulky. We can come back and get them later. Hey you big guy, lead the way. Everyone line up behind him. The seasoned northern knights observe this display of leadership with deep respect. One remarks, it seems we won't need to intervene. I was going to let him go through the initiation, then help out. Does His Highness have real combat experience? The march continues, testing the limits of human endurance. A step in that blizzard feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. A soldier falls in the deep snow. The knights panic, Your Highness, a soldier has been left behind. Adrian doesn't hesitate, he avoids them, roaring and pushing through the lines. He heaves the unconscious soldier onto his shoulders. What are you doing? Keep marching. The knights are stunned into silence. Yes. Panting under the siege of the cold, Adrian curses the sky, damn blizzard, if you're going to stop, just stop already. And as if in response to his iron will, the storm magically vanishes in an instant. the sky returns to a clear blue as if it were all a lie. Before them is a massive, awe-inspiring fortress carved into the heart of the mountain. Count Balarhard steps forward, slamming his fist into his chest in a proud and resonant motion. As the rightful ruler of Balarhard and commander of the kingdom's third army, I welcome the visit of the first prince. Adrian looks up, a radiant, confident smile blossoming on his face. The count smiles back, his scar-filled face softening with sincere warmth. I sincerely welcome you to the East Castle. Cold wind howls through the desolate peaks of the Blade Mountains, blowing around the massive stone walls of the fortress at the far north of the kingdom. This is East Castle, a harsh, unforgiving stronghold built to block the wave of monsters spilling from the rugged peaks. For ordinary soldiers, this is a living nightmare. They grind their teeth, their breath turning to smoke in the freezing air as one complains, it's cold, brutal, dangerous, and the survival rate is the worst. This is a place I never want to set foot in a second time. Conversely, those born and raised in Balarhard consider defending this massive gate a lifelong pride. The heavy iron gate groans open, welcoming a stream of pale winter sunlight. Standing solemnly in the courtyard is a young man with sharp features and dark blue hair, wearing black armor lined with white fur. He strikes his chest, full of discipline before Count Valhard, and declares, Vincent Balarhard. As of today, I end my duty as temporary authority and return to the position of Ranger Squad Commander. It's a relief that Father has returned safely. The Count places a warm hand on his shoulder, a rare smile easing his weather-beaten face. You have done well. Vincent stands nearby. Adrian watches the dialogue with interest, leaning in with a mischievous smile that cuts in. What is this, Count? You have a son? The Count replies, Did you think I reached this age without having a single child? The protagonist gestures and adds, Now that I look closely, you two look quite alike, especially that stubborn mouth. The Count then introduces them formally. Vincent, this is His Highness, First Prince Adrian. Vincent steps forward, his austere face emotionless, and bows respectfully. Ranger Squad Commander Valhard. Vincent of the Bale family greets His Highness the First Prince. Adrian wears a radiant smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. However, beneath the polite exterior, Vincent grinds his teeth. He stares at the ground, his mind burning with indignation. East Castle is a fortress for true warriors, those who cast aside their lives for a noble belief. This is no place for a spoiled brat kicked out of the capital to waste time. Why did Father bring this person here? Afterward, Vincent confronts his father. Father, what exactly is going on? Just as you heard, I have decided to become his patron, and Adrian will stay in Balarhard for the time being. Hearing this, his voice becomes more annoyed. Hasn't even the king abandoned him? Isn't he the hooligan Father previously criticized harshly for his lack of talent? The Count turns his back and simply says, People can change. I only ask one thing of you, Vincent, observe him without prejudice. In the dim strategy room, Count Valhard asks, How is the conquest of the monster tribes going? Vincent reports, We have reduced their numbers steadily, but many areas have not yet been cleared. Now that Father is here, we will take action seriously. Then the remaining force is the ranger team. The problem is the orcs. A group of under 20 orcs has settled near the mountain in trance. With such numbers, it's difficult to deal with them just by ranger arrows. Adrian suddenly leans in, holding it up to the light with a dangerous smile, and declares, I'll handle that. A knight standing opposite says, Now, Your Highness, the Blade Mountain orcs aren't like normal orcs. Vincent adds, If an incident occurs, it could disrupt the ranger force's operations. He looks over and calls the Count. The Count remains silent for a moment, observing Adrian's unshakable confidence, then asks Vincent about the orcs' strength. Vincent, what is the official number and strength of the orcs? Vincent answers, So far, a maximum of 20 have been confirmed. No orc warriors or mages have been seen yet, but their presence cannot be ruled out. The Count looks back at Adrian with an implicit, challenging smile. Are you confident? The words make Vincent jump in immediately. Father, that entrance is one of the Rangers' main routes. If we make a mistake and it turns into a prolonged battle, future campaigns will become twice as difficult. And if anything happens to you, the reputation of Balarhard will be affected. The protagonist looks at him and thinks to himself, he must have trained this guy very thoroughly. The Count just casually replies, Enough, don't worry anymore. Adrian, what do you need? Adrian lists immediately. First, 3 guides and upgraded equipment for my men. If you have crossbows, lend us a few. The Count nods in agreement. That is not difficult. I will arrange it. The knights look at each other, not daring to say a word. A moment later, the protagonist's voice rings out, We will move out. The escort team was ordered to form up. Knight Hand looked completely confused. Pardon me, what do you mean by that? Adrian explained the situation with a beaming smile. We've received a mission to conquer an orc tribe. The enemy has 20 members, and among them, there may or may not be warriors or mages. He replied in astonishment, Your Highness, the 3rd Legion has arrived here, so why must we? Our mission is to escort you. Adrian responded smoothly, then that's perfect. You have to follow me to protect me anyway. The message from the 3rd Legion will arrive today. Retrieve the equipment and report back to me. Then the protagonist thought to himself, like it or not, these are the soldiers assigned to me, so I might as well make good use of them. They aren't reliable in a blizzard. But he narrowed his eyes, his blue pupils flashing as he activated his special ability. Status windows appeared above the knights: hands dex traits, swordsmanship C, standard drill, defensive siege, defensive infantry. He mentally evaluated, but they are the elites chosen by the royal family. Upon looking at the knight named Joseph, the status window revealed interrogation and disguise skills, causing Adrian to narrow his eyes in suspicion. So there's a suspicious person mixed in here. Outside, Adrian approached along with Vincent. Adrian asked with surprise, Are you the guide? Vincent frowned in warning, Your Highness might not realize it, but if this fails, the consequences will be far greater than you think. Adrian smiled warmly, Rest assured, we will not fail. Vincent snapped, You're taking this too lightly. Immediately, the atmosphere between the two became tense. Adrian maintained his smile and analyzed Vincent's strength. Unable to see the status window, at the very least, he's a 3rd-rank knight. He realized that the people following Vincent were actually knights disguised as rangers and smiled inwardly at this underground safety network. Before departing, he ordered Adelia to stay behind. Adelia, don't worry. I won't be taking you with me. He knew the violent nature hidden within her abilities and thought it would be troublesome if her trait awakened the wrong way by accident. She replied to the protagonist, I apologize, Your Highness. The expeditionary force ventured deep into the frozen wilderness. Adrian marched at the front, leading the formation through the frost-covered trees. Vincent grumbled incessantly to everyone, Conserve your stamina while walking. If stamina drops, your limbs will stiffen and combat will be affected. Especially in snow and ice like the Blade Mountain Range, you must watch your footing. The protagonist thought to himself, This guy is even worse at lecturing than my father. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence as a white rabbit darted across the snow-covered path. Vincent exhaled, but his instincts kicked in. He raised his bronze binoculars, scanning the dense tree line ahead, and saw a horrifying sight. A group of large orcs with glowing red eyes was gnawing on a bloody corpse. Vincent reported urgently to Adrian, There's a group of orcs ahead, what shall we do? Adrian did not hesitate. He raised his gloved hand and ordered coldly, Load. Behind him, Hand and the other knights immediately raised their heavy crossbows. Arwen gripped her sword with focused determination. The metallic sounds echoing through the quiet forest alerted the orcs to the intrusion. Adrian stepped forward, the cold wind whipping his golden hair. His blue eyes blazed with a terrifying predatory light, accompanied by an excited smile. He whispered to the monsters, Hello there, long time no see. Without looking back, he lowered his hand and commanded, Fire. The crossbow bolts tore through the frigid air, piercing the orcs with brutal force. Blood splattered across the snow as the monsters roared in pain and fury. The surviving orcs grabbed their crude weapons and charged straight toward the formation. Adrian did not step back. Instead, he drew his longsword and charged forward. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground. A resounding roar filled with killing intent and the thick scent of blood. What I've missed, what I've longed for, what I've craved like this. Truly wonderful. The atmosphere of the battlefield collided head-on with the monster's vanguard. Arwen shouted in desperate anxiety for the prince's safety, Adrian. Adrian ignored her completely. Don't come over here. He stood firm on the snow, raising his sword into a perfect defensive stance. Adrian's smile deepened, touching the verge of madness as he inhaled the chaotic atmosphere and warned with a chilling grin, One wrong step and you'll be dragged into it. As the battle broke out, the blue light in Adrian's eyes was suddenly obscured by a violent crimson flow. The snowy landscape blurred, replaced by a deep memory from over 400 years ago. It was the story of a lonely man carrying a burning hatred for orcs. One who had fought relentlessly, a funeral dirge of a father exhausted after an endless battle. The fleeting melody of an extraordinary vengeful warrior. That ancient blood-red aura erupted from Adrian's body, swirling around him like hellfire. The red energy enveloping his sword vibrated with deadly power. Ancient words echoed in his mind, I pile up the green corpses and climb the mountain. and below is a red lake stretching out. He looked down at the scene of slaughter with a terrifyingly serene smile. The system window confirmed the presence of an ancient power singing the poem of vengeance. Shifting scenes elsewhere, in a dim room, long shadows fell across the luxurious walls. A heavy leather coin pouch dropped onto the mahogany table with a soft thud. An orange-haired knight looked anxiously at the figure sitting in the deep crimson velvet armchair. "They say people die all the time at Winter Castle," he muttered, his voice full of fear. The older man in the chair leaned back, a sinister and arrogant smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, there won't be any war. What could that trash of a prince possibly do there? He'll probably just hide in the castle and try to steal the credit. The important person is not that brat, but Baal Valhard. Keep an eye on Winter Castle and report anything suspicious to me." "Can you do that?" The orange-haired knight snatched the bag, a greedy and confident smile replacing his previous fear. "I will do my best, Count." The warmth of the noble's study shattered, replaced by the frigid and brutal reality of the snowy battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the deafening roars of the monsters. The orange-haired knight stood in the snow, his breath forming panicked clouds, his face pale with horror as he stared at the giant green monster in front of him. He thought, "That's what I heard, but this can't be. It's completely different from what the old man said." Behind him, Arwen with her dark hair flowing in the cold wind shouted, "First row, maintain formation and advance." A giant orc swung a crude wooden club, slamming it hard into the line of knights. Crash! The orange-haired knight panted, stepping back in terror, sweat pouring down, his mind in turmoil. "Damn it, what should I do?" Arwen's voice cut through the chaos once more. "Second row, attack." Driven by pure survival instinct, he squeezed his eyes shut and lunged forward, thrusting his spear with all his might into the monster's thick hide. But the relief immediately turned to despair as the giant orc was completely unfazed, looking down at him with glowing red eyes. He realized the horrifying truth: my attacks are completely ineffective. I'm dead for sure. The orc raised its weapon, ready to crush the trembling human. Suddenly, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning illuminated the snow-covered forest. Arwen plunged into the fight, her sword crackling with intense blue mana. She sliced a sharp line across the orc's neck, blood sprayed, and the giant monster fell backward into the snow. The orange-haired knight collapsed, his weapon slipping from his hand as he cowered. Arwen stood over him, her blue eyes cold and uncompromising. "This is a battlefield, don't you dare throw away your weapon." The ground began to shake rhythmically. From the tree-line, a terrifying orc warrior emerged in armor and a horned helmet. Arwen tightened her grip on her sword hilt, her expression stern. "All units, prepare for combat." She quickly assessed the overwhelming enemy force. "There are quite a lot of them. It will be hard to handle them all with just our current numbers." Before despair could set in, a streak of crimson energy tore through the battlefield. Arwen's eyes widened in shock. The red streak passed through an orc charging at them. It cut it in half perfectly. Blood splashed onto the white snow. It was Adrian. His golden hair caught the dim light, and his silver armor blazed under the blood-red aura erupting from his body. He moved like a reaper. His sword was a streak of crimson as he effortlessly slaughtered the monsters around him. Seeing him, she blurted out, "It's your highness." But his gaze now seemed soulless, not responding to her. The protagonist charged forward, ignoring her desperate calls. No matter how many he killed, it was never enough. Searching for the enemy's blood, he wandered through the barren lands dominated by orcs. The mana in his heart had long been depleted, yet he did not stop, drinking the orcs' blood and chewing their flesh. With every step, the man grew older and weaker. Only the demonic sword in his hand helped him burn his remaining life force to carry out his final wish. It was a requiem for his wife and daughter, those who had been killed without even a scrap of meat left behind. A torn family portrait lay forgotten in the rubble. And finally, when he faced the enemy of his life, he withered away. The lone white-haired avenger in the snow faced a giant orc leader, like a titan. One eye had darkness swallowing the entire ground. The man smiled a tired, broken smile, but his eyes flashed with a red flame of hatred that never went out. He lunged with all that was left, but the man did not give up until the very end. Despite his courage, he was struck down, his broken body lying in a snow pit. No miracles occurred. His life faded away, a forgotten tragedy, untold, unknown. Only the demonic sword of Adrian's past life remained stuck deep in the snow, witnessing it all. Back in the present, the red aura around Adrian flared with intense pain and absolute resolve. He thought, "I will be the only one who remembers it all." He stood tall amidst the slaughtered orc corpses, his voice echoing, "Knights, deal with the orc warriors. The rest of you, hold the orcs back." He tightened his grip on his sword. "I remember now. The poem of vengeance is an incomplete song. I must finish this song." Adrian threw himself back into the pack of monsters, a bloody whirlwind of punishment. He wove through the giant monsters, decapitating and dismembering them with terrifying grace. Blood sprayed in arcs, turning the battlefield into a gruesome painting. A golden system window appeared amidst the slaughter. A new stanza has been added to the poem of vengeance. Adrian's voice sounded mysterious as he recited the newly forged words. Pile up the green corpses to create a mountain and beneath it a crimson swamp. And here, I stand here to honor your souls. The system window chimed again. The poem of vengeance has become the requiem. Adrian's eyes returned to their normal sharp blue. The battle was over. The remaining knights stood victorious in the snow. Vincent stepped forward, holding a tattered, blood-soaked red flag. He broke the wooden pole. By breaking the orc symbol, the orcs have been destroyed. Vincent turned to the soldiers with a triumphant smile. I declare victory, it is our victory. The soldiers cheered. Adrian looked at them, thinking, is this person's name Vincent Bale Valhard? The successor of a family that had dedicated its life to the fight against monsters, shares the same name as the pitiful avenger who once fell to end the orc's existence. A fleeting image of the old man who died in the snow flashed through Adrian's mind. That man had spoken to his sword before dying. In the next life, let's meet again. He thought to himself, how ironic. Vincent, with a face clearly showing annoyance, sulked quietly. Adrian glanced over his shoulder and asked, what is it? Vincent stepped forward, extending the tattered flag toward the prince. He said, please take this. Adrian tilted his head, completely confused by the action. Vincent explained with a formal tone, in the 3rd Legion, the bravest soldiers are awarded the enemy's flag. It is the spoils of war for an eternal, glorious victory. Besides, this flag belongs to your highness. From behind, Arwen stepped forward and bowed respectfully, Your Highness, I would like to express my respect for your brave battle today. Suddenly, the entire unit of armored knights bowed. They roared in unison, their voices echoing across the white snow, respect for your highness's brave battle. The corners of Adrian's mouth curled into a triumphant, satisfied smile. Another voice chimed in, please say it a bit louder, so everyone can hear. He raised the red flag high into the freezing air, shouting with all his might, we won. The knights were swept up in his infectious energy. They raised their fists to the sky, cheering wildly, we won. The fiery sky served as a backdrop for Adrian as he stood there in a victorious pose. The soldiers roared, respect for your highness. Welcome to Winter Castle. Adrian basked in the admiration, his inner self filled with a large ego. He thought, victory, cheers, glory. I am holding everything in my hands. But then, completely breaking the solemn atmosphere, he hugged the flag tightly like a precious toy and shouted joyfully, this flag is mine. Vincent stood behind, looking completely bored with the prince's antics. Adrian continued to brag childishly, yes, I am the one. He suddenly stopped, a shadow casting over his face as he heard a small voice. He turned his head and asked, Vincent looked at him with a slightly petty smile, I mean the orc army's flags. I have 16 of them. Adrian froze, jaw dropped in silence. The knights behind him broke into a cold sweat. One whispered, the captain is so childish. Adrian's shock quickly turned into petulance. He waved the flag wildly right in front of Vincent and shouted, who cares? This flag is mine. Vincent stepped back, shocked by the sudden outburst. He gritted his teeth, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and thought, I still can't stand him. A while later, a massive bonfire burned, sending thick black smoke into the sunset sky. The soldiers stood silently before the pyre. Adrian and Arwen observed the flames. Vincent remarked gently, casualties were not too high for a battle against an elite orc fighting unit. Adrian replied coldly, is that so? Arwen bowed her head, with a hint of melancholy, even so, it still feels very regretful. Vincent affirmed firmly without taking his eyes off the fire, victory is grief and enough tribute for those who have fallen. We comfort the souls of the departed with the orc's blood. Adrian looked at the young ranger commander, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. He thought, he has the same name and a similar way of speaking, could he really be a reincarnation? Adrian broke the quiet atmosphere. Anyway, are all these 3rd Legion members following us? Vincent lied without blinking. A ranger unit happened to pass by and joined us. The protagonist was not at all amused by the blatant lie. What an amazing coincidence. Vincent smiled awkwardly, breaking into a cold sweat. Yes, a coincidence. He did not believe him and had been secretly preparing. Vincent quickly steered the conversation back to the tactical situation. By the way, it's strange for an orc fighting unit to come down to the foot of the mountain. It's also strange that the rangers didn't detect their movement. We should head back quickly. The soaring towers of Winter Castle were bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. the victorious expeditionary force marched through the massive stone gate. The Count was waiting to welcome them. Well done. Congratulations on returning safely. Adrian immediately puffed out his chest, waving the tattered red cloth. This enemy flag is mine. He waved it vigorously from side to side. The knights surrounding him laughed and clapped in praise. Truly amazing. Your Highness, did you win an enemy flag in your very first battle? A short distance away, Arwen and 2 other knights watched with deadpan eyes. One knight sighed, His Highness is showing it off again. The other added, I think he's done it 11 times already. Arwen kept completely silent. Adrian continued to boast, Yes, I am the only one. Suddenly, the Count interrupted as he pulled Vincent aside to ask about the abnormalities in the mountains. Vincent reported, explaining that the orc unit appeared too early. They might have found major prey or something happened deep in the mountains. The Count added, Neither seems to be a good thing for us. I wanted to let everyone rest, but this is important. Follow me. As Vincent left, he paused and glanced over his shoulder. Your Highness, thank you for your hard work. Adrian watched him go, bewildered, and asked, He seems weird, right? Arwen smiled and explained, with his rough personality, he seems embarrassed by the sudden change in his own attitude. Before Adrian could reflect, a panicked voice rang out, Your Highness. Adelia ran quickly toward him with a face clearly showing relief. You've returned safely. She stopped in front of him, panting with large green eyes trembling with worry. I was very worried. You could have been hurt or gotten lost. Adrian's expression softened into a gentle smile. It was just. She looked up hopefully. Yes. Adrian's gentle smile instantly turned into a bragging grin as he shoved the tattered flag in her face and asked, Do you know what this is? Night fell, shadows covering the quiet room. Vincent spoke. We will establish an investigative ranger unit to deploy to the mountains in the next few days. We don't know what variables we will find there. Therefore, only elite personnel specialized in mountain terrain scouting will be sent, which means you don't need to join. Adrian sat slumped in the velvet armchair, pouting like a child. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Why did you go to the trouble of coming all the way here to report the meeting results? Vincent avoided eye contact, clearly uncomfortable, answering that the chief commander had ordered it. Adrian looked at him and realized the intention behind it. Looks like the old man wants us to be friends, which isn't that hard. Adrian sighed in response, All right, you can leave now. Get some good rest. Vincent bowed and left. The heavy wooden door closed. Adrian sighed wearily. He sat alone in the dim light, the red flag resting quietly on the polished wooden table. I was too immersed in today's battle. For the first time, I recited an ancient epic without missing a single stanza. This will likely continue. The epics I remember aren't mine anyway, things I have, but at the same time, they don't belong to me. I must make them all completely mine, just like how the poem of vengeance is now the requiem. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence. Adrian snapped his head toward the window. Another sound followed. He looked toward the window panes illuminated only by moonlight and muttered, A bird? But as Adrian focused, he held his breath, realizing, wait, that's not it. The creature turned its head, its eyes were glowing purple voids. A terrifyingly chaotic aura of dark purple energy radiated from its small body. Adrian stared at this ominous omen, his blood feeling as if it were freezing. He realized the horrifying truth, that is not an ordinary bird. Looking at the bird, Adrian thought to himself, who could have sent this strange bird here? Then from inside the bird, a voice rang out, Does your highness like the gift I sent? Just like that, this familiar voice made Adrian realize at that moment, indeed, it is so. But a gift? He wondered and asked back, could the reason the orcs appeared at the foot of the mountain be? Sigran replied, I just wanted your highness to face a more mediocre enemy. Please happily accept this gesture of mine. Adrian frowned, thinking to himself, dozens of hunters died because of that. Yet you can still babble so brazenly. The elves are all sickos who love to peek. She must have been very entertained watching us slaughter each other with the orc fighting unit. She continued to praise him, a poem of vengeance directed at the entire orc tribe? I watched it, and I was truly impressed. Adrian thought to himself, this is exactly the kind of goodwill that those people often talk about. Thinking this, he replied, Stop blabbering. If you have something to say, just say it. This left Sigran a bit disappointed, and she let out a sigh, Your highness is so cold-hearted. The bird flew in circles around his head, and her voice continued, But unrequited love is inherently difficult, isn't it? What can I do? I just fervently hope for the day when your highness will open your heart to me. Having said that, the bird perched on his shoulder and continued, Deep within those mountains, there is something you need. An extremely ancient entity is slumbering inside those mountains. If you take it as the subject of your poem, I guarantee it will be a masterpiece. This left him feeling intrigued. A perfect masterpiece, you say? Seeing him become interested, she changed her tone. Oh my. It's a pity that time for this adorable little thing is running out. So, until next time, Your Highness. As soon as she finished speaking, the bird acted like a literal bomb, exploding right in front of him. This left the room in complete chaos. Adrian gritted his teeth in anger, unable to do anything, always making me feel irritated until the very last second. What Sigran wants from me is crystal clear. It's to write a new war song, constantly acting as both the listener and the performer, because they are a race that can never be the protagonist of a song. They weave others' songs with their own melodies and sing the sword dance. The fact that she provided me with this information is surely because she wants to obtain an even more profound song through me. But even so, this time, I'll play along and see what happens. The next day, as soon as he shared the news with Vincent, the knight questioned, "You mean inside that mountain range? Even though hunters go in and out of the mountains like it's a marketplace, that's only on the outskirts. Among those who have ventured deep inside, not a single one has ever returned alive." This startled him a bit. Truly not a single one? Vincent nodded in confirmation. That's right, not one. Our mission is to prevent monsters from pouring down from the mountains, not to explore this mountain range. Within, Adrian suddenly had an idea. So that means no one knows what's inside there? In the past, because knights were always scouring every corner of the world to reach a realm of transcendence, every mystery and wonder in this world had been scavenged clean. Yet, here there still remains a place called the Forbidden Zone? He stared straight at the mountain ahead, evaluating. It really is like that. In many respects, coming to Balorhard was truly the right decision. Even though Vincent's voice suddenly rang out, I say this just as a precaution. Please, Your Highness, absolutely do not intend to venture deep into those mountains. Understanding his intent, he waved his hand. Yes, I won't go in there, so don't worry. As he walked, he hummed a few lines, thinking to himself, at least for the time being. Another dull day unfolded in this place. The sentries yawned out of boredom. He had nothing to do, so he took out his sword to start cleaning it. While cleaning, he pondered, deep inside the mountain, huh? What kind of being is actually in there? Even though I want to rush there right now, it's not the time yet. I need more battles and even more victories. Well, regardless, Van H is a place where skirmishes happen frequently, so very soon. Just as he said that, a war horn rang out across the entire fortress, startling the soldiers. Damn it, has the next attack come already? Another shouted, everyone gather on the ramparts now. Summon all troops outside the fortress to come inside. Bring more arrows here, hurry. He followed their footsteps to see what was happening. Vale's voice then ordered the soldiers, all archers, prepare to take positions. He, along with Arwen, anxiously ran over and called out, Uncle. Vale turned to answer, so you've arrived. Then he pointed forward, it's over there. At this moment, on the opposite mountain, several tiny figures appeared, fleeing toward the fortress. Watching for a long moment, he finally realized, the rangers are running away. From what? A soldier hurriedly screamed, run faster, you brats. Run faster. The wolf cavalry is chasing us. It turned out the soldiers were rushing back because they were being chased by a group of orcs. The voices of those on the ramparts continued, hang in there a little longer. They are still out of bowshot range. The running rangers cursed angrily, damn those filthy orcs. Another added, don't they know what fatigue is? Watching from above, he also felt something. It feels like something is very strange. Vale standing next to him added, that's right, they are completely playing with their prey. There is no way the wolf cavalry couldn't catch up at that distance. Seeing the fortress in front, one soldier was exhausted and stopped. If we keep going like this, we'll all be dead. Saying this, he turned around resolutely. I will stay behind to stall for time. Alone, facing the monsters, he raised his sword. Come on. I am a ranger of the Great Balorhard. Seeing this action, the others panicked and shouted, no. No. Don't stop. Keep running here a bit more, you idiots. But it was too late. The soldier was immediately pounced on by a wolf and taken down in a single blow. Witnessing this, the other soldiers panicked and shouted, Captain. Then they drew their weapons to turn back and retaliate, but their fate was no different from the captain's. Two soldiers were quickly wiped out in just one blow. Standing on the ramparts watching everything, Vale sighed helplessly, damn it. Except for the existing garrison force, other soldiers could withdraw from the ramparts. Then he turned to him and continued, aren't you going to ask why I didn't save them, Adrian? he replied, "Wasn't it you, uncle, who deliberately brought me here just to show me that sight?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it was a trap. If we sent troops out, we would just be swallowed by them. In the battle against monsters, there is no such thing as common sense." Vincent stepped forward from behind to continue his father's words. "They don't care about their own casualties at all, and a war of attrition is exactly what they want. Winter has only just begun. We cannot act recklessly." Then suddenly, a soldier shouted, "The wolf cavalry is approaching!" Before everyone's eyes were 3 wolf cavalrymen heading straight toward the fortress without the slightest fear. In the mouth of one wolf, it was carrying a soldier who had sustained countless wounds. Upon reaching a certain distance, it dropped the soldier. Standing above watching, a soldier was startled and shouted when he saw the person was still moving, "He's still alive!" After that, a series of bodies of warriors were placed outside the fortress gate. Vale, standing above watching, assessed, "This winter is truly not like any other year." Vincent anxiously shouted, "Dare to pull such cowardly tricks?" He stood watching and thought to himself, could it be that this incident was interfered with by that damn elf? Below, at this moment, a pair of heavy feet stepped on the frozen ground. An orc, its entire body radiating thick killing intent, held a bright red flag in its hand. It looked up at the people on the fortress gate, wearing a mysterious smile. He, watching from above, also realized something. This atmosphere is. The orc below stomped its feet hard, letting out roars that sounded like a challenge. Vincent was startled and blurted out, "The orcs seem like they are going to perform an execution ceremony or something." He stepped forward from behind and placed his hand on the knight's shoulder, explaining, "No, they aren't going to perform any execution ceremony. They are issuing a challenge to a duel." He smiled and thought, "An extremely ancient entity is slumbering deep inside those mountains. Now I know what that thing is." The orc had been. At this moment, husky voices rang out across the air, "Fight, or fight gloriously to regain honor for the Legion. For the great king," he evaluated, "because he's still screaming so loudly like that." A group of orcs hoisted a crimson war flag outside the fortress and demanded a formal duel instead of continuing the siege. Inside the ramparts, the blonde prince calmly explained the orcs' demand to the bewildered knights. Without hesitation, the prince stepped forward and prepared to prove his claim himself, while others watched in astonishment. Facing the enemy camp, the prince accepted the challenge in the orcs' own language. Shock spread across the battlefield as the orcs realized a human could perfectly understand their ancient language and traditions. Instead of showing fear, the prince pressured the orc leader to demand an immediate answer, until the enemy finally accepted his conditions. Confusion spread through the ranks of knights as they couldn't understand how the prince could communicate so naturally with this tribe. The wolf-riding orcs slowly retreated from the fortress in an organized formation. The soldiers watched the departing army and realized that the prince had truly prevented the conflict, at least for this moment. The prince explained that the duel required 5 warriors chosen from the previous battle in the mountains. Memories of the bloody clash rushed back to the knights, making some finally understand the prince's previous actions. Vincent stepped forward as the prince began to choose warriors for the dangerous challenge ahead. Many soldiers immediately volunteered because they wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. However, the prince warned that there were only limited spots and this duel would put their lives in danger. Although others continued to protest, the prince refused their requests with a calm smile. Arwen silently accepted the prince's offer after realizing he trusted her enough to let her participate in this dangerous duel. Curiosity spread among the knights as they wondered how the prince had learned the forbidden language of the orcs. Instead of revealing the truth, the prince skillfully evaded the topic while maintaining a calm expression. The elder knight explained that only the highest orc nobles and tribal kings could use that ancient language. The giant orc leader loudly declared his readiness for the duel. A heavy silence fell after the knights realized the prince possessed a rare ability similar to the enemy ruler. Arwen silently observed the strange events, suspecting in her heart that the meeting between the two sides was not a mere coincidence. Stories about the Elven Kingdom returning to the path of diplomacy spread, while the Orc King reappeared after centuries. Cold winds swept across the fortress gate as preparations for the upcoming battle finally began. Although still full of doubts, the prince forced everyone to focus on the duel instead of the unsolved mysteries. The chosen warriors marched toward the battlefield, where the orcs stood waiting in formation. Confidence was visible on the prince's face as he prepared for the fierce confrontation ahead. The giant orc warrior immediately asked if the blonde prince would be his opponent himself. Instead of backing down, the prince calmly faced the tall monster without showing any fear. The orc leader was filled with excitement after sensing the prince's intense spirit and unusual strength. The prince smiled slightly as the orc leader showed him unexpected respect instead of hatred. Across the battlefield, the giant orc radiated terrifying pressure while acknowledging the prince as a worthy opponent. A knight attempted to replace the prince but was immediately met with an attack. Many orcs rushed forward, forcing Arwen and other knights to intercept them near the snow wall. Blue energy gathered around the prince's sword as he reminded everyone that orcs never followed orderly duels like humans. Not waiting any longer, the prince charged straight toward the enemy leader and ordered the others to fend for themselves. Arwen leapt across the battlefield, slashing through the attacking orcs alongside their giant wolves. At the same time, another knight was nearly crushed by a heavy blow. The prince descended with overwhelming power, slamming his sword into the commander. The orc crazily swung its giant weapon repeatedly, but the prince dodged every blow with precise movements. Frustration was visible on the monster's face as it realized the prince's physical strength seemed weaker than expected. However, the prince still calmly stepped forward, not losing faith before that tall enemy. Dark blue flames suddenly erupted around the prince and spread across the battlefield like a storm. Nearby soldiers roared in anger as memories of countless dead rangers sparked growing strength. At that moment, the prince's hatred and the resentment of the fallen warriors melded into a terrifying power. Dark energy surrounded the prince as he calmly stepped through the battlefield, preparing for a powerful skill. High above the fortress sky, a burning aura spread around the flag and the orc leader who was charging in a fierce collision. The prince released the forbidden Requiem power, sacrificing his own strength to fully activate the ancient skill. A giant orc charged across the snowfield and swung its weapon toward the black-haired prince with overwhelming force. Instead of backing away, the prince stepped forward and blocked the attack while carefully observing the movements of the surrounding orcs. During the fight, another blow nearly pierced his defenses, but blue energy gathered around the sword as he regained his balance. The orcs suddenly began to attack with perfect coordination, forcing the soldiers to fight extremely hard near the fortress wall. While defending himself, the prince realized that the enemy warriors were moving with unusual discipline, unlike normal monsters. In the center of the formation, a giant orc covered in red power was revealed. The blonde knight rushed forward and slashed down many enemies with agile and precise strikes. He stood tall facing the powered-up orc despite the terrifying killing intent surrounding it. A cold smile appeared on the blonde knight's face as he realized the monster enemy was still far inferior to their true power. Red energy exploded around the orc shaman as it unleashed brutal magic and charged toward the prince with savage power. Even so, the prince calmly stepped through the attack and countered with a blue sword storm that tore through the snow. Steel and magic collided repeatedly, causing the entire battlefield to shake from the power of the fierce clash. Surprise appeared on the orc's face when the prince suddenly vanished from its sight during the fight. A sharp slash cut deep into the monster's body before it could react to the prince's movement. Blood splattered onto the frozen ground as the wounded orc fell backward. Many defeated orcs collapsed across the snowy battlefield while the surviving monsters slowly retreated before the prince's overwhelming momentum. The prince calmly accepted the enemy's retreat as a natural result of the failed attack. Blue energy then gathered around his blade as he silently prepared for another threat lurking behind the mountains. A crimson aura suddenly spread across the distant valley, causing the prince's face to stiffen immediately with vigilance. This terrifying pressure belonged to an ancient entity far more powerful than ordinary orcs or shamans. Nearby knights froze in confusion while he ordered everyone to retreat from the approaching danger. A female knight quickly recognized the unusual energy flooding the battlefield as the red light continued to expand over the snow. At the same time, the warrior tried to endure the crushing pressure while his soldiers gathered behind him in fear. Far ahead, the prince stared toward the mountains. After finally realizing the source of that massive power, a glowing red mark appeared in the high sky, confirming the appearance of the mysterious ancient entity. Snow and trees shook violently immediately after as something massive plummeted from the mountain with terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, a giant spear-like attack tore through the air. Realizing the attack couldn't be dodged, the prince immediately raised his sword and prepared to block the incoming blow, causing the frozen ground to crack while the prince tried to withstand the overwhelming power. Although he blocked the attack, the prince understood that his current strength was still insufficient to deal with the monster behind the mountains. The giant spear attack exploded across the battlefield and sent the prince flying hard through the snow. Nearby knights watched in horror as red energy continued to tear through the frozen ground after the collision. While the battlefield remained in dead silence, the female knight desperately searched for the prince's condition amidst the snow. Despite her body's pain, the female knight still tried to move forward and rushed toward the injured prince without hesitation. Not long after, she found him collapsed inside a deep hole created by the terrifying attack. Fear spread across her face as she discovered the prince lying motionless under the snow, blood covering his armor. She checked his condition and realized she could no longer feel his heartbeat. Despair quickly overwhelmed her calmness as she begged the unconscious prince to open his eyes again. She immediately tried to save him, kneeling down and starting CPR even though the surrounding battlefield was freezing. A few tense moments passed before the prince suddenly coughed violently. Relief finally appeared on the tired face of the female knight. After confirming the prince had survived the fatal attack, the female knight silently stayed by his side while snow continued to fall on the battlefield. Looking at his unconscious face up close, she realized how young and fragile he looked beneath the royal authority. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart as she wondered if the prince had always carried such a lonely burden on his shoulders at this age. He finally came beside Lady Knight Arwen while she was still focused on protecting the unconscious prince, and the prince weakly opened his eyes. The prince immediately cursed the orcs even while in a condition of severe injury. His voice was filled with hatred and irritation as he declared that the only acceptable orc was a dead orc. Despite being severely injured, the prince still ordered the destruction of the remaining enemies before they could regroup. After hearing the order, Lady Knight Arwen calmly relayed the prince's command to the surrounding soldiers. Blue energy quickly spread among the knights as they charged together to finish the battle without hesitation. Not long after, the prince woke up in the castle's infirmary, while anger at the battlefield still smoldered in his mind. Irritation overwhelmed him because just one spear thrown from afar had nearly killed him. He bitterly realized how helpless he still was against the terrifying enemy behind the mountains. Later, some knights approached the prince and sincerely thanked him for saving countless lives in the battle. Embarrassed by their gratitude, the prince silently tried to brush off the praise while hiding his annoyance behind a calm expression. The soldiers continued to express their deep respect for the prince, who had defended the fortress at a great personal cost. During the discussion, the knight revealed that a massive orc army had set up camp near the castle. He explained that the fortress could withstand ordinary enemies, but the giant spear. Hearing the report, the prince silently understood that the true battle against that ancient entity had only just begun. The prince explained that a powerful royal authority had finally united the orc tribes scattered across the mountains. The surrounding knights listened in amazement as they learned that normal orcs naturally challenge weaker leaders to vie for power. After asking about the identity of the ruler, the prince calmly revealed that the Orc King bore a terrifying title. Countless aggressive orcs rushed across the battlefield while crushing everything in their path. Blood and destruction spread quickly as the barbaric army advanced with insatiable greed and brutal power. At the center of the chaos, the terrifying ruler finally appeared, known across the mountains by the name Warlord. Inside the royal bedroom, some knights gathered around the resting first prince to discuss the sudden increase in orc activity near the mountains. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the group focused on building defensive fortifications around the fortress gate. Without appearing too serious, the prince suddenly interrupted the tense discussion. The commanders explained that this was the first time they had heard rumors of such a large-scale orc movement. Annoyance was visible on his face as the officers continued to push the work onto him. Among the knights present, a veteran silently acknowledged that the prince's judgment was essential to handle the growing crisis. Moonlight blanketed the castle as the meeting finally came to an end. Once the room grew quiet again, the prince collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. Before departing, a loyal knight remained behind and carefully mentioned the mysterious martial power that had surfaced during the previous battle. The prince calmly leaned back against the bed, confirming that the blue flames were indeed the power they had witnessed. The prince slowly sat up, listening as the knight analyzed the dangerous potential with a grave expression. After witnessing the strange flames with his own eyes, the knight finally asked the prince what conclusion he had reached regarding this power. The knight pondered how turbulent the prince's mind must have become. After abandoning the beliefs that had once guided his life, the prince lowered his gaze for a moment, quietly reflecting on the burden that came with the overwhelming power he had obtained. The prince asked if that power could be bestowed upon those capable of using mana chains. She silently observed the discussion while the prince pointedly noted how unfair the system seemed. Blue energy suddenly gathered around the prince's hands as he focused on the strange source of strength within him. Surrounded by brilliant blue flames, the knight calmly explained that knights of the circle were forbidden from using such abilities freely. A faint smile appeared on the prince's face as he listened to the knight explain the martial chant. He acknowledged that there must be a reason behind the prince's interest in the martial chant. Slowly rising from the bed, the prince prepared to continue the conversation while carefully sorting through his thoughts about that strange power. The knight explained that elves greatly value martial chants because they cannot create them naturally themselves. The elves borrow martial chants from others and synchronize them with their sword dances in battle. He suggested that humming a martial chant could still be done even without directly possessing a mana heart, reminding the prince that a mana ring only functions by resonating with external forces rather than generating power on its own. Even so, the prince continued to explore that possibility while the knight admitted he had no clear answer regarding this unusual theory. A heavy silence filled the room as the knight realized the prince might have discovered an entirely new path involving the martial chant and the mana ring. Quiet confidence returned to the prince as he pondered the dangerous idea forming in his mind. Both knights suddenly reacted to something unexpected, causing the prince to freeze in confusion. The prince finally collapsed back onto the bed in exhaustion while the knight continued to shroud the castle outside. The prince suddenly woke up with a sharp look, as if sensing something unusual still lingering in the room. Morning light quietly flooded into the royal bedroom while Adelia stood by the bed, waiting for him to recover. After hearing the news that his uncle had left, the prince asked if anything unusual had happened during the night. Holding his cup in silence, the prince carefully recalled the knight's strange reaction earlier. A sudden memory rushed back of the overwhelming aura of a true swordmaster. Blue energy slowly wrapped around the knight's body as the prince realized the old man had finally attained a soul strong enough to match his physique. Deep gratitude was evident on the knight's face after realizing the change within himself. Instead of taking the compliments seriously, the prince jokingly remarked that people often fear sudden changes before disaster strikes. Quiet pride crept onto the knight's face as he remembered the legendary power he had possessed centuries ago. Traces of envy still appeared as he compared his former glory to his current weakened state. With a slight smirk, the prince dismissed the complaints and demanded an explanation for the knight's recent breakthrough. He admitted that he still didn't fully understand the mysterious humming method associated with the martial chant. Only a vague outline existed in his mind, but that discovery alone opened up countless new possibilities for future development. The knight calmly declared that he intended to move forward and seek the answers himself. Standing near the window, the knight quietly complained that the prince had started taking advantage of every opportunity placed before him. A horrifying image of a monster warrior suddenly flashed through the prince's mind, when the conversation shifted to the enemy lurking in the mountains. Without hesitation, the prince declared that this powerful enemy belonged to him alone. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor as both men finally left the room together. The knight admitted there were still many things he wanted to ask about the prince's strange knowledge regarding orcs and elves. Despite doubting the prince's sudden changes, the knight still chose to trust him until the appropriate time arrived. Before the discussion could continue, soldiers suddenly rushed toward the ramparts with panic clearly written on their faces. Far below the mountain, countless orcs began to flood across the snowy battlefield. Commanders immediately shouted orders while archers scrambled into position along the ramparts. A violent red aura suddenly erupted from deep within the enemy ranks, causing the battlefield to tremble with overwhelming pressure. The knight wondered if that monstrous presence belonged to the dreaded orc warlord. Gloomy crimson power twisted in the air while the knight carefully observed the massive battle spirit hiding among the orcs. The prince immediately dismissed that notion, and calmly identified that figure as the vanguard leading the invasion force. Most orcs feared only one legendary warrior who had surpassed all others through countless battles. Hiding beneath the crimson aura was the brutal commander, known as the Night Slayer. Ancient texts recorded that orcs use battle spirit in a way similar to how knights control mana. Rare mutated individuals occasionally appear, with an extraordinary sensitivity to battle spirit, and can feel the invisible energy around them. These gifted orcs possess the terrifying ability to open their eyes, a power respected by the entire orc tribe because it allows them to see through hidden weaknesses. Ian immediately realized the enemy commander was one of those rare mutated individuals. After witnessing the monster analyze the battlefield with horrifying precision, Ian had studied every movement inside Winter Castle, and discovered flaws that regular soldiers could not see. Ian trusted his instincts, and decided to verify for himself whether the legendary Night Slayer truly possessed that ability. Blue mana energy exploded around Ian as he lunged forward, preparing to test the orc commander through direct combat instead of careful observation. He swung his spear down with enough power to pierce the entire battlefield. Facing the attack head-on, the orc calmly raised its weapon while watching the incoming strike with glowing red eyes. The orc had blocked Ian's fatal blow with perfect timing and overwhelming control of battle spirit. Red energy exploded around the mutant warrior, as he clenched his fist and counterattacked with monstrous speed and strength. Intense shockwaves tore through the battlefield. As soldiers witnessed the terrifying clash between the knight and the commander, Ian quickly regained his composure and continued fighting without letting fear weaken his resolve. The soldiers around him noticed that Ian rarely lost his confidence, even when facing an enemy capable of overwhelming ordinary warriors. A faint smile appeared on Ian's face after his companion compared him to the legendary sword saint from old stories. Ian explained that the orc commander relied entirely on his open eyes ability to judge his enemies. Although admitting the monster's intelligence, he believed the mutant still retained its primitive instincts. A dangerous plan formed in the prince's mind as he proposed using himself as bait to lure the commander into a trap. Vincent immediately opposed this idea because the prince's injured state made the strategy too risky for Winter Castle. Calmly, the prince argued that the experienced knights surrounding him would make him look difficult to attack in the orc's eyes. The prince firmly insisted that his team lacked combat experience and needed to defeat the commander directly. Some knights continued to object because the prince's injured arm had not fully recovered from the previous battle. Though he laughed off their concerns, the prince silently acknowledged that the wound still pained him whenever he moved carelessly. The prince affirmed that his arm would recover enough before the real battle began. A grave expression replaced his smile, as he urged everyone to think rationally about the real danger approaching Winter Castle. He focused on the monster force secretly advancing behind the enemy commander. Dense red battle spirit slowly spread across the battlefield like a growing storm. Anger spread among the defensive ranks when they realized the enemy was openly carrying trophies from their fallen comrades. The knights suddenly realized those shields were equipment looted from the Balorhard soldiers who had fallen in the previous battle. Anger spread among the defensive ranks when they realized the enemy was openly carrying trophies from their fallen comrades. Vincent ordered the archers to continue firing incessantly at the overwhelming enemy force below. Too many orcs kept pushing up and started climbing the walls with ladders. Heavy impacts shook the fortress defenses as enemy warriors climbed higher while the defenders struggled to push them down. Some orcs successfully reached the top of the wall before elite knights rushed over to intercept the attackers directly. A nimble female warrior slashed down multiple enemies in a single motion and pushed those climbing the ladders back down. Blood covered the battlefield as the defenders fought desperately to stop the endless invasion surrounding Winter Castle. The knights stationed on the ramparts fought frantically to cut the ropes and destroy the ladders. Catapults continued to fire stones across the battlefield, while the commanders shouted orders to prevent the enemy from setting foot on the wall. As the fierce combat continued under the sunset, the exhausted defenders gradually realized that the endless horde was becoming unstoppable, standing out on the battlefield with terrifying strength and overwhelming battle spirit. Even though countless enemies had fallen, the defenders noticed the Night Slayer commander had yet to reveal himself. Observing the battlefield carefully and understanding that the enemy was waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive blow, dark energy spread across the battlefield as giant wolf riders charged toward the weakened wall of Winter Castle. The prince ordered Arwen and the elite knights to intercept the cavalry before they could destroy the defenses. The wolf-riding orcs followed the commander's orders without hesitation and charged straight into the center of the battlefield. Finally, the prince decided it was time to reveal himself to lure the lurking commander into action. Blue energy exploded around him as he unleashed Requiem Arc, radiating immense pressure across the battlefield and drawing the attention of every enemy. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the prince from across the distant battlefield. Arwen and Vincent immediately felt the terrifying energy spreading across the field. After the prince revealed his true power, while the defenders watched anxiously, the prince calmly welcomed the advancing enemy just as originally planned. The Night Slayer commander finally stepped onto the battlefield and joined the fight directly. A giant orc warrior charged through the battlefield, while soldiers on the walls desperately fired arrows and shouted warnings throughout the fortress. Steel weapons clashed against the monster's armor. However, the creature continued to rush forward without slowing down as chaos spread among the defensive ranks. Blood sprayed from the orc's mouth after taking multiple direct hits, but it stood its ground. A tall commander appeared alongside smaller orcs as the army closed in on the western wall. Dust exploded from the ground as the giant warrior galloped ahead. Blue flames suddenly surrounded the first prince as the knights shouted in alarm. After sensing the dangerous power gathering around him, the giant orc glared toward the prince, who stood towering high atop the ramparts under the burning sky. Wooden barriers shattered into pieces, while the monster climbed up with savage strength. The prince calmly readied his sword as his soldiers quickly followed his orders. Crimson and blue energy exploded around the prince before he ordered everyone to evacuate the wall immediately. Dark flames wrapped around the orc commander. When the monster realized the human had destroyed the cursed fire, royal authority drove the creature forward. After the orc king's command demanded the prince be killed at any cost, a cold smile appeared on the prince's face as he mocked the enemy's resolve without showing a hint of fear. The orc commander charged violently and slammed into the prince with overwhelming force. Blue, burning energy exploded from the prince's sword as the two warriors clashed fiercely in front of the astonished soldiers. Swift movements carried the prince across the battlefield, as he blocked the heavy attacks of the orc commander with precise swordsmanship. Blue energy swirled around the blade while the prince constantly changed positions. Frustration was evident on the orc's face as the prince dodged every strike. A violent collision erupted again as crimson flames flared from the orc commander, while the prince calmly faced the overwhelming pressure. Confidence filled the prince's face as he noticed the enemy lowering its guard during the fierce struggle. He shouted the signal for the hidden plan to begin while the distracted monster failed to react in time. Thick ropes suddenly tightened around the orc commander after soldiers pulled the giant trap from every direction. The knights strained to pull the bindings tight, preventing the giant warrior from escaping the battlefield. Burning rage consumed the orc commander. Upon realizing the prince had never intended to win by direct combat alone, the trapped monster slammed hard into the ground, as the prince ordered the soldiers to pull with all their might. Blood stained the prince's armor after the fierce battle. However, he still calmly praised Arwen for successfully executing the strategy. Shortly after, he ordered the exhausted soldiers to retreat while the remaining orcs tried to continue the attack. Silence gradually returned to the battlefield as the prince stood firm on the ramparts. Mocking laughter spread across the battlefield as the prince looked down at the bound orc commander lying helplessly on the ground. Joy appeared on the prince's face, while the monster struggled frantically against the heavy ropes wrapped around its body. Suddenly, the giant orc slammed its body forward with brute force and smashed through a piece of the ruined ground nearby. Another knight rushed onto the battlefield with crackling blue mana surrounding his body while the prince calmly stepped back. Disgust was evident on the newcomer's face. After seeing the injured orc commander up close during the fierce engagement, the prince handed over the fight before leaving, letting the knight take care of the monster. Mana like blue lightning exploded outward as the swordsman lunged, knowing he couldn't hold the enemy for long. Sharp attacks rained down across the battlefield, while the prince silently observed the knight's exquisite swordsmanship from behind. Ancient knowledge surfaced in the prince's mind as he recognized the rare level known as sword integration. Unease spread through the orc commander after sensing the swordsman's overwhelming control and lethal precision. In the meantime, the prince walked through the fortress corridors while pondering warriors whose power exceeded normal limits. Calm determination remained in his eyes, before finally summoning Adelia to face her next challenge. Adelia sat alone in silence while blood covered her armor and exhausted body. The prince reminded her that the enemy responsible for the slaughter was about to stand before her as a rival, slowly regaining his composure. Adelia rose from the ground, while the prince waited silently for her decision. A calm smile remained on the prince's face. As Adelia knelt before him, flames slowly gathering around her body. Intense energy exploded throughout the room. After the dangerous combat traits awakened, causing her murderous intent to spike uncontrollably. Fearless eyes stared straight ahead as searing power completely enveloped Adelia, signaling that her transformation had finally begun. While chaos spread throughout the ruined city, an armored warrior lunged across the battlefield and took down an orc with overwhelming force. The knight carefully observed the enemy, and realized the orc was fighting with surprisingly refined swordsmanship. Doubt filled his mind, as he noticed the monster's movements resembled the techniques of famous swordmasters. Suddenly, a female warrior vaulted between the two combatants, and lunged straight at the orc with reckless speed. Her dual blades flashed violently, pushing the monster back before anyone could even understand what had happened. She continued her assault without hesitation, forcing the orc into close-quarters combat. The knight quickly realized the girl had lost control of her emotions and fallen into a berserker state, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. Relentless attacks rained down from every direction as sparks erupted from each collision between steel and flesh. Disregarding defense or strategy, the enraged warrior continued to drive the orc back across the battlefield. A final heavy blow pushed the orc away as the female knight slid across the ground to regain her balance. Nearby soldiers watched in confusion as the knight explained that her savage behavior was like that of a true berserker caught in the heat of battle. The woman stood amidst the flames and destruction, her murderous intent terrifying both allies and enemies alike, like a butcher swinging her sword in a frenzy. The female warrior slashed through everything in sight with terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, the wounded orc tried to counterattack, but her chaotic movements made every strike impossible to predict. Blood splattered across the battlefield, as the monster finally realized what it was like to fight a madman who knew no fear. But the knight realized the monster's famous combat instincts were no longer effective against the enraged warrior. The woman continued to lunge forward with savage attacks that disoriented even the experienced monster. The blonde prince calmly watched the fight and concluded that only a true beast could match an orc in pure brutality. The prince drew his sword as his exhausted companion stepped aside to make room. A violent clash erupted instantly as the prince intercepted the frenzied orc before it could regain its footing. Fury exploded from the monster as it realized the royal warrior stood before it. The female knight was forced back by the terrifying pressure as black-red energy spread across the battlefield like living flames. Confusion was evident on the faces of the nearby soldiers as the orc gathered its massive battle spirit into a single point around its body. Dark energy twisted violently around the monster until the entire battlefield seemed swallowed by its murderous aura. The prince immediately understood that the orc was recalling the battle spirit it had dispersed during the fight. Even while accepting defeat and death, the monster still wanted to display the dignity and pride of its royal bloodline. She lunged forward in a panic as the terrifying power surrounding the orc continued to grow out of control. Blue flames suddenly erupted from the prince's sword as he decided to answer the monster with the full extent of his power. Cold energy spread across the battlefield as the prince calmly prepared a skill powerful enough to bury countless enemies into the ground. The royal warrior raised his glowing sword and prepared to honor the souls of those who had fallen in battle. Crimson energy suddenly exploded from the orc's body as the monster revealed the terrifying origin of its overwhelming battle spirit. He calmly faced the intense aura while blue mana gathered around his sword. The monster suddenly realized it when feeling the influence of a powerful existence hidden deep within the mountains. Intervening in the battle, the prince tried to hold his ground while surrounding soldiers watched the clash in confusion. Nearby, he tightened his grip on his sword as magical energy began to resonate around his body. Following the prince's humming, mana like blue lightning spread across the battlefield. Countless glowing streams of mana gathered from the sky and converged around the land like a sacred ritual beginning in the midst of war. A cold light appeared in his eyes as overwhelming energy continued to flow through his sword and the armor on his back. The prince quietly observed the phenomenon and realized the mana from the royal circles had connected with the knight's mana heart. Blue flames wrapped around the prince, while the strange resonance left him both terrified and exhilarated. The wounded knight approached the enemy and repeated the ancient incantation with steady focus. Streams of powerful mana surged across the battlefield as the red zone beneath the soldiers continued to expand with destructive force. The knight held his sword high and honored the souls of the fallen as glowing mana surrounded every warrior standing beside him. Soldiers across the battlefield were connected through massive magic as huge amounts of magical energy gathered beneath their feet. Fierce power poured from the battlefield, carrying enough force to destroy everything in its path. Blue mana surrounded the blonde prince as his battle chant spread across the battlefield with overwhelming power. The power carried the sorrow and resolve of countless fallen soldiers. Ancient energy gathered beneath the battlefield and formed a massive red zone around the warriors. The surrounding knights watched in awe as an entirely new war chant was created right before their eyes. Glowing blue flames erupted from the prince's body as the battlefield shook under the growing mana. The enraged orc lunged forward, preparing to crush the prince before the spell was completed. A sharp blue slash immediately descended, tearing through the battlefield with unstoppable power. Blood gushed from the wounded orc as the monster realized the prince had mastered an entirely new form of power. Standing calmly amidst the fading blue flames, the prince revealed a war chant powerful enough to change history. Soldiers gathered around the fallen commander while the blonde prince stood calmly beside the battlefield covered in blue flames. Exhaustion spread among the knights as the black-haired captain realized their defensive line was collapsing after the enemy commander was defeated. Cheers of victory suddenly echoed throughout the fortress as the prince moved forward, restoring morale to the surviving soldiers. Cracks slowly formed on the giant fortress gate as the prince observed the shaking walls from the front line. The damaged gate exploded as enraged orcs rushed in through the entrance with savage strength. Countless enemies flooded into the fortress, forcing the defenders to prepare for another desperate battle. Blue energy wrapped around the prince's sword as he reassured soldiers panicked by the coming clash. Behind him, the captain organized the soldiers while the exhausted army prepared to carry out its final order. A fierce smile appeared on the prince's face as he ordered Ian to signal the counterattack. Magical energy exploded across the battlefield as the prince led the entire army in a direct charge into the orc force. Swords swept across the frozen valley as knights and enemies clashed violently under the fiery evening sky. Temporary silence blanketed the blood-soaked ramparts after wave of orcs were cut down by the prince's attack. The remaining soldiers continued to fight as exhausted warriors pushed the weakened orcs back. Human corpses were scattered throughout the ruined fortress as the defenders slowly regained control of the battlefield after the fierce siege. Relief spread among the surviving knights as they realized the orcs were finally starting to lose strength. He felt an unusual force pulsing in his body, as blue flames slowly gathered around his chest. Strange energy spread across the battlefield, as he realized a mysterious heartbeat was keeping exhausted soldiers moving forward. After understanding the situation, he ordered the bulk of the army to leave the ramparts and prepare for a direct assault outside the fortress. The captain declared that the army would advance out of the gates instead of defending passively. Cheers rose among the knights as soldiers rushed behind the first prince without hesitation. The blonde prince stepped onto the battlefield with calm resolve in his third true battle. Giant orcs lunged violently toward the front line. However, the prince continued to slash through the enemy while leading from the front. Chosen knights fought beside him on the snowy ground as blood and steel flew across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the famous captain of the ranger team protected the attacking formation and took down enemies approaching from the flanks. The brave northern knights cast aside their fear and followed the prince deeper into enemy ranks. A wild rhythm spread across the battlefield as every soldier moved together under the strange heartbeat, guiding them forward. Blue energy surrounded the prince, as his sword tore through another giant orc blocking the army's path. Only after the battle slowed did the soldiers finally regain their senses on the frozen valley filled with corpses. Cold winds swept across the mountains while the survivors quietly looked at the horrific destruction left behind. The prince stood quietly amidst the fallen enemies as the exhausted army gathered around him. Snow covered the battlefield as the prince slowly reached for the bloodied spear taken from the fallen enemy commander. The cold wind blew through the silent valley, as he firmly held the trophy high in front of the exhausted soldiers gathered around. His blue eyes remained steady as the prince finally claimed the hard-won trophy they had secured after the fierce siege. Holding the crimson spear high on the battlefield, the prince declared the battle won. While soldiers gathered around him in awe, cheers resounded throughout the snowy fortress as the knights celebrated the first prince's incredible victory over the invading orc army. The captain noticed some exhausted soldiers collapsing after pushing themselves beyond their limits. Nearby soldiers carried unconscious comrades across the battlefield, while others laughed joyfully, out of relief after surviving the desperate fight. The captain quietly pondered the strange rhythm that had united the entire army and strengthened every soldier in the battle. The prince calmly explained that the mysterious power was not a martial chant, but something entirely different. Fatigue finally overcame the blonde prince as his weakened body stumbled and he fell straight into the snow. Horror spread among nearby soldiers as Ian rushed toward the fallen prince in a sudden panic. Relief followed immediately after when Ian realized the prince had simply fallen asleep from utter exhaustion after the battle. Orders quickly spread across the snowy field as surviving knights carried the sleeping prince back to the barracks in the fortress. Soldiers silently gathered the fallen and prepared for a proper burial while smoke still drifted over the ruined battlefield. The silver-haired woman observed the aftermath with quiet fascination. After hearing about the prince's mysterious war chant, hidden in dark magic, the silver-haired woman observed the sleeping prince from afar while deciding to give him more time to become stronger. Strange red energy surrounded her body, as a giant beast slowly appeared beside her in the shadows. The exhausted prince remained sound asleep, unaware that another dangerous force had begun to move. After annihilating 2 elite enemy legions near Winter Castle, Balarhard's forces prepared for the next inevitable battle. Suspicious nobles demanded reinforcements while skeptical about the severity of the Northern War. Some arrogant officials mocked Balarhard's warning and accused the commanders of inflating the situation to seek political influence. Facing the skeptical nobles, the young knight calmly presented evidence brought directly from the battlefield. Astonishment spread throughout the court, as a giant skull was taken from inside a heavy wooden chest. The knight explained that the giant skull belonged to the legion commander who had been defeated directly by the first prince. The messenger warned the nobles about an even larger monster known as the Orc King. Uneasy silence blanketed the royal court after hearing that at least 16,000 enemy troops were advancing toward the south. Even the king's expression hardened as the scale of the approaching invasion could finally no longer be ignored. Some nobles continued to insult Balarhard and doubt the prince's battlefield achievements. Anger quickly erupted in the hall, as loyal supporters defended the northern commanders against false accusations. The growing argument finally stopped after an angry voice ordered silence throughout the royal court. Inside the court, the king accepted Balarhard's warning and ordered neighboring noble families to send troops and supplies to the north. Some nobles reluctantly followed orders while noble children were forced to go to the battlefield to serve as punishment. Meanwhile, young knights quietly realized that the royal army still refused to provide full support to the northern defenders. Anger spread among Balarhard's supporters as they questioned the kingdom's lack of respect for the family that had defended the north for generations. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed throughout the court as an armored prince walked before the arguing nobles. Calm determination filled the hall, as the prince declared that the royal family could not ignore Balarhard's loyalty. Golden light reflected throughout the hall as the blonde prince stood proudly before the king and the nobles present. Without hesitation, he declared his decision to personally lead the knights to the northern battlefield. Astonishment quickly spread throughout the court after Maximilian Leinberg volunteered for the upcoming fight. The royal palace prepared for war while the king secretly mobilized troops near Balarhard to prevent the northern fortress from falling. The king informed Maximilian that the Iron Lion division and mercenary forces had finished assembling. Cold light surrounded Balarhard's image, as Maximilian realized that the fortress was carrying the fate of the entire northern region. Sweat beaded on Maximilian's face as he questioned why the royal family had hidden their true military plans from the nobles that very day, causing the empire to suspect the royal family was secretly preparing a rebellion alongside the Balarhard family. Soldiers marched under the imperial flag while the king warned that the empire only needed a small excuse to accuse the north of treason. The king reminded Maximilian that the royal family could not provide the enemy with even the slightest reason to punish them. A heavy hand rested on the prince's shoulder as the tired king quietly called Maximilian his son and placed his trust in him. Maximilian accepted the responsibility and listened carefully to the king's instructions. Sunlight streamed through the room while the king urged Maximilian to continue protecting the royal family's path of honor. Confidence returned to the prince as he vowed to protect the north despite the dangers waiting outside the capital. With a grave expression, the king revealed that Count Balarhard had taken on the role of guardian for Adrian. Silence blanketed the room after the king reminded Maximilian that Adrian's actions had pulled the kingdom closer to imperial control. Memories of betrayal haunted the king as he declared that Adrian had sold the kingdom's future to the empire without hesitation. Although Maximilian tried to defend his younger brother's past innocence, the king still recalled the humiliation from many years ago, when loyal knights broke their own swords. The pain remained raw on the king's face, as memories of mocking nobles and cold laughter from that disastrous day continued to haunt him unfailingly. Hatred filled the king's eyes as he admitted that even after many years, Maximilian mentioned rumors that Adrian had changed after enduring hardship. Anger quickly rose from the king as he declared that Adrian had never truly repented. Blue mana surged around the king as he firmly insisted that traitors who had abandoned their loyalty would never become reliable rulers again. The king ordered Maximilian to depart for the north, before Montpellier could interfere with royal affairs. Maximilian left the capital with reinforcements marching through thick snow toward Balarhard, although exhaustion spread among the soldiers during the relentless winter march. While riding through a blizzard, mercenary Captain Antoine praised the second prince's resolve. Deputy Commander Heim observed Maximilian carefully, as the young prince struggled to breathe during the arduous journey. Anxiety spread among the escort after Aram noticed the prince's pale face. Maximilian calmly dismissed their worries and reminded the knights that arriving in the north quickly was more important than his health. Snow covered the mountain roads, as Aram suddenly discovered a group of strangers slowly approaching from the distant frozen wilderness. Doubt rose in the soldiers' hearts as Aram ordered his subordinates to investigate the strangers, refugees fleeing from Balarhard. He explained that Count Balarhard had ordered an evacuation because the northern fortress was bracing for an attack. Confusion was written all over Maximilian's face after hearing that even the commoners believed Winter Castle was about to fall to the enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince ordered his entire retinue to speed toward the north. Although the weather was deteriorating, a fierce snowstorm swallowed the mountain pass as biting winds lashed at the marching soldiers. Faint voices suddenly reached Maximilian's ears from the valley ahead. Strange hymns echoed through the frozen mountain range before dark banners slowly emerged from behind the thick curtain of snow. Balarhard's soldiers emerged from the storm, while loudly singing an ancient northern military hymn that resonated among the icy peaks. The marching song surprised Maximilian, as the northern warriors continued to march proudly despite being surrounded by the freezing blizzard. The ranger captain named Jordan quickly ordered his soldiers to salute. After realizing that the second prince had arrived with reinforcements from the capital, Jordan respectfully introduced himself and advised Maximilian to leave the supply wagons behind so the group could move faster through the dangerous weather. The northern soldiers immediately volunteered to guide the prince's force through the snowy paths while continuing to sing their marching hymn, and the atmosphere shifted as the cold wilderness filled with confident voices. Curiosity appeared on Maximilian's face as he asked Jordan about the strange song that the northern soldiers kept chanting. Jordan explained that it was the hymn of winter. Astonishment was evident on Maximilian's face after learning that the original lyrics were supposedly written by his older brother long ago. Jordan explained that the snowstorm had raged exactly like this on the day the first prince once arrived at Winter Castle. Maximilian noticed how warmly the northern soldiers still spoke about his brother's actions. which made the northern soldiers laugh heartily as if they were already accustomed to this strange weather. Jordan proudly announced that the group had finally arrived at the northernmost frontline fortress of the kingdom, Winter Castle. Terror filled Maximilian's eyes as the massive fortress slowly emerged behind snow-covered mountains and icy walls. A heavy silence fell when the prince immediately recognized the scars of destruction covering the entrance to the castle. The destroyed structures and scattered bodies showed that a fierce battle had just taken place around Winter Castle. Unease spread across Maximilian's face as he observed the incomplete repair work. A few armored soldiers suddenly approached from inside the fortress. The returning patrol was quickly stopped by strange knights at the entrance. Maximilian acted impulsively and pretended that they had only just fought a few troublemakers during their patrol to avoid suspicion. The gatekeepers reluctantly accepted the explanation after the prince loudly pressed them to stop asking questions. Excitement was evident among the guards when they realized that reinforcements from the capital had finally arrived at Winter Castle safely. Confusion quickly followed when Maximilian was introduced as the second prince, while a blonde knight standing nearby was revealed to be the first prince. Expressions of shock spread across the fortress entrance as the soldiers did not understand why the two royal brothers did not recognize each other. Maximilian carefully observed the blonde knight standing in front of him and slowly realized that this man looked very much like a member of the royal family. Confusion spread across the prince's face as he compared the knight's features to his memories of his brother. A tense silence descended when Maximilian finally understood that this knight was an almost perfect physical replica of the first prince. Shattered orc remains covered the frozen road as the prince's retinue entered the northern fortress after days of marching. Cold winds swept through the ruined battlefield, while the blonde prince silently observed the damaged walls and the exhausted soldiers nearby. The prince felt uneasy as he realized how often the northern army had to face such barbaric attacks. Countless orc corpses still lay scattered on the snow while the fortress remained standing firm against another invasion. A red-haired knight laughed confidently and explained that repeated battles eventually made even terrifying enemies seem ordinary in the eyes of the veterans. The guards gathered near the entrance as an important figure stepped out from inside the fortress to welcome the guests. Commander Balorhard officially welcomed the royal guests and expressed his respect for the kingdom's famous Silver Lion family. Trumpet sounds echoed throughout the snowy fortress, while the soldiers proudly raised their banners in front of the knights and nobles present. The heavy gates slowly opened as the northern army paid tribute to the consistent royal support during the years of relentless war. The blonde prince expressed his sincere gratitude to the warriors who had sacrificed their lives to protect the northern border. Some knights quietly observed the prince with surprise, because his calm demeanor was completely different from the malicious rumors surrounding him. After the greeting ceremony ended, the commander led the royal guests deeper into the fortress to continue the visit. The prince dined with his younger brothers, while they carefully observed the sudden change in his attitude. Confusion enveloped the room as the blonde prince calmly dined with refined poise. His younger brothers quietly sensed that the prince had become a completely different person. The prince talked happily about Winter Castle while demonstrating an unexpected interest in the dangerous northern battlefield. Instead of fearing constant monster attacks, he openly admired the relentless battles. His unusual reaction left everyone around him speechless, as no one expected that someone from the royal palace could take pleasure in such harsh conditions. The prince calmly requested a detailed explanation regarding the current situation at Winter Castle. The commander revealed that monster armies attacked every few days. Although the northern army continuously defended this land, the enemy casualty count strangely did not reduce the scale of the invading forces. Reports from scouts confirmed that at least 4 legion commanders had led nearly 18,000 monsters toward the north. The heavy atmosphere in the dining hall became increasingly stifling as everyone realized the war situation had become much worse than expected. The soldiers and nobles of Balorhard maintained a surprisingly calm and composed demeanor, showing the confidence forged from surviving countless battles in the freezing north. The blonde prince noticed that the northerners had adapted to hardship much better than ordinary nobles. The prince's younger brother silently pondered how different the first prince looked compared to the terrifying rumors. Instead of behaving arrogantly, the blonde prince displayed curiosity and discipline. By the end of the discussion, his younger brother silently admitted that the person standing in front of him felt like a completely different human being. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious orc king mentioned in military reports. Some officers doubted the existence of such a creature because no one had ever seen the monster leading the armies with their own eyes. The prince described a giant spear flying through the sky from the distant mountains. Shock spread throughout the conference room after the soldier revealed that the giant spear had actually struck near the city walls. Some officers argued that orcs could not throw siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without assistance. The prince's younger brother remembered the time the first prince had visited Iron Lion Castle. Those memories made him believe that the prince's capabilities had never been ordinary. Curious about the hidden truth, he secretly wondered why such impressive achievements had never spread across the kingdom. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious orc king mentioned in military reports. Some officers doubted the existence of such a creature because no one had ever seen the monster leading the armies with their own eyes. The prince described a giant spear flying through the sky from the distant mountains. Shock spread throughout the conference room after the soldier revealed that the giant spear had actually struck near the city walls. A dark, tense atmosphere filled the room as the prince criticized the officers. Some officers argued that orcs could not throw siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without assistance. The prince coldly challenged them to decide whether to trust evidence from the battlefield or their own speculations. The prince's younger brother immediately admitted that he was only trying to confirm the unbelievable information. The atmosphere eased slightly after he sincerely bowed his head to apologize to the commanders and knights present. A long silence stretched across the conference room while everyone reflected on the prince's sharp judgment and unexpected authority. Even veteran officers began to reconsider their perspectives. After witnessing the prince's serious attitude toward the growing northern threat, the commander finally suggested a short break before continuing the important strategic meeting. One person quietly approached him and asked how the prince knew about the strange changes in the orc forces. The blonde prince calmly deflected the suspicion by explaining that he had studied ancient stories and forgotten legends over the years. Memories of stealing the founding king's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Although he answered in a leisurely manner, the prince secretly pondered the unusual events that had completely changed his current body and abilities. Memories of stealing the founding king's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Thanks to those dangerous experiences, he believed that no one would suspect his obsession with ancient heroes and forgotten history. Meanwhile, the prince silently assessed that his younger brother possessed the talent, discipline, and qualities worthy of leading the kingdom in the future. The prince understood that a massive catastrophe would soon spread across the continent without warning. The appearance of powerful enemies, including monster kings and hidden races, would eventually drag the entire world into an endless war. Knowing the dangers ahead, he realized the kingdom needed a ruler capable of surviving complete chaos. Standing proudly on a battlefield covered with corpses, the prince raised his weapon while recalling countless wars from the past. He believed that true leadership required sacrificing weakness and destroying dangerous enemies without hesitation. The prince finally accepted that only someone with his experience could end the coming era of destruction and chaos. Inside the fortress, the first prince organized the defense force and ordered the remaining units to reinforce the city wall. Among the soldiers gathering, a few showed clear signs of anxiety. The prince noticed their reaction and silently observed the mood spreading through the ranks. The army had been reorganized into a unified force under Balarhard, making this decision look as if central authority had been bypassed. After reviewing the situation, the prince explained that inexperienced recruits could not be expected to fight monsters on the front lines. His confidence remained unshaken because he believed those worries would vanish once the real battle began. He joked that the administrative burden had largely been shifted to him, thereby increasing his influence within the army. Curiosity led the prince to ask about the knight's personal goals. For a long time, he had thought his path had ended, but a new possibility had appeared before his eyes. Giving direction to the ambitions he had almost given up on, determination was evident on his face as he admitted those ambitions had returned. Instead of just being a commander, he wanted to pursue something greater. The knight revealed his desire to challenge the formidable war god. Hearing that declaration, the prince looked clearly surprised. Instead of mocking that dream, the knight explained that the prince's actions had inspired him. Through recent events, he had found both purpose and goals for the years ahead. Confusion still lingered on the prince's face as the conversation took an unexpected turn before he could respond. A loud noise echoed throughout the fortress. Suddenly, the alarm horn blared within the ramparts. The guards immediately turned their attention toward the city wall, while tension spread among the defensive ranks. Reacting immediately, the prince rushed to identify the cause. Reports quickly confirmed that combat readiness was still maintained and no internal issues had occurred. At the foot of the fortress, orc groups were advancing while carrying ladders and siege equipment. Tattered banners fluttered above the charging army as they dashed toward the defensive system. Anxiety replaced confusion as he demanded an explanation for the alarm. The unexpected signal indicated a new development outside the city wall. A sudden alarm bell drew the prince's attention toward the battlefield. Looking outside the city wall, he immediately recognized the advancing enemy force and understood that the attack had begun. Without hesitation, the defenders prepared to meet the blow. The enemy attack struck the wall with full force, shaking stone and wood as the battle officially began. Instead of just defending, he instructed the army to attack aggressively to break the enemy's momentum. Reacting quickly, the prince ordered his soldiers to block every ladder that touched the wall, while archers fired flaming arrows from above. The defenders grabbed their weapons and took their positions wherever breaches appeared, and flaming projectiles fell upon the attacking ranks, spreading fire and causing panic among the vanguard. Amidst the chaos, the prince briefly pondered how intense the war had become in just a single day. The scale of the conflict exceeded even his expectations. Before he could focus on that thought, another knight rushed over and pulled him back to reality. The warning came just in time as danger neared the wall. Out of breath, the knight reminded him that nobles of high status often became the enemy's primary targets. Nearby, a giant orc warrior pushed through the fray and threatened the defenders. Its presence immediately drew attention from surrounding soldiers. After receiving support, the knight explained that losing key commanders only strengthened the enemy's morale. Understanding the danger, the prince requested support from Sir Aram, and reinforcements reacted immediately, moving to the threatened position. Observing the crowded wall, the knight warned that too many warriors would hinder each other. Careful organization remained necessary despite the emergency battle situation. Following the order, reserve soldiers stayed back while only selected knights engaged the enemy directly. That disciplined response made a strong impression on many defenders. As the prince watched his comrades rush into battle, he noticed they had changed significantly since their last meeting. A group of elite knights suddenly joined the fight on the wall, and their appearance instantly changed the atmosphere as they hacked through the advancing orcs with expert precision. Leading the charge, Sir Dunham fought alongside his comrades and exchanged brief, knowing glances with familiar faces. Observing from nearby, the prince realized that some powerful knights had secretly remained within the mercenary ranks. Throughout the city wall, fierce clashes continued as knights and soldiers pushed back wave after wave of attacks. Orc corpses piled up, but more enemies continued to push forward from behind. The force attacking the wall looked thinner than before, as if part of the enemy army had moved elsewhere. Concern spread among the defenders as the seemingly endless numbers became impossible to ignore. Reports quickly confirmed another strange development. The Winter Scale Knights had vanished from the wall and could not be found among the fighting force. Looking toward the fortress gate, the prince discovered a large formation gathering before the main entrance. A worrying possibility flashed through his mind as he contemplated their target. Opening the city gate while under siege would put the fortress in unimaginable danger. Not long after, a command echoed across the battlefield, and the massive gate began to open. The defenders watched in horror as the entrance slowly revealed the force outside. The orcs rushed toward the opening, expecting a chance to break through the fortress defenses. The situation looked dangerously catastrophic before panic could spread. A powerful hymn resonated throughout the area. Ancient words spread across the battlefield, accompanied by a growing wave of blue magical energy. The origin of the hymn was quickly revealed as Andero of the 3rd Legion stepped forward. Blue magical power flowed around the soldiers gathering behind him. Energy continued to gather while the hymn described the frozen mountains and the silent walls. The advancing warriors moved in unison as if powered by the same force. Recognizing this phenomenon, the prince immediately ordered everyone to prepare for the effects of the upcoming magic. Empowered by the Legion's magic, the prince charged into the enemy ranks and cut down many orcs in a single dash. Rumors from the capital echoed in the prince's mind, reminding him of how many people had once doubted his abilities. Although he had been subjected to those accusations, the reality unfolding on the battlefield proved otherwise. Every swing of his blade demonstrated a skill level completely contrary to his old reputation. Sunlight reflected off his armor as he pushed deeper into the fray. Determination remained evident in his eyes as enemy warriors fell before him. Countless criticisms resurfaced in his memory, including claims that he was incompetent and unworthy of his position, words that had followed him for years. Instead of dwelling on whether those accusations were true or false, he focused on one certainty: the battlefield itself would provide the answer. Many soldiers looked on in awe as the prince continued to advance. The scene before their eyes seemed impossible compared to everything they had once believed. Suddenly, the prince ordered Sir Aram to follow him to another area of the battlefield. This request immediately met with opposition from those around him. After the battle, a knight received notice that the first prince wanted to meet him privately once the battlefield was cleared. The message left him pensive as he thought about everything he had witnessed during the conflict. While reminiscing about the battle, he recalled countless rumors that had once surrounded the prince. Doubt was visible on his face as he compared those stories with the actions he had witnessed with his own eyes on the battlefield. Raising a captured enemy banner high above his head, the prince declared victory to the surrounding soldiers. Cheers quickly spread among the exhausted defensive ranks. Confusion still remained on some faces as they struggled to understand how the situation had shifted so drastically. As questions continued to spread through the ranks, he turned to Captain Antoine and prepared to explain his conclusions. Looking toward the prince, the knight realized the truth was completely different from the reputation circulating throughout the kingdom. Instead of appearing incompetent or helpless, the first prince had displayed leadership and courage. Adrian proudly displayed the banners she had collected and declared victory in the ongoing contest between them. Vincent remained calm while calculating his achievements in a different way. Adrian counted 19 flags from the defeated enemies and believed her advantage was secure, while Vincent applied military standards, converting the major achievements into an equivalent number of flags. The number, after Vincent's adjustment, surpassed Adrian's results by a wide margin. Adrian watched in astonishment as her confidence dissolved. He immediately realized this competition was much more disadvantageous for him. Nearby soldiers teased Adrian for daring to compete against Vincent's extraordinary achievements, pointing out that even experienced commanders needed years to accumulate similar feats. Adrian complained about the fatigue from recent battles, but the soldiers continued to tease him playfully. They reminded him of his initial confidence and refused to accept his sudden display of weakness. Surrounded by laughter, Adrian protested their unfair assessment, his expression shifting from annoyance to contemplation. While the soldiers still treated the conversation as harmless entertainment, Adrian strongly declared that an orc unit was no challenge for him. Carrying the captured flags, he boasted that even a much larger force would fail, yet while observing the light-hearted exchange, Adrian realized a strange feeling. The intimate banter between the royal knight and the soldiers revealed a deep sense of trust and unity. Adrian assigned the task of clearing the battlefield to the soldiers despite their complaints, and although he treated them strictly, their response showed respect for his leadership. Adrian ordered the soldiers to begin the cleanup, and they complied. Observing from behind, he noticed that no one truly opposed his authority, so he watched them quietly, as their actions, expressions, and discipline demonstrated genuine respect, leaving him no room to misunderstand their loyalty. Several knights approached Adrian and praised his courage in battle. Their admiration was sincere, and their words reflected relief at his safe return. Adrian listened to their compliments with a calm expression and gradually began to understand their feelings. Memories of those in the capital surfaced in his mind. Their praise often felt like encouragement given to a child. Comparing those memories with the current situation, Adrian felt awkward under the attention. Even so, he realized that their respect. Adrian reflected on his brother, who possessed the dignity a mature nobleman should have, and the comparison reminded him that he still had a long way to go to truly mature. A silver-haired knight stepped forward and respectfully asked for permission to greet the first prince. Adrian accepted the request without hesitation, maintaining a composed attitude. Receiving permission, the knight expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. The surrounding knights watched intently while Adrian remained attentive, sensing the importance of the upcoming meeting as the knight suddenly surrounded him with praise and friendly concern. Their enthusiasm made him feel strange and confused because they treated him with much more warmth. Adrian wondered about the sudden change in attitude while observing their cheerful behavior. One knight explained that many members had joined voluntarily, and understanding their background, Adrian reflected on the hardships they had endured. The mission required entering enemy territory, forcing talented soldiers to face constant danger. Adrian realized why these knights chose such a difficult position, as the harsh conditions, relentless battles, and limited recognition created a burden that few were willing to accept. A knight noticed Adrian's pensive expression and advised him to be patient. Adrian remained silent, quietly analyzing the situation while piecing the reasons together. His thoughts drifted back to the capital, where life remained peaceful and orderly. Far from the northern frontier, most people were enjoying peace without witnessing the growing conflict. Outside the safety of the capital, the northern lands had been swallowed by war. The orc forces had expanded their power, turning scattered threats into an organized enemy kingdom. Amidst the chaos, the Leonberg bloodline continued to grow in influence and strength, and their achievements expanded incessantly, establishing a powerful force. Adrian reflected on how these changes remained hidden to those observing from afar, as few in the capital understood the scale of the transformation taking place. At night in the barracks, Adrian met Antoine, the leader of a mercenary group stationed near the northern front. Adrian asked Antoine about his contract with the royal family and his future plans, and Antoine replied cautiously, explaining that the mercenary life offered little certainty. Instead of talking about typical employment, Adrian shifted the conversation elsewhere. He observed Antoine thoroughly. Adrian offered a personal contract and listened as Antoine explained his group's value, for although they lacked wealth and status, the mercenaries refused to act solely for money. Adrian focused on Antoine's potential. He recognized the flaws in the mana development of the mercenaries. Realizing the weaknesses caused by rudimentary training, Adrian promised to refine Antoine's mana techniques, helping him overcome the limitations that had stifled his progress for years. He explained that Antoine's current foundation was based on the accumulation of impure mana. This method created power, but it prevented the construction of a truly solid path for progress. Using flowing mana as an example, Adrian described the difference between proper refinement and crude development. Equivalent levels could still create an overwhelming gap in actual combat ability. The explanation opened up a future that Antoine had never imagined, as the seemingly casual advice carried knowledge capable of changing his strength far beyond his current limits. Adrian calmly demonstrated refined mana control in front of Antoine, letting the energy flow smoothly around his body. Antoine remained skeptical, assuming that mere talk proved nothing. Instead of reacting negatively, Adrian accepted the challenge and prepared to provide stronger evidence. Leaning forward with confidence, Adrian asserted that credibility depended on the speaker. His calm attitude showed certainty. This forced Antoine to reconsider his initial doubts and assumptions, as he demanded proof to back up such bold claims. Silently recognizing Adrian's extraordinary ability, he cast aside his usual skepticism, and Adrian accepted the request and proposed the terms for the contract. The offer carried an unexpected condition, revealing ambitions that went far beyond, as Adrian declared that the agreement would remain in effect until he became king. The shocking declaration turned a simple negotiation into a commitment tied to the future of the kingdom, and Adrian asked Antoine about the mana stored in his heart. Confident in his ability, Antoine immediately claimed to have a complete grasp of it. Drawing his weapon, Antoine activated his mana and openly released his power, with energy surging around him as he prepared to show everything. Adrian observed the display without interrupting while Antoine showed off his skills. The display demonstrated both confidence and experience. Antoine released his sword song and performed a technique capable of cutting through weapons. Ending the performance, Antoine waited to be recognized for his achievement. Adrian showed little sign of surprise. Antoine explained that the sword song was widely recognized and very difficult to attain. He had sacrificed great effort, time, and resources before finally mastering it. Reminiscing about the difficulties in the past, Antoine spoke about his years of training under a talented mercenary, an investment that took almost everything he had. Adrian listened in silence before revealing that most sword songs followed similar principles, for the differences were only minor, and their foundations were not as unique as Antoine thought, a response that struck Antoine harder than any blow on the battlefield, as his confidence collapsed instantly when the value he attached to that technique suddenly became much less special. Seeing such precious sword songs being traded like commodities deeply changed Adrian's perspective. The situation exposed how many traditions were being poorly managed outside the influence of the major families, so Adrian decided the deal needed to be revised and announced new terms. Adrian reflected on the martial anthem and the inherited techniques passed down through noble bloodlines. Even legitimate heirs had to meet strict requirements before gaining access. When he proposed a 20-year contract, Antoine reacted immediately, astonished by the unexpected condition. Antoine objected to the 20-year contract, arguing that it was excessive. Adrian was undeterred, believing that even such a long agreement was not yet worthy of the value he brought. Adrian demonstrated a deeper swordsmanship principle through flowing mana and precise movements. The technique depicted mountains, rivers, and honored spirits, and watching the display, Antoine felt an overwhelming gap in quality, as what was appearing before his eyes went far beyond the familiar sword songs. Adrian continued to perform, shaping the refined energy with gentle control. Every movement carried purpose, transforming simple sword techniques into something much more complete and profound. Antoine recalled that he had spent many years learning a sword anthem, and suddenly, he doubted its value. Compared to Adrian's performance, the technique he once cherished became noticeably limited and flawed. The comparison shattered Antoine's confidence in his previous assumptions. For the first time, he understood that true refinement created an insurmountable gap. Adrian calmly asked Antoine to reconsider the value of both the anthem and the 20 years of service, a question that forced him to re-evaluate everything he once believed. Giving Antoine time to think, Adrian displayed patience while observing his reaction. Yet, beneath that calm attitude remained the certainty that the final decision would lean his way. As mana gathered around Antoine, a phantom giant figure appeared behind him, and facing Adrian's overwhelming knowledge, he realized that hesitation could not last any longer. The first prince requested some skilled rangers, not for a routine patrol, but for a special mission in the northern mountain range, where unusual activities had begun to attract his attention. Although his assistant argued that there were already enough scouts, the prince clarified that he was not preparing for another reconnaissance. With a calm expression, he revealed his intention to organize a hunt, explaining that an orc group had just appeared in the mountains and needed to be dealt with. Since the orc warchief had remained silent for nearly 2 months, despite previously leading frequent movements in the region, the prince decided that instead of waiting for the enemy to strike first, gathering information through direct action would be more effective than sitting idle. He used that experience to justify the decision, and strengthened his argument before the worried assistant. After a moment of hesitation, the assistant accepted the prince's reasoning and agreed to send more personnel to support the trip. Although still concerned, the prince put the discussion aside, preparing to depart while the selected members gathered equipment and organized the final tasks for the journey. Among the participants was Adelia, a young female warrior facing her first deployment. The prince understood that Adelia possessed significant potential, yet her limited battlefield experience meant she had not yet unleashed the full capabilities that a true knight needed. Believing that future conflicts would be much more dangerous, he considered this mission an opportunity for her to grow and hoped she would accumulate valuable experience. As the preparations continued, some members of the Iron Lion Division appeared and announced they had been sent to accompany the prince on the campaign. Their appearance surprised the group, but the prince quickly accepted the additional support and assessed the new members joining the trip. Not long after, 2 seasoned mercenaries introduced themselves and proudly presented their experience surviving the harsh conditions of the mountains. Thanks to their tracking skills and familiarity with the wilderness, the prince realized their value and welcomed them as the hunting party finally set off. After seeing more comrades join the trip, the first prince suspected that powerful figures were quietly observing his actions and evaluating his capabilities through this mission. Instead of worrying, he accepted the situation and prepared the group for departure, believing that refusing support would only attract more attention. Unexpectedly, his uncle appeared at the city gate to see the team off, causing a bit of confusion before the prince realized the visit was just a farewell. Standing next to the fortress he had defended for years, the veteran knight reminded the prince of his responsibilities and urged him to return safely from the mountains. Meanwhile, the prince noticed how much the older man resembled his father, both sharing a similar serious attitude toward responsibility and family. Without further delay, he gathered everyone and officially ordered the expedition to begin its journey into the snow-covered wilderness. Far from the castle, the hunting party proceeded through the Blade Mountains, carefully navigating the thick snow while searching for signs of hostile creatures. Some hunters examined the surroundings and remained highly vigilant, knowing that the enemy could be hiding anywhere among the hills and frozen forests. Suddenly, movement erupted ahead of the group as a giant figure lunged out from the snow, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A terrifying ogre appeared from the mountainside. Its glowing eyes and massive frame showed it was far more dangerous than typical monsters. Immediately, the knights, mercenaries, and attendants shifted into combat stances, while assessing the threat appearing before them. Although tension spread through the formation, the prince remained calm and carefully observed the battlefield as the event unfolded. Roaring violently, the ogre lunged at a group of nearby orcs, and displayed overwhelming strength that made the surrounding snowy ground tremble. Instead of retreating, some warriors encouraged their comrades to remain calm. Realizing this creature was strong but not unbeatable from a safe distance, the prince observed the collision begin and prepared to take control of the situation as the battle with the beast officially started. Not long after, an orc leader rushed forward while chanting in support of its king, showing complete dedication despite the overwhelming danger. Observing from behind the front line, the first prince noticed the strange behavior and became interested in the enemy's unexpected discipline. Under the fury, the ogre tore apart nearby enemies with terrifying strength while the surrounding orcs eagerly followed its orders to charge into battle. Across the battlefield, the warriors prepared for the engagement. However, the prince continued to observe instead of ordering an immediate attack. At that moment, Adelia's hidden power began to react to the situation, but the prince intentionally did not activate it yet. Turning to the young knight, he told her to be patient a little longer, because the battle had not yet reached the stage he was waiting for. Meanwhile, the ogre continued to fight relentlessly, crushing opponents and becoming more savage as the tug-of-war dragged on. Some observers noticed a disturbing change in the monster's body, indicating that something much more dangerous was starting to emerge. A crimson glow spread throughout the monster's body as its muscles bulged and the atmosphere became noticeably stifling. Confusion spread rapidly among the members of the hunting party, because no one expected an ogre to be capable of such a drastic transformation. Keeping calm amidst the uncertainty, the first prince identified the monster as a true ogre, a rarely seen monster revealing its natural and complete form. As the transformation completed, the beast revealed why ogres were feared across the continent, displaying immense strength and natural murderous instincts. Even so, the prince continued to restrain Adelia, believing the perfect moment for her to grow had not yet come. Instead of destroying the monster himself, he decided to use this battle as an opportunity to awaken a future sword master and prepare her for the bigger battles ahead. Realizing the battle had reached a pivotal moment, the first prince finally decided Adelia was ready to face the challenge he had prepared for her. Golden energy began to surround the young female knight as she stepped forward, drawing strength from her training. and focusing entirely on the monstrous enemy ahead. Meanwhile, the prince watched intently because he believed a true knight could achieve victory by overcoming the limits that ordinary warriors deemed impossible. Facing the transformed true ogre, Adelia recalled the swordsmanship passed down from ancient giant hunters, a style created specifically to slay powerful creatures. Through that inherited technique, she understood the nature of the monster before her, and realized it was a remnant of an ancient bloodline linked to the Titans. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful attack, forcing the giant monster to react as the battle entered a new phase. Although hit by the blow, the true ogre stood firm and displayed overwhelming vitality, proving its durability was far superior to typical monsters. At the same time, fragments of ancient knowledge flowed through Adelia's mind, revealing stories about the titans who once shaped the world. Far off on the battlefield, the prince observed her progress and realized the awakening he expected was gradually taking place. Drawing upon his own strength, the first prince activated an ancient power linked to creation and the origins of the world. Layers of energy gathered around him, as many forces responded to his command, strengthening the battlefield and supporting the transformation taking place. Instead of seeking personal glory, he used that power to guide Adelia's growth, ensuring her potential would fully awaken in the fight against the true ogre. Amidst the falling snow, the armored female knight pondered the unusual circumstances surrounding the expedition. Doubts still lingered in her heart as she wondered why the first prince had allowed such a shy woman to join the dangerous journey through the mountains. While the soldiers remained highly vigilant, her attention shifted to the frozen battlefield ahead. A slight disturbance in the snow quickly pulled her focus away from the unanswered questions. Reacting immediately, the female knight lunged and swung her sword. The surprise attack exposed a red beast hiding nearby and preparing to ambush the group, and a sharp smile appeared on her face. After the strike successfully hit its target, the pain forced the monster to reveal itself. However, it still had enough strength to threaten everyone present. Across the snowy field, the infuriated monster lunged with terrifying strength, and at the same time, she felt an unusual pressure blanket the area and carefully observed its source. Instead of retreating, the female knight headed straight toward the enemy. Her fearless decision astonished the soldiers watching from behind and highlighted her growing confidence. Before the beast could recover, another attack followed. An agile movement took her beyond its reach, allowing a precise slash to cut through its defense. The momentum was entirely in her hands as she continued the assault, with every movement controlled, forcing the monster to back away with little chance to retaliate. From a nearby position, the first prince quietly observed the battle. What was happening before his eyes proved the significant progress she had achieved throughout the expedition. After an intense exchange, the female knight briefly encountered the prince. Their coordination reminded observers that his support had played a vital role in the battle's success, and behind them, some soldiers remained cautious and avoided intervening. Fighting thoughtlessly could disrupt the battle's rhythm and create unnecessary danger. But suddenly, a warning diverted everyone's attention elsewhere. Another threat had appeared along the mountain route and was racing toward their position. From afar, a large force of green-skinned enemies was surging in. Their appearance turned the conflict into a much larger-scale battle, and amazement spread among the soldiers as the situation unfolded exactly as the female knight had predicted. Her judgment and situational awareness had improved significantly. By the end of the skirmish, the bodies of defeated enemies covered the snowy ground. Standing amidst the fallen foes, the female knight won another victory alongside the prince and the expedition force at her side. Facing the expedition force, a giant orc warrior stepped forward through the snow. Instead of launching an attack, the monster seemed to be communicating. Confused by the unusual behavior, the soldiers listened carefully while the orc continued to growl and speak. After observing the exchange, they realized the monster was trying to propose a formal challenge instead of engaging in direct combat. Not long after, the meaning became clear to everyone present. The orc leader wanted to resolve the conflict through an honorable duel, believing a single fight would decide the outcome more fairly than a prolonged war, and despite looking worried, he immediately took responsibility to respond to the challenge. Questions arose among the soldiers regarding the danger of that decision. However, the prince maintained a calm expression, showing no sign of hesitation despite facing a powerful enemy leader, and before anyone could object further, he moved into position and prepared to fight. Excitement and confidence filled his face as he welcomed the chance to challenge himself against the orc general. Observing from behind, a soldier acknowledged that the expedition had handled the encounter unexpectedly well. The tense atmosphere gradually eased as both sides prepared to respect the duel. Beyond everyone's expectations, the prince agreed to the orc's proposal without difficulty, and his willingness to acknowledge the enemy's customs drew the attention of the warriors standing nearby. Respect quickly formed between the two rivals, impressed that a human could understand their traditions. Without wasting another moment, the prince lunged across the snowy battlefield, and as his sword sliced through the air, the duel officially began. the orc leader formally accepted the match and prepared to fight with his full strength. Heavy attacks landed in succession from both sides as steel clashed with brute force, and despite the size difference, the prince kept pace with the orc's movements and prevented the enemy from gaining the upper hand. Observing the clash from afar, the soldiers could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Every exchange demonstrated skill and precision far beyond what they expected from the first prince. Meanwhile, the orc leader unleashed a crimson aura and revealed its true level of strength. But instead of retreating, the prince continued to take every attack head-on. His mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to challenge an opponent who should have been far superior to him. As the duel grew increasingly fierce, blue energy gathered around his blade and shattered the ground beneath his feet. Standing face to face with a warrior many feared, the first prince displayed talent that exceeded all expectations. Amazement spread across the orc leader's face as the outcome of the duel became undeniable. A deep wound marked the final exchange, proving that the first prince had successfully overwhelmed an opponent feared throughout the mountain range. With a decisive slash, the prince knocked the orc back and ended the battle. Blood splattered on the snow as the defeated warrior fell under the force of the blow. Silence blanketed the battlefield as the prince lowered his sword. However, he remained cautious, carefully observing the wounded orc in case the enemy still had the strength to continue fighting. A satisfied smile appeared on the prince's face as he acknowledged the fallen warrior, as respect governed his actions, and he viewed the duel as a fierce competition rather than a simple victory. The members of the expedition gradually relaxed after witnessing the result, and relief replaced the tension as they realized the dangerous confrontation had finally ended. Instead of celebrating immediately, the prince bowed his head slightly and collected his thoughts. The difficult battle had demanded great effort, even though it ended in his favor. Nearby, a young girl hurried toward him after seeing the duel conclude. Anxiety was evident on her face as she wondered if the threat had truly passed. Before she could get close, the prince quickly stopped her. His attention remained glued to the blood covering the battlefield and the risks that still surrounded the area, and embarrassment mixed with disappointment appeared on the girl's face when she was forced to keep her distance. Even so, she understood that his warning was to protect her, and tears welled up in her eyes as she observed from afar, for although his actions seemed cold, she still recognized the care hidden behind his words. Meanwhile, the expedition surveyed the battlefield covered in fallen orcs, and the victory secured the mountain route and removed a major threat blocking their path. When all preparations were complete, the group continued their journey through the snow-covered wilderness, their formation stretching along the mountain path as they headed toward their destination. While marching, reports from nearby rangers monitoring the land were transmitted back, and unusual activity from local creatures indicated that something larger was affecting the area. After considering the information, the prince concluded that an overwhelming scent was driving away ordinary monsters. The absence of weaker beasts further reinforced his suspicions. Not long after, the rangers pointed to a distant location hidden in the forest. Realizing that a powerful enemy might still be nearby, the expedition immediately prepared for another confrontation. As the expedition advanced through the snowy forest, several giant creatures suddenly appeared ahead. Their massive bodies and fierce expressions immediately showed they were far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. A violent roar echoed through the mountains as the pack of beasts lunged toward the group. Snow flew in all directions beneath their feet while the soldiers quickly tightened their formation to prepare for battle. After a brief assessment, the first prince identified these creatures as trolls, and the announcement immediately increased tension among the expedition members as everyone understood the threat such monsters posed. Many battles continued in the following days as the expedition pushed deeper into the mountains, and the constant fighting tested the endurance of both the soldiers and their commander. Throughout those encounters, the female knight continued to grow stronger, with golden energy surrounding her body as her abilities gradually developed through repeated combat, and at that moment, a mysterious reaction occurred within her special power. The strange change caught the prince's attention as he carefully observed the transformation taking place. Information regarding her power began to reveal itself piece by piece. The changes seemed linked to an ancient song concerning unfulfilled desires and endless longing. Instead of bringing satisfaction, the power seemed tied to a wish that could never truly be fulfilled. Even after gaining the power, the burden that the song carried remained unchanged. An insight awakened in the prince as he analyzed the phenomenon. The connection between the female knight's growth and the nature of her power became increasingly clear to him. While reviewing the information, the prince focused on a single word that stood out above all else, and a look of concern appeared on his face as he considered the implications. Although the power carried risks, he still recognized that valuable progress had been made during the expedition, and once the investigation was complete, the group decided to return to Winter Castle. Night had fallen when they began their return journey through the frozen land. Near the end of their return, the prince noticed an unusual light in the distance. Looking out past the trees, he discovered the castle area was engulfed in chaos, with fires lighting up the night sky while signs of a fierce battle spread everywhere. The soldiers quickly realized a major battle was taking place near their destination. Instead of slowing down, the prince immediately chose to advance, and determination filled his face as he ordered the expedition to break through and charge straight toward the conflict. Moving quickly through the snow forest, the first prince organized the expedition into a combat formation, with reliable comrades guarding the front and rear while the group advanced toward the distant battlefield. Ahead of them, a large enemy commander emerged from the shadows, its terrifying aura and powerful presence immediately distinguishing it from the other monsters around the area. Recognizing the threat, the prince focused his attention on the commander rather than the weaker enemies. Without slowing their momentum, the expedition lunged forward and launched a direct attack on the enemy leader.